credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars, and hosting 20+ virtual summits. 33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
'Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome and a very good morning to all of you. The business and the legal sectors are witnessing change of gigantic proportions since the past couple of years. If 2021 was a year of disruption, 2022 may well be a year for transitions. And if 2021 was about embracing the new normal, 2022 will hopefully bring back a semblance of balance and stability amid chaos. The one thing is certain though, moving out of the pandemic with the learnings from past year will definitely lead to another interesting phase for the business legal ecosystem in our country. Now, what does the year 2022 really have in store for us? Where are we headed as one big legal community? What are the trends to look for in the year 2022? Well, as many as 50 dynamic lawyers will join us today for an eventful day as we unravel what lies ahead. While panel discussions and keynote sessions from distinguished legal luminaries and a bunch of enterprising young trailblazers will enthrall the audience during the day, the inaugural BW Legal 30 Under 30 Awards will make the evening even more special. With a celebratory mood and a glee of optimistic energy, I once again welcome all of you to a very special day for BW Business World's fastest growing community, BW Legal World. My name is Aditya Malik, and it is my honor and a pleasure to be your host for this virtual conclave. This digital broadcast is being streamed live across all our BW Business World platforms, including all our social media channels. BW Legal World 30 Under 30 Conclave and Awards, as the name suggests, among other things, this initiative of BW Legal World celebrates a culture of fostering leadership and future growth. Very aptly, the theme of the conclave this year, hence, is laws and trends to watch out for in 2022. With a view to bridging the gap between the business and the legal sector across the globe, and to get stimulating decisions or discussions on the road, BW Legal World brings business leaders and legal doyens from all verticals of the legal fraternity. Law firms, in-house departments, jurists, independent practitioners, writers and researchers, law institutions, legal tech innovators, and more together on one platform. Launched in the year 2019, BW Legal World prides itself on covering the revolution in the legal landscape worldwide to bring its readers latest news and developments, and being the common thread that ties them all in opportunities and build a brighter future. Now, to tell you a little more about the community, may I please request my team to play the BW Legal World AV. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the BW Business World, a 4-decade-old publication that has since consistently ranked amongst India's largest and most respected business magazines. BW Business World is led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World, an Exchange for Media group, and is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 17 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has massive readership in the digital space as well. As we flag off a first big legal event of the year, I encourage everyone to join in the conversation and share their learnings from the day by using the hashtag BW Legal World Conclave 2022. You can also watch us live on www.bwlegalworld.com and on all our social media handles. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, may I please request Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group, to join us and give us the inaugural address.
Morning.
Dr. Batra.
Welcome to the inaugural edition of the BW Legal World 30 under 30. Last week I was talking to a leading entrepreneur investor who's himself built a large company in the last 20 years. And I asked him, he's been my friend for more than 2 decades, and I asked him, what was the change that has happened to entrepreneurs, professionals in the last 1 decade? He said, the change in their thinking. I said, what about the change in their thinking? He said, the ambition of Indian professional entrepreneurs is now global. They're thinking on a big scale. They're wanting to achieve early. They have clarity, and all of them are less than 30. So clearly, the age of achievement is getting younger. BW Legal World 30 under 30 celebrates that. Today, when you meet young professionals in the legal domain, they've already worked on big mergers and acquisitions. They're dealing with new domains like crypto, metaverse, NFT, e-commerce. They clearly are dealing at a scale and a level that earlier a 28-year-old, 27-year-old won't engage at. They're also 360 degree in their approach to build their careers. They're building personal profiles, they're building personal connections, they're participating in contests, they have mentors, and most importantly, they have depth. I must say, a lot of candidates that we looked at the BW Legal World 30 under 30 jury process were outstanding. They could have competed in a 40 under 40. So this list of 30 professionals is outstanding. Unfortunately, there are at least 3 candidates in the list that I personally believed in and wanted them to be there. They haven't made it. Mr. UK Chaudhary was our jury chair. He did a fair job in championing the jury, in asking the right questions. The jury overall was very, very involved. All the members of the jury asked very specific questions to the shortlisted nominees, and it was really an engaging jury meet. As a jury member, as an organizer, it was a learning moment for me. I can tell you, when I was less than 30, I was not as dynamic as them. I did start my company at 28 and a half, but that was through a stroke of luck. By 29, I was a founder of a company. I'd raised capital, but all that was possibly a lot of luck. But I can tell you, there are three things that define a young professional who's under 30. One, the clarity of thought of what to do and what not to do. Second, the scale of ambition. And third is they're willing to put in all the hard work, effort that it takes to make it. So they are clearly done a trade-off between doing other things and focusing on their career. Careers have become very important. And I'm not saying they don't contribute to social causes or get involved with their family. Of course, those two continue to be the strong pillars of progressing in life. So clearly, today's 30 under 30 conference, it contextualizes what's happening in the environment. A lot of stalwarts from the legal industry are speaking here. In the evening from 6 to 8 p.m. is the awards. Mr. UK Chaudhary, who's a jury chair, will join in to do a jury chair welcome. On the 6th of February, which is the next Sunday, all the 30 winners will be speaking for 10 minutes each, and there will be a conference to celebrate their success from BW Legal World. So I'm really happy that we've done BW Legal World 30 under 30. I'm sure it will create new leaders for tomorrow, and this list will be aspirational. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Your visionary talk has always and has also for today set the tone. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, moving towards our first keynote of the day, we have with us a corporate lawyer par excellence, Mr. Mohit Saraf. He's the founder and managing partner of Saraf & Co. and will lead us through his vision on building a law firm of the future. Good morning, sir. Mr. Saraf?
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. We can also see you. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning to you. I'm actually, my age is like that I'm always a little bit challenged on technology. So I was just trying to play around and get my video and my mute off.
Lovely, sir. And here we are. All the very best, sir.
Thank you very much. I think today I've been asked to speak and after Dr. Batra, and he actually talked about the entire 30 under 30 process. And I think the really what I've been asked to speak is building a law firm of the future. And again, I don't want to get into too much of jargon, but I'll just walk you through. Law firms are nothing but a commercial entity who are trying to make sure that the commercial objective of clients are legally achieved. So therefore, let's look at how great companies have been built. And I think maybe I would like to start with that. If you look at any great company, you'll find that all great companies, the customer, the client, for law firm is a client, the client or the customer is the fulcrum. And client acquisition, client satisfaction, and client retention or a customer acquisition retention is the critical question. And therefore, what is really true for any company is also true for law firms. Let's look at just example. Let's look at companies like Apple. Now we all know what Apple product is. They were first in the game to launch a phone which did multiple jobs. And virtually today, none of us can live off that phone or can stay without that phone. And that's an important part of that phone. Same thing is with Tesla. Like it's the first electric vehicle, and it's way ahead the rest. So really, if you want to build a law firm, like any company, client satisfaction or customer satisfaction has to be the must. And therefore, as what you said, Dr. Batra said, you have to constantly reinvent, because what product Apple launched in 2015, that cannot be sold in 2022. So you have to constantly reinventing yourself. Same is the case with law firms. If you have given an advice to a client in 2015, you can't do the same advice in 2020 because the world is changing. And look at the world. In the last 2 years, we have worked sitting from home, most of us. Think about it. Is the world outside is dynamic or not? And if you have to give a scale, in last 2 years, the way we work from home, the way we became tech savvy, the way all the work in spite of lockdown continued, if you look at it, probably we'll give it 8 or 9. The world has changed in last 2 years out of a scale of 10, maybe 8, maybe 9. Somebody will give 10, maybe 7. And we have to think about a law firm. If a law firm is not changing to that pace, that means if you're giving 8 as external environment, and law firm is an advisor to a client, then the law firm needs to change with the same pace. And if it is not changing, then it will be like a Nokia or a Kodak. It will get out of the market. And that's an important part. Now, I'll give you an example of an interesting person, Martin Lipton. Martin Lipton, and he founded a firm which is called Wachtell, Lipton, Rosen and Cutts. This is among the top, not among, it's the top M&A firm in New York. One offices charge the maximum, they get involved in the most complicated deals. And what was really Martin's focus? In 1970s, 80s, and this is very, very profitable, high quality firm. And what did it do? Basically, that was the time in the US when small investors were raiding companies and taking over. And therefore, what Martin came up with a concept which is called poison pill, that how to protect companies from being taken over. So he basically tried to say, what are the shareholder rights, the board rights, where the board has an ability to look at a possible takeover offer. And that is what's called poison pill. And remember, so basically he invented a product among legal business, a law firm. And he was a lawyer, top lawyer, invented a product and then built up a huge firm called Martin Lipton Firm. And I would say Wachtell, Lipton, Rosen and Cutts. And this is among the best and the top law firm. So what I'm trying to really say is, whether it's a company or a law firm, if you want to build the best, you have to have a product which is the best. If your product is something which anybody can give, you cannot build a top law firm. And that's an important, like nobody has come closer to build something like a electric car, what Elon Musk has built. And that is an important, same thing is with poison pill. So really to build a law firm, what is important is you have to be doing something which is better than the rest, far better than the rest. And you have to be the first. That's an important. First mover advantage is what Martin had, Elon Musk has, and Apple had. And that's an important part. Now, let me talk about my journey. And I'll give you some examples that what I did. And I built a very successful firm, Luthra and Luthra. And now I'm building a new firm called Saraf and Partners. So when I co-founded Saraf, Luthra and Luthra, we just 3 of us. And I had read about Martin Lipton, and I kept thinking about it. What is the poison pill for me? How can I make it? And this is a firm which had less than 10 lakh rupees of revenue. What is my poison pill? And I thought I formed the firm in 90s. And that time, what was really happening was power sector. And therefore, my poison pill was power sector. So I started doing deals in power sector. And I believe I was ahead of the curve. I was way ahead of the curve. I had the first mover advantage. And I did probably hundreds of deals. And that was the time when I started doing power sector in India. Indian lawyers were typically doing just Indian legal work. And project finance was done by international lawyers who would fly in from London or in New York. And I started like that. And soon I did 100 projects as sole counsel. I replaced international counsels on deals. And then companies like Vatsala, a company like CDC, these are all foreign companies, Smith Cogeneration, they actually took me as a foreign or international counsel in China, in Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka, where I lived and did projects there. So really, for me, the poison pill was that I built an area. And that time, remember, there were no corporate law firms in India. In the 90s, there were virtually no corporate law firms. And therefore, the place was virgin. And everybody was doing some legal work on power sector. And most of it where people were doing was really getting list of clearances out. What are the clearances which we require to build a power project? And I did a little bit ahead. And in a way, I became one of the top leaders. And that really helped me to move my firm with a revenue of 10 lakh rupees to a 300 crore in a matter of 20 years. And that was my poison pill. And why I'm trying to tell you, each one of you, if any of you want to build a firm, you have to have something which is different and much more valuable for your clients. If you don't have it, building a top firm is very difficult. So therefore, I think the important USP is you have to stand out. So basically, I did hundreds of projects. I went to Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, China as international counsel. Can you imagine? I hired a local counsel in Bangladesh who, after I hired him, became the vice president of the country. So that is what my position. And then I was involved in the drafting of the Electricity Act. So I was like, in a smaller way, what I can do was like a poison pill in India. And that's an important thing. And I would say every time we believe that maybe it's too late, the opportunity does not exist, opportunity actually exists. And I'll give you a little bit idea about how law firms in India has developed. When we started law firm India, I started law firm in the early 90s. Really, basically there were individual lawyers, and only few law firms existed in Mumbai. These were old law firms, largely litigation, little bit of corporate, but mostly litigation. And most of the firms have disappeared. And I think that's an important thing that we have to understand about building a law firm and keeping the law firm and making sure that the law firm grows from strength to strength. These are equally important. In last 10, 20 years, you've got new firms which have come up. And some law firms had old history. Some people have no history. And that's an important bit. And again, if you think about it, each law firm, when you analyze, you'll see that they did something like they had a poison pill. Somebody had an IP, and some IP boutiques had an intellectual property businesses. Somebody had data, somebody had fintech. So they all, some law firm have securities. So they created a poison pill. And that's an important thing for each one of you. If you are being a part of a law firm or you're trying to build a law firm, each law firm and each lawyer, remember, law firm is nothing but collection of lawyers. And if each lawyer has a poison pill, then you can imagine the strength of the law firm. And that's an important part. I would say the key ingredients for any successful law firm, I would say the first most important will be client first. And I would say when I look at law firms and lawyers, I somehow feel that they don't believe that they are in service industry. They believe that they are an advisor, and therefore they stand in a pedestal over their clients. And I would say that is one of the reasons why law firms in India have not reached that scale and reputation as global firms, because they somehow get so proud of the fact of being a lawyer that they, to a large extent, look down on your client's issues. And that's a very big problem. In my view, no service industry can grow unless you have first thing in your mind is client first. We are here for clients. Clients are not there for us. I think in my view, that's the most important part. If you like, Mr. Batra was talking about that some of the young lawyers have done multiple M&A deals prior to that, even at the age of 30. And that's an importance. If you look at what law firms do, they write IPO document to raise capital. They write financing document to raise debt finance. They do joint ventures. They help buy companies. They help sell companies. They litigate. They build infrastructure projects. They litigate for their rights. All these things are nothing but commercial. This is a corporate commercial objective. Through an M&A, you're trying to realize a commercial objective. Through an IPO, you're trying to realize a commercial objective. And even to litigation arbitration, you're trying to realize a commercial objective. And therefore, it is very important to respect the client and understand that we are in the service industry and the client is first. And therefore, we have to give the client commercial objective a lot of respect and try to help them achieve commercial objective. And I will remember Jack Welch. I met him, Jack Welch, in India. And I asked Jack, I said, Jack, tell me, Jack used to run GE in India, in the world. And I asked Jack, I said, Jack, tell me, what do you look for a lawyer when you hire a lawyer? He said, Mohit, you know one thing? I need a lawyer who can help me do what I want to do. I don't want a lawyer who can tell me it cannot be done. I want somebody who can help me do what I want to do. Obviously, when he said that, he didn't say that in a non-compliant matter, breach law, but he said in a compliant manner. And that's an important thing. So for a law firm to be very successful, to be relevant in future, like important thing is that it does not become irrelevant like a Nokia phone or a Kotak moment, that you need to be very relevant. You have to respect clients' requirement and have to keep in mind that we are in service industry. A lot of time I deal with lawyers and senior lawyers. They don't believe that they are in service industry. They actually believe that they are doing some good work for the clients and they are at a pedestal, but they are not they are not in a service industry. They sometimes even make clients feel that they are in service industry. So it's a very, very important mindset if you have to build a firm. That's number one. The second important thing is that to build a firm, I think we talked about the good 30 lawyers under 30. We have to all understand the firm. And this is the second point. The first important point is the client is the first and the most important. The second important thing, the firm is above all lawyers and all support staff. And therefore, we have to understand, like when you do an M&A deal, 2 plus 2 is more than 4. The same thing is in a firm. You can never be that complete and add that value unless you have people supporting you, both on legal and support function. And therefore, we have to understand that together we can grow. It doesn't mean that it means a lot of collaboration among lawyers and support staff. And that is an important thing, that if you have that, and again, doesn't mean that there should not be healthy competition. There should be healthy competition, but there should be a lot of collaboration. People should know that no law firm can succeed unless lawyers are very good. And the lawyers should know that they cannot succeed unless law firm is very good and the brand is very good. And therefore, they need to give up. Because remember one thing, is in any zero-sum game, every time you give something to build something. So when lawyers give a part of their working ethos and ethics and everything for building the firm, they may get a little bit downside on some issues, but eventually what they build is far more than they won't give up. And that's an important thing. If you look at today, it is very important that the firm is more important than individual. And I think that's a very, very important. So therefore, this is the second important point, that the firm, first important point is the clients are most important and they come first. The second important thing is the firm is very, very important. And it comes second, just after the client. And that doesn't mean that you can compromise ethics of the firm for client benefit because client is number one. No, we are an officer of the court, and we have to build, work, and help clients achieve commercial objective, but in a compliant, effective manner. And the third important thing is lawyers and support staff. It's third. So therefore, the firm has to be such which helps people to grow so that they excel year after year. Remember one thing, any lawyer who has stopped growing is actually useless because he's not relevant. He may be relevant 2 years back, but now he's no more relevant. What is important is the firm has to be such that it helps you grow. People help you understand things better. They support your function. They have healthy discussion. You're able to look at issues in a different way. And therefore, what the firm provides is an enabling environment for individuals to grow. And therefore, lawyers and support staff come a little bit lower than the firm. And that's an important thing. So therefore, individual aspirations must give up for the firm. And that is an important part. And that is how a firm, a top class firm, can be made and can continue to be ahead of the curve. And I think that's an important part. And I would say this is important. The firm which I founded, Saraf and Partners, on 18th of July 2021, we look at these issues very, very carefully. The brand is very important. We have a poison pill. Remember, in 2021, when we are forming a firm, my firm cannot be little bit or cannot be as good as other firms. If they are doing as good as other firms were, then we have a problem. So we have to find a poison pill to do better than the rest. And that's what we're doing. And the firm brand, each one of us has to build that brand. And the structure of the firm has to be so balanced that it helps everybody to grow. Therefore, today, I think all decision in the firm is virtually taken together by getting all partners on a Zoom call, and we discuss the issue and take decision. So participation in the management of the firm, so that you don't feel as if you are working for somebody. You believe that you are working for yourself. And the other issue is that partners become owners of the firm. They run the firm, and the firm outlives any individual. And that is an important, and this is I believe what the model which I have brought in Saraf and Partners would be in a way a better and which will help other firms also to reinvent and provide a stability to lawyers so that they can do an excellent work. Because really at the end of the day, we are not making a product. It's all lawyering. And therefore, lawyers have to be motivated, I would say, and every day they should get up and they should feel, wow, I want to really go and do a better job today. And that's an important, you're competing with yourself. And that is what a leader like me job is. If you remember, if you've heard about Elon Musk, who built this Tesla, he virtually used to sleep in the factory. So the leader has to be obsessed. That is the only thing he wants to do. And for each one of you who's listening to me, a lawyer, you need to be obsessed. You have to be obsessed to do good legal work. If you are doing that, you will be a top lawyer, and therefore you can possibly build a top brand, maybe alone or in collaboration with other people, and which can be the firm of the century, which can outlive you, and which the brand will be much more important than any one of us. And remember one thing, we have to understand lawyers, law firms are in service industry. I think with that, I come to an end of my talk. Happy to take any questions if anybody has.
Thank you, Mr. Saraf. Thank you so much for the inaugural address, or your keynote address. We couldn't have asked for a better start to this day with the detailed insights that you shared with us. And ladies and gentlemen, this is just the beginning. You can only think of what more is yet to come. Mr. Saraf, I believe there are no questions as of now. If there are, we would love to send them to you via LinkedIn or email. Whenever you have time, sir, your experience is invaluable to us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mohit Saraf with his keynote address. And now moving ahead with the next keynote address on what young legal professionals need to embrace to excel and what have I learned from them. We have with us Hemant Kumar, Group General Counsel, Larsen and Toubro.
It is indeed an honor to be speaking before all of you today. At the outset, I wish you and your loved ones a safe and glorious life. Today's topic given to me is what young legal professionals need to embrace to excel and what have I learned from them. Friends, it's a very interesting topic, and whatever I have done in last 40 years of career, I would like to share my experience with you. First part of my career, I was a practicing lawyer in a district court for 4-5 years. Thereafter, I joined in-house counsel as a law officer in the State Bank of India. And for around 35 years, I have so far worked in the large private and public sector. Friends, in all this time, whatever achievements, accolades, success I have received have been possible only because of the guidance of my mentors and the support offered by my colleagues. Therefore, it gives me immense pleasure to be on this side of the stage today to share with you some of the tenets that I have received from my mentors, and of course, some of that I have gained from my personal experience over these years. You may find some of what I have to share useful, and that it may help you advance your legal career. Friends, in my view, whether you choose your career as a in-house counsel, as a lawyer, or as a law associate or partner with a law firm, you must devote and spend 4-5 years in district court. In other words, the knowledge of district court experience is very important. And therefore, I spent 4-5 years in district court. Even today, I attend courts with arguing counsel. I always attend important conferences with the senior counsel. The other important thing what I have learned and experienced in my career is that try to hear your client patiently. Let them speak all the facts, all the queries before you. For in-house counsel, here your client is business people. So hear them properly. Allow them to explain you all the facts. Besides, knowledge of your business client business is also important. Client business here means, suppose you are working in a steel sector as a law officer or in-house counsel or a general counsel. You should know the basic thing like what is blast furnace, how steel is produced, what are the raw materials for the steels. Similarly, if you are working as an in-house counsel in banks, you should know how locker is operated, what documents is required for operating locker, what is hypothecation document. All these things are very important. When you learn all these things, then you will be a successful in-house counsel. It will help you in offering your views to your organization. Friends, always try to read law textbook and also journals. I'm not against suggesting that you don't learn or read the articles available on various sites, but on important topics, when you are arguing before a court of law, or before you are writing any opinion, you must confirm it from the textbooks and law journals. The other important aspect is also important is that if you find that your client case is weak, never encourage the client to file case. You please suggest the client that your case is not good, and better you settle the case. Or suppose your client is offering any taking any illegal action, then you tell that this is not correct and please do not take such action. Friends, learn and never stop learning. It especially holds true in law, which is ever evolving. I believe that once a student of law, always a student of law. Therefore, to do anything in law successfully, one must ensure that they never stop learning. Similarly, hard and honest work. It is important that you inculcate some virtues and live by those, at least in your professional lives. Honesty and hard work, friends, are virtues that I personally swear by, which have generally saved my career trajectory. In the light of adopting the virtues of honesty and hard work, I can also affirm there are no shortcuts to success. Friends, as you know, it is as you sow, so you reap. Therefore, while confirming that shortcuts never lead to a lasting success, I would like to reiterate the importance of adopting honesty and hard work in your work ethics. Young professionals should give more importance to their professional and personal growth and learning instead of chasing fame and brand value. While fame and brand value are important aspect of success, it is not the be all and end all. Success can be measured on various factors and parameters. And in my opinion, the most important parameter of success is not where you work or how much you earn, but how much knowledge you have gained. That is the most important part. Therefore, in long run, it is more beneficial to work in a place which gives you the opportunity to learn and grow versus a place which is famous, but where you don't like the quality of the work, or you are unable to grow. I hope I am clear. Friends, in this state of learning and growing, my next suggestion to all of you would be to actively seek mentorship. There is much to gain from knowledge of your seniors and peers. Consequently, it is also important to impart it further. Therefore, you should take concrete steps to be a good mentor to others as well. This would keep the cycle running, and it is paramount to do so, as knowledge not shared is knowledge lost. Friends, it is foolhardy to expect that in good scheme of things, one will not make any mistakes in the course of their career. After all, to error is human. However, it is important and crucial that you own up to your mistakes. It shows your strength and character it doesn't show your weakness, in my view. To become a better legal professional, it is pertinent that you learn from these mistakes and never repeat. Yes, it is okay to make new mistakes, but not to repeat your old ones. Friends, highs, lows, rise, falls are all part and parcel of life and career. As I'm sure you all are aware, by now the path that lies in front of you is bumpy one, with a lot of twists and turns. However, what matters is not how badly you fall down, but how gracefully you rise upon again. It is, after all, failure that is better teacher than success. Friends, another facet to remember for us as a lawyers is that at the end of the day, we are service provider. Client management is an art, in my view, and the necessity to attain and sustain success. It would be prudent to remember that a good lawyer is not only someone who wins cases, but someone who can also win client. Especially for in-house counsel, it is pertinent to note that in the current scenario, networking is the touchstone of having a career in law. And you never know who may add you at what stage in life, and also when you may need someone help. Friends, nowadays you have newer avenues to connect with others like emails, WhatsApp, LinkedIn. However, I would urge you to never underestimate the power of speaking on call or in person with your colleagues, with your old friends for personal touch. Just as in family, in your professional career as well, you are as strong as your support network. Therefore, I would implore you to connect with other professionals and start building your network. While it may sound a bit daunting, but I assure you that once you get over that fear, and the gain is going to be worth it. But now when it comes to taking decision and acting on them, I have few suggestions. I would certainly suggest to you all that not restrict your mind and be afraid to experiment. This world was built by brave human beings who were willing to experiment and think outside the box to arrive at result. Friends, legends become legends only because they were courageous enough to leave the status quo behind. Sorry. And think and act differently. Therefore, I would suggest you to take all chances, be brave, think out of box. While I've shared my experience about ways to have a successful career with you all, one must not forget your personal life on a path to success. It is an old saying that empty well has nothing to give. In the present times, when the stress levels of young professionals are record breaking, it is important to remember that sometimes the right thing to do is to take a step back, reevaluate, and give yourself some room to breathe. Therefore, a proper work-life balance is must to avoid burnout. There are a couple of other experiences which I would like to share. It's the mental health. is a really overlooked necessity in our society. It is pertinent that apart from physical health and well-being, we also take care of mental health and well-being of ourselves and our loved ones, especially during Corona days, the current days. One way to take care of our mental health, because I have practiced this, therefore I'm sharing with you, is to have a passion and hobbies outside of work. While work and learning provide nourishment of your mind, your passion and hobbies provide the nourishment of your soul. Therefore, I would like to remind you not to forget those passions and hobbies as your career takes off. And always remember to make time for yourself and your loved ones. I've learned many things from my peers, my subordinates, my colleagues. See, whenever I work with my colleagues, they are my strong pillars, and they help me in navigating through all the available information and separating the wheat from the chaff, which is crucial in this age of easy access to widespread information. Naturally, friends, this comes with practice. And that is another thing I would like to say to all of you. Don't give up when things seem to be more difficult than you had thought of. All you may need to is a little bit of practice. After all, when the things going gets tough, the tough get going. With this, I would like to conclude my talk sharing with you a mantra of my chairman, who said, "The secret of my success is very simple. It is passion, conviction, commitment, and devotion. Devotion is beyond dedication and far beyond hard work. Devotion is when you worship your God in temple. My mandir, my temple is my profession and my organization." Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar. It was a pleasure to listen to you, and of course, your keynote address, your experiences, your vision, your past, and what you think of the future, and of course, your valuable insights and your knowledge that you imparted for all of us, and what exactly do we need to embrace and to upskill ourselves. Thank you so much, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Hemant Kumar with the keynote address. He's a Group General Counsel, Larsen and Toubro, and he spoke on what young legal professionals need to embrace to excel and what has he learned from them. Now, moving on towards our first panel discussion for today, it's on litigation tricks every lawyer should be adept at in the virtual verse. And ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming our panelists for this session. Dr. Pinky Anand, Senior Advocate, former ASG Supreme Court of India. Ms. Geeta Luthra, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India. Mr. Percival Bilimoria, Senior Advocate. Mr. Bharat Chugh, Founder, the Chambers of Bharat Chugh. And the session is going to be moderated by Ms. Ashima Ori, Managing Editor, BW Legal World. Good morning to everybody. A very warm welcome. Ashima.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you, Aditya. Thank you so much for the introductions. I'll take it forward from here. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We have with us a very special panel today to talk about their experiences in litigation and to share with us, the experiences and tricks of the trade that every lawyer in this virtual world should be adept at to make waves like our panel here. So Dr. Anand, Ms. Luthra is not here yet, and also Mr. Billy Moria is not able to join. I see Mr. Chugh, a very warm welcome to you both. And while Ms. Luthra is also in hearing and she's trying to join us, I'll start with Dr. Pinky Anand. In the meantime, Dr. Anand, 4+ decades in the industry. What has been your experience in litigation? And let's start there when, before I ask my other question to you.
I mean, frankly, I must tell you, Ashima, our times have been a great time. I know that when we started the profession, that was way back in 1980, one hates to name the number of years, but indeed it's been a very exciting experience. And we, of course, were different from the usual. So no litigation experience prior to that, no internships. We didn't know which part of the court to stand before, or how to address the court. How to balance your equity, so to say, and balances before the courts. So the learning experience was pretty much on ground. It was, the roots were made within the court premises, unlike all the fortunate youngsters today who have the advantage of internships and have worked, so they know where to go. But again, the second part, I think in our times, prior to the opening up of the economy in 1990s, what happened is, by and large, it was litigation. The corporate world was not a strong world as far as law was concerned. So first that. Second, law was not the first option for anybody. Not that it wasn't for me, but I'm saying it wasn't an option as a first option as it is today. You didn't have 21 odd national law schools as you have today. You do have huge packages which come across in the corporate world as they do today. Litigation, I mean, if I don't want to mention the amounts with which one started, because if one did that, it might be depressing for youngsters today. But why not? It was about 500 rupees. Of course, when I worked in Boston, that was a slightly different element. A great experience nonetheless. However, all I can tell you is that, development of litigation as a first hand, and I was a first generation litigation lawyer, or lawyer for that matter. In my family, I come from a business family. So indeed, it was a very encouraging experience to learn that, because it was exciting. I think we as lawyers are far more excited with the profession than possibly the youngsters of today are. For the youngsters of today, it is a world where they are looking at the field on how to actually work on both professional, also to some extent a commercial basis. So the whole feeling and orientation is different. We lived it as a life, and we continue to do so. So, I mean, these are the diverse kind of statements that one makes. In fact, I'll share with you, when I came back from Harvard, and I thought I would teach at the campus law center. And, the whole requirement for teaching, it was about 9 hours requirement for a week, which is huge as a practicing lawyer. And to even reach the place, the timings, the clashing with the courts. And incidentally, I began at the trial courts. So I think that is another thing I would highly recommend to anybody, because the base is made in the trial courts. It's very easy to say you're a Supreme Court lawyer. So I do remember a hearing when it was going on in one of the courts, and the court said, "You are a Supreme Court lawyer." I said, "My lords, this is not what I am going to only listen to. I did start on the trial court." And it is important, because sometimes it is used as an offensive statement. So normally it's a praising statement. So you do have these experiences which you come across, but God has been kind, and one has been able to imbibe all over the country. And again, the other feature that I think I enjoyed was being able to have diverse practice throughout the country. So traveled pretty much widely across into various jurisdictions. And because of that, you saw the different moods and the regional and the state needs. You saw the businesses across various, for example, Bihar has a different base, Bombay has a different base, Calcutta has a different base. So you really have the advantage. So whenever anybody talks about the courts in the country, unlike today's online and virtual experience, one is able to be very generous with one statement and say, "I know it almost all." I can't say all, but a lot.
Absolutely, Dr. Anand. And, they say the power of the lawyer is in the uncertainty of the law. It's how we mold and twist the words and interpretation. What then is your advice, and what is the trick there? How do you approach some of these matters when you are out there? And now that it has become a hybrid court system, what is it that's so different from appearing in person that you were mindful of? And now that you're on screen, how does that change your way of approaching a matter?
There's a tremendous difference. And I'll tell you, at least initially, very grudgingly, we accepted the virtual world. Of course, I appreciate the fact that there was no choice. And I do think our courts really started the trend way back in March 2020, shortly within that first era of COVID. We started the virtual world. Chief Justice Bobde very quickly put that on. And I think today we have a disposal of about 150,000 cases, which is one of the highest in the world. So it was something that had to happen. There was no other way. In fact, the interesting part is it was something in the offing. This was something which was being discussed for a considerable period of time. So I'll share with you when we were doing the streaming issue in the Supreme Court, so that you would have live streaming of court proceedings so that people did not need to be in court. Incidentally, there's a lot of congestion in the Supreme Court. And frankly, that other courts too. So you really do need to divest the courts from this burden that is there by sheer numbers alone. So you have the lawyers, you have senior lawyers, you have a battery of lawyers who are assisting, you have interns, you have court staff. So at the end of the day, there is this whole lockup literally which starts on account of the physical hearing. So the live streaming came as a very welcome move by the court. And this came almost about 4 years back. It was the start of this new thought process of process in the courts, and it is something that was coming and would have come possibly, but much later, had it not been for the imposition of COVID on us and having no other choice. And access to justice, incidentally, is one of the highest rights that you can have in a country, particularly considering some of the crucial issues that were confronting COVID. So you had, for example, health facilities, health requirements, oxygen requirements, interstate transfers, migrant labor, medical staff, students being cooped up in other countries to bring them back. So having said this, what I mean is ultimately that the virtual world became a reality. Now, as you know, probably there's been a lot of issues and there has been divergent views between various groups of lawyers. And I think it also depends a bit upon the ages. The youngsters, for example, the younger lawyers who are barely starting out or who haven't even come there, they're unable to really cope with the situation and would need physical courts. So having said all this, the process came into being because there was just no other option. Like recently in January, the virtual courts were being given a go by. You were starting physical courts, and then again, Omicron, not January, something in December, I'm sorry. So the Omicron situation again activated and you again came back to the virtual world. So the virtual world, and then we struggled. Incidentally, the initial parts were a lot of hiccups. For example, some of the apps that were used. Ultimately, it all depends upon the best digital systems that we can have in the courts as well as our individual systems. So everything is activated in that direction. The second part about physical, incidentally, all of us missed it. We were so used to this grandeur of being there physically in court, addressing the court. It's like saying eye to eye. I know I'm seeing you eye to eye, but there is some difference. We are gradually becoming acclimatized, but rest assured that the few days that I did go to the court, I was actually just feeling it's a different world and feeling the strength of communication, of body language, of communication with lawyers, communication with the judge, and it's a different feeling altogether. Handling of bulky files, Ashima, is a huge problem. Now, there are these, most of these commercial matters or PILs or any of these major matters, you ultimately have very bulky and voluminous files. So it is, again, a task to try to address them through various, though in its own way today, you might say it's easier because we can sit on a table and actually have all the files, whether by digitalization, which is of course happening very rapidly by now. We all scan and there's just too much mails. So I think we have a surplusage of digital communications, but communication with the judges. I'll tell you one problem that one could have, not me in particular, I'm talking about general. I think the judges have a far higher say in virtual world. Now, why this happens is because ultimately the button is in the hands of the registry, and you can actually put off the hearing. I mean, just give you an example. In a couple of days back, there was some hearing going, and a lawyer was trying to press an issue, and ultimately he was literally disconnected after a point. Of course, he had argued the matter, the orders had been passed, but there was some other issue that he wanted to be connected with. So these kind of critical problems that you do face, but we have learned by these systems to become more courteous. I think something that we've been wanting for a long time in this country. Courteous as in one person at a time, because the cacophony of sounds that actually comes around when everybody is speaking at the same time, which happens, has been actually narrowed down because of this new method of communication, because it just doesn't work. So the only ones who would do it are the ones who want to actually sabotage a hearing rather than the ones who want to actually address. So I think that is again very good. Another feature that I think is of extreme importance is we as lawyers were failing in another feature, which is we weren't preparing right up to the hilt. So we didn't have everything organized in the sense, even though the courts would say have a list of dates, authorities ready, give a list of citations, a synopsis, and all those things. This didn't happen. But today, because of digitalization, you have to communicate in advance if possible. Some courts agree to sharing a screen, some courts do not agree to sharing a screen. So, though by and large now it is happening, nonetheless, courts do insist, and it is right to do so, to actually have everything planned in advance and communicated to the court master or the court or the registry, whatever the case may be. And that really helps you to put your sum and substance in a better and more organized and more efficient way. I do think we are becoming more efficient. And of course, the time factor, my God, Ashima. We used to be working in the middle of the night sometimes. And of course, as the Additional Solicitor General of India, God above 7 days a week, it was quite a bit, 12 hours a day. But now you find, because you have time between the hearings, you are able to put in so much more input and literally wind up a lot of your work. So it is a major time saving, and of course, carbon footprint is saved tremendously in terms of traveling. So you have all these advantages. On the other hand, you do have the desire of the younger lawyers who would like, at least at the minimum, a hybrid system. One last thing that I think I'd like to flag, and there are several more, is the fact that we can actually go across jurisdictions. So to go to Calcutta, whereas yesterday I would take a flight 2 hours, Bombay 1 hour 20 minutes, and etc., and go on to Kerala, it would be 3 hours. Today I just sit on a button and I can do several hearings across various courts, which wouldn't be possible on a yesterday time. So therefore, time and money saving for everybody, which really leads to but what it is really demanded on lawyers, I think, is we have become perforce more efficient than we were. And I think that lends to the charm of the access to justice position.
Thank you, Dr. Anand. What a wonderful, experience that you've shared with us. I think a lot of the other youngsters would also be missing the court craft that they could have learned from you and lawyers like you in person. But I'm sure that they will come again. I'll also now go to Mr. Chug. Mr. Chug, welcoming you to the forum, and you've been a judge. You're now a very celebrated lawyer with the massive fan following. Your thought leadership, all of that. Now, coming from you, what do you think the lawyers today need in the tech-savvy world that we are, in the virtual world that we are? What is the most important ingredient in a lawyer of today's era when you're coming out in litigating matters of today?
Thanks, Ashima, for that very kind introduction. It's an absolute honor to be here, and especially sharing space with Ms. Anand, who we've always looked up to. Can't hope to match how erudite and articulate she is. But just to weigh in on your question, I mean, I personally started the chambers after the first wave hit. So essentially, we've started on in a very different environment as we were used to earlier. I think the one issue that I keep going back to is the kind of questions or the kind of cases that a future lawyer would have to answer. So I wrote, a couple of things on this. I've been grappling with this issue for the last couple of years. And I used to say this would be the kind of question or a case that you would be answering in 5 years or 10 years. But now today, when I speak, we are already being expected to answer these questions via clients, and I think the skill set needs to sort of change. We've come a long way from the conventional legal disputes that we were used to handling. For instance, a conventional civil suit or a partition suit. I mean, those are also there, rent control matter or conventional crime when it came to criminal law. your traditional offenses under the IPC. Now, much of that has changed in terms of the kind of questions being put to us by the clients. We are being asked by clients on questions such as what would be the legal liability in case of a driverless car running somebody down? Who's responsible if the driverless car does that? Is it the owner who's blissfully sleeping at the back seat? Is it somebody who programmed the car? Is it somebody who's the manufacturer of the car? Where would the liability lie? I mean, Lord Macaulay, not in his wildest dreams, would have thought of this question coming up when he was talking about, for instance, 304A of the IPC, where you cause death by a rash and negligent act. How would you program these cars? How would these cars make ethical judgments? Whether, for instance, in the classic trolley example, is the owner's life more important than three people walking on the road? You take a right turn, you jeopardize your owner. You take a left turn, you run down three people. How is it to make that philosophical judgment, right? You'll have to write philosophy, ideology, morals into the source code of a car. And what would be the implications? What would be the responsibility of the manufacturer in terms of the core? Do you find responsibility in tort? Do you think the car was acting as an agent of the owner and impute liability in a vicarious sort of fashion? Crazy sort of questions. We've had people talking about drones. If you're following somebody through, and this is just illustrative, if you have somebody and you are doing a surveillance sort of a thing through a drone, is it stalking under the IPC? We are talking about Google or any of the other services acting into or entering into contracts on your behalf as your agents. Do these contracts bind you? Every second case, and Ms. Anand would agree with me, every second trial would have an electronic evidence component. In fact, every trial these days would have an electronic evidence component. You'd have data from your WhatsApp, you'd have data from your smartwatch, you'd have data from your smart car, your Internet of Things connected refrigerator. There was this case that we were speaking about where in an insurance claim, somebody's data from somebody's pacemaker was led in evidence. So this was a gentleman who went and claimed, an insurance claim, claiming that my house got fire and I need that claim now. But it was a false claim, and the way he found out was very, very interesting. The gentleman had a pacemaker installed on his heart. So when the insurance company started doubting his claim and the investigators started doubting his claim that he must have set fire to his own house in order to make this claim, they went back to his pacemaker data, all of which was preserved. And they got to know that on the date of the incident that he speaks about, he wasn't in a jeopardy at all. His levels don't show any escalated heart activity. The guy was just, having a good time. And that's how they proved that on that day, nothing like that happened. And it's a false claim and he got prosecuted. I mean, we don't know the kind of digital footprints that we are leaving, the kind of evidence that would come up in cases of the future. And how would 65B of the Evidence Act, for instance, deal with it? How would the Evidence Act deal with it? Are we even ready? And not just criminal law, not just civil law. We are already talking about, we've come to tax income and assets and so on. Now we are talking about taxation of data. If you have a lot of data in your possession, and data is the new oil, as they say, right? Then how do you tax data? That would become very important, because an organization, for instance, may not be making revenue, may not be amenable to taxation, but the sheer number of data that it has is a huge, enormous asset. But obviously your income tax laws or your tax laws are not attuned to taxing data. Similarly on crypto, NFT, and I can go on and on and on. The profile of disputes have changed. For instance, even on the civil side, we are essentially, after COVID especially, the kind of advisory that we are expected to give to the client are renegotiations of existing contracts, where a contract was entered into in a pre-COVID phase, and now the commercial reality has fundamentally changed, and the parties want to understand if they have an out. Do they have a force majeure? Was the contract frustrated? How do you realign to the new commercial reality? And you have to renegotiate those contracts. You have to master the law of force majeure. You have to master the law of, for instance, intermediary liability, social media law, influencer liability. If you're a social media influencer, we were advising one recently. If you're an influencer on Instagram and you're endorsing a product, it's not that you can endorse anything or say anything. You are also under a legal regime where what you say has to be responsible. you have to make disclosures, you have to tell people that this is a sponsored content that you're supporting as an influencer. And even those people hitherto unregulated by law are being brought into the folds of law, and so on. And last point, and I think this is crucial because all of us are talking about the metaverse, where you're living an alternate life, you have an alternate persona, and then you have an alternate set of friends, places that you visit. I don't know if you have got onto that as yet, but even if those worlds, the virtual worlds that are being created for us that we'll inhabit, fortunately or unfortunately, there's no parallel alternate virtual justice delivery system, right? So all of those disputes that also arise in a metaverse, in an alternate universe on the tech side, would still have to come back to our courts, still applying the IPCs and the CPCs and the contract acts of the world. And you will be deciding, for instance, an offense committed in a multiverse or a metaverse of defamation, or somebody committing a tort in the multiverse. How would you find jurisdiction in the physical world? How would you see somebody? Because even if most of what we do, and this is where I land, even if most of what we do is happening virtually, the implications are real, and the system would have to sort of cope with it. And I think it would be a good idea to be ahead of the curve. And for the younger council listening, and that certainly makes me feel so old myself, to learn about this, to engage with these issues. This is on largely on the skill set. We are also seeing, and Ms. Anand also does a lot of this, white collar crime defense is becoming increasingly important, right? After COVID, when the financial tide is out, as somebody said, you really get to see who's where, right? When the tide is up, it rises all boats. So COVID has not only exposed a lot of financial irregularities. In that crisis, people have found opportunities. So there are various issues there as well. And financial crime defense is becoming increasingly more important with a cybercrime component or a money laundering component. And that is an interesting area. Internal investigations is a very important area, which is hitherto, again, undeveloped under the Indian law, where a corporation does an internal investigation on their own affairs if there is an irregularity or a suspected fraud. And how do you report to the regulators? Can you make a disclosure? Can you get into what otherwise in the world is known as a deferred prosecution agreement? So all of those skills are important. And lastly, I think in terms of your question was also centered around doing a virtual hearing, for instance. It is similar in a lot of ways to what we used to do in a court. You still have to master your first principles. You still have to have an analytical bent of mind. You need to communicate. You need to be persuasive. So all of those things are similar. I'm personally very, very psyched about virtual courts. I think it's a great equalizer. You get a greater opportunity as a young person to be able to put forth also great opportunities of learning. Imagine logging into any court and trying to learn from the best, because a lot of learning in law happens through osmosis. And Gujarat High Court, for instance, has a live YouTube channel with many other high courts wanting to come in, during meals, log into that court, see what to do, what not to do. And I'm absolutely thrilled about the future. And with that very, very meandering answer to your very straight question, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Parag. Thank you so much for that. Let me ask you this: you've been at the center of white collar crimes. They say that if there were no bad people, there would be no good lawyers. What's your answer to that? Often we just put people into white and black. But how do you really deal with some of these criminal matters? And what's your advice to the young lawyers who are wanting to start in the criminal litigation?
Right. That's a great question, Ashima. And I personally would love to hear Ms. Anand on this. She's, her diversity and her experience is far richer than mine. But just to offer one insight, a lot of people say, how is white collar crime defense different from conventional criminal law? I say it's very similar in a lot of ways, because even as a financial crimes defense lawyer, you're also talking about due process. You're also talking about human rights. You're talking about presumption of innocence. Somebody who's alleged to have done a white collar crime is also entitled to the same fairness and same guarantees as any other accused, right? And although in practice, unfortunately, the presumption of innocence is turned right on its head in white collar crime defense cases because of a number of reasons that I maybe some other day I'll get into. So in white collar crime defense, I think a couple of things that the youngsters aspiring to the field should bear in mind. One, of course, is it requires a lot of reading. It's not as oral evidence centric as conventional crime. There are contracts to read, there are correspondences to read, balance sheets. So it's more reading, uh, uh, reading tilted than conventional cases. Also, they're more complicated cases. You'll have a charge sheet running into 25,000 pages. So your skills in traversing through those documents, your e-discovery, your document management, all of that preparation takes a bigger role in a white collar crime defense as opposed to, a normal criminal law case. Another thing that's very important is that normally, if you are defending a corporation, for instance, you have a greater challenge because sometimes the tilt may be against you. Because you'd agree with me if you start your arguments in a case by saying that, my lords, my client is a 80-year-old widow who's fighting for a house. That's perceived differently. But if you're arguing for a Union Carbide, for instance, who's accused of a gas leak, which has killed or debilitated thousands of people, right? You are arguing essentially for an abstraction. A corporation is an abstraction. It's a myth. It's a fiction, right? And also a fiction that is perceived to do anything for the sake of money, who exists only for profit. So your challenge is greater. Your challenge is bigger, and you have to ultimately, as a white collar crime defense lawyer, make the court empathize with a corporation, make the court empathize with an abstraction. Making the court empathize with an individual, a litigant, a man or a woman of flesh and blood is somewhat easier, right? So it's a greater challenge that way. Many of the laws that you will encounter as a white collar crime defense lawyer, PMLAs of the world, fugitive economic offenders, Black Money Act, all of them would also have presumptions against the accused, reverse onus, as we like to call it under law. So overcoming that is a challenge, but again, extremely fulfilling because there are nuanced legal issues. And I'll stop right there, and maybe you can put the next question.
Yes, I'll take this conversation ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chugh. Dr. Anand, coming to you. One, of course, what Bharat said, we all know what a vast experience you had in the industry. How have you seen mindsets changing with that? You've been a part in the forefront at the forefront of all these matters when women weren't even taking up law as much. Now that the times have changed, how has the mindset or the public sentiment towards some of these criminal matters been, and how does that impact you as a lawyer? How do you then, wade your way through all these things to fight for a person who may be alleged of certain, crimes?
Ashima, the last question first, or the last thought first. I don't think as a lawyer you can really start into this entire delving into the persona or the morality of a situation. As a lawyer, it's your duty and you've been mandated to do so. Of course, you can choose not to do it. You don't have to defend any client. But if you choose to defend a client, you're defending the client as per the proposition and the rule of law. So whatever comes within that purview, yes, you don't really decide whether a client is a good person or a bad person. Of course, as Cicero said, you have a choice. You don't think you can give a client good defense, don't do it. But generally speaking, lawyer's role is not that of investigation. It is of taking the position as it is, analyzing it and presenting it and giving a person a right, because we work on a process that we give the best defense and the court ultimately is the adjudicating. So it's an adjudicatory process which takes place. Of course, there are different types of processes in various jurisdictions. But also, secondly, I'd like to just add on to what Bharat said. And Bharat, of course, even though I like the word meandering, it sounds like a brook which goes past, and he meanders very well. And I really appreciated his statements across various questions that you asked, but in particular, white collar crime. I think what has confounded us in white collar crime is the kind of magnitude and the complexity of the transaction. Now, these are normally financial transactions, and so you find India has had some of the most major scams, whether you call the 2G scam, whether you call the Augusta Westland scam, whether you go into different jurisdictions across, whether you go to home buyers. So the kind of scandals you've had believe me, the analysis that is required to be done by a lawyer, the roles of directors. We've also in an era, Ashima, that corporate liability and corporate responsibility and corporate due diligence has come into its own since about 2013. It wasn't really there earlier. Now it is ultimately being outlined from time to time. PMLA itself, of course, was there, but then you became with the Fugitive Offenders Act, thanks to cases like Vijay Mallya and others which came across the way. So you've had Fugitive Offenders Act, you've had the Black Money Act, and this has all been ultimately because funds from India are being taken out of the jurisdiction of India and being thrown outside. And so there's a complete diversion which we can ill afford. And aside from the funds being diverted, the people themselves are diverting themselves. So whether it's the Dominican Republic or England or other jurisdictions, wherever you can find a refuge, that is where people are. Yes, exactly. So therefore, the whole tracing activity. So Bharat is right when he says it's a completely. I mean, as a lawyer, when I've studied these matters, even trying to understand the transactions, some of them are so neat. They're very small when you finally come to it. But by the time you get to it, you have to go through several steps. And believe me, I mean, whether you call it Sherlock Holmes or whichever other category of investigative process that you require as a lawyer, your skills have to be very, very alert to beat that. Coming to lawyers, as far as women lawyers are concerned, in the field of criminal law, I must tell you, Ashima, the more that I have met women lawyers today, and I'm surprised to find, very happy to find, surprise is not a negative word. I'm very happy to find that a number of girl and women lawyers are opting for criminal law. And that is thanks to, of course, the position of white collar crime, because ultimately white collar crime is considered possibly, I'm so sorry to say this, but dignified. Let me put it like this, as opposed to a murder or a theft, or of course rape would be in a completely different category. But you are having women, youngsters also, aside from women who made a mark in their field as far as criminal law is concerned, you are finding women wanting to go into criminal law and going there. And the reason women didn't go into criminal law, if I go back to what you call my era is still there, Ashima. You can't throw me out so easily. So coming back, you really have a position where women were scared of criminal law because the society thought that criminal law was not for women. It's as much as to say, people used to say women should go in only for academia, so only go in for teaching in the university, not even take up law, forget criminal law. But within law, definitely not criminal law, bad people. This whole concept of people are bad and therefore you can't really go to them and address that. And of course, the situation surrounding, because you have to really interact with not only what you call the mafias and the criminal people, but the entire process you have. I'm sorry to say, but various officers involved. I don't want to name the agencies. I hate naming because it's not fair. But everybody knows that. So the whole idea of actually going into these very, very nefarious kind of situations, very questionable situations, the timings, the interaction with the negative and the black part of the world, this is what actually was militating against women taking up criminal law. And therefore, you didn't want to go there. But today, definitely not. You are really having a large number of people because you're having a corporate criminal law, white collar crime, in each of these which can be handled more from the table. Bharat was right. The voluminous charge sheets, 25,000 pages or something. You can definitely deal with them sitting across a table. And you don't need to really go across to the court on oral evidence. That's a change of focus. So you're really having to go, 65B digital evidence, and it's more mails and more WhatsApp chats. You've seen that in Aryan's case also. WhatsApp chats were one of the major discussions and whatever the legal effects are. And definitely law is evolving as we speak on each of these lines in the metaphysical world, as Bharat was outlining it. So I think we are really progressing and very fast. And it's not a single window. We are stretching across multiple windows. It's like having multiple windows open on your Google and you're kind of scanning through each of the tabs to see where you're going and where you need to go. So the kind of analysis that we require to do today is far higher. I think the skill sets of a lawyer really have to be sharper.
That's quite a tip there, Dr. Anand. Thank you so much. But, as our last round of comments, they say lawyers are the foot soldiers of Constitution. Now, what else do you think a student coming right out of college should be good at to start their first day at the court? virtual or in person?
I'll be honest, if I'm answering this, I don't know what is good. I think what you need to come through, the most important is the fact that nothing comes easy. It has to come through with ability, agility, confidence, knowledge, and most importantly, a commitment. I think today we need to re emphasize the commitment that lawyers should have or have towards you're not answerable only to the court. You're answerable to the court, you're answerable to the client, you're answerable to your peers, you're answerable to your juniors, you're answerable to the system. And that is what is even more important. As lawyers, we need to dedicate ourselves to commitment to each of these agencies. And if we do that, believe me, lawyers have a tremendous public capacity. The public capacity of lawyers is unparalleled. And if we can do that, we'll actually get around to improving systems. The number of people we come in contact with as lawyers in the public, it's incredible. So the whole idea is if you can actually regurgitate each information that you have, your concepts, your dedications, it translates itself into the national thing. And I'm a very strong one for nationalism, Ashima.
And you're such a fine example of leading the way with by example, Dr. Anand. Thank you so much for paving the way for so many women lawyers and other lawyers who can take a leaf from your book and learn some of the tricks there. Bharat, also same question to you. What is the one thing, of course, we should, as lawyers, know our constitution, but what other things are there to know when it comes to, you can't know everything. I know you've said the statement, you should know something about everything in law, in one of our interviews. So what's your thought on that? What should we need to know on day one of a course?
I think being a multidisciplinary thinker is becoming increasingly important. You should have range. You should be able to grapple with a constitutional law issue and a tech law issue and do an original style civil suit. And that's not going to just make you more relevant and relevant to the market, but also add enormously to your personal growth and evolution. So I think keep that in mind. As somebody said on the lighter side, that specialization is for insects. You as a human being, you have infinite variety, you have potential. So grapple with different issues. One would add to the other. It's an interconnected world. It's an interconnected legal system. Second is don't be in a hurry. I see a lot of young people. There's no overnight success. I think in law, at least, you can't come up with $1 billion idea like a startup and then become a star. It's going to happen case by case. Every argument that you do, and law is not suits. Our conception of what the practice of the profession is has been perverted in a lot of ways by these over glamorized depictions in Suits and Boston Legals and other series of the world. It's going to be about the library. It's going to be about hard work. And again, an oft-quoted cliche, it's going to be a marathon. It's not a sprint. So you're there for the longer run and be at it. And there's no substitute for hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Chug. What a good advice
Garima,
there.
I wanted to take this opportunity to ask Bharat a question. Bharat, Ms. Pinky Anand is here, and
go ahead.
And I read that piece that was taken from your Twitter handle about you completing 10 years in the profession, and then you wrote your top 10 learnings. And I read them and I thought they were applicable to any profession, any young professional. Forget law, they were relevant to, at least 9 of them were relevant to any domain, Now, tell me, of course, you said it is not overnight success. I understand that. You got to be at it. But tell me, what are the common mistakes that young people do? From your example of seeing some peers, colleagues, between the ones that have done well and are happy. And some people are happy with whatever they achieve. So give us a sense of what are the common mistakes that young people make.
That's a great question. I mean, I've committed a lot of these mistakes myself. I think one is the sin of super specialization very early on in the career. Now, a first-year law associate sometimes wants to take up, for instance, only a specific category of direct taxes, for instance, as a specialization. And you are digging the trench of specialization so deep that 5 years down, if you want to be a more generalist disputes practitioner, you'll have to get out of that trench that you've dug for yourself in the last 5 years. So first few years, 5, 6, 7 years, if you want to be a litigator, ma'am would bear me out on this. Try to experience diversity, do matters across the board. Don't get into a specialization. Of course, you'll have to have a core competency at some point where people think of you as a thought leader in that subject, but don't be in a hurry. And the second point, again, people are in a hurry. And I understand sometimes they feel like a minor cog in a very giant wheel. For instance, if they're working at a big law firm or a big chambers working on a big matter, but those small things that you do are building character, building discipline, building your learning. uh, just be there and be patient about it. Nothing's gonna happen overnight. I think these would be my two key points.
My follow-up question, I mean, I read your piece last night about a senior colleague who passed away, and you said in the piece that Mr. Sondi would always, he was very humane. While he was a tough boss, I read everyone else's, he would always encourage and create more leaders. I mean, you said in the piece, he said, go and tell the client if it's wrong. Mr. Sondi said it, and if it's right, bask in the glory. Now, in your last 10 years, what has changed about leaders, good or bad? Has something changed, or you still find people like that? And how does one find a mentor like that? Whether in your direct workspace or outside, how do you find a mentor that can help you while everyone is broadly collaborating but also competing? How do you find a mentor that then helps you shape up your own career?
Right. No, it's very, very rare. And normally, you stumble on such people or such relationships. And it's a very rare attribute, but there are, fortunately for youngsters, people like that out there who believe in, the colleagues' personal growth as a lawyer, as an individual, on a intellectual level or on spiritual level, on a mental health level. Hard to find, especially in very competitive business firm or corporate firm or firm situations where there are pressures in terms of delivery to the client, doing X amount of billing, which is a 5x multiple of what you carry home. There are a lot of pressures. Finding somebody like that, and I was extremely fortunate to have found Mr. Sodhi in what is perceived as a corporate law firm, but working purely on altruistic principles in a lot of ways. So absolute fortune. And but then again, spend time. I think my advice would be spend time looking for a good mentor. It's okay for you to engage with a number of chambers in the initial few years to be able to find that one person. And when you do that, learn, emulate, and at the end of the day, try giving back. And I was telling my colleagues at the chamber that I can never hope to be the senior that I've sort of got, but the endeavor should continue.
Thank you so much, Bharat. Since Ms. Pinky Anand is here, Ms. Anand, when you work with people and you work with young people all the time, what is the change you've seen over the last 10 years? For example, I was talking to a very senior entrepreneur who's built $1 billion company, has been instrumental in building another $3 billion company, this investor. And I asked him, what is the change in entrepreneurship over the last 10 years? And he said the change is that the ambition of Indian entrepreneurs has grown. They want to build at a scale which is global. They're very sure of themselves. They're not settling for small. So he explained to me what has changed, and I reflected over it, and it's so true. I meet young people who say, oh, we want to raise 100 million, 200, 500 million, and, sometimes just raising money is the objective, but that's another discussion by itself. And he explained to me what had changed, and I bought it. When you see young professionals, and you've been in the profession for 4 decades, what has changed in the last 5-10 years about young people? What has changed for the good? What has changed for the bad?
Let me just identify one feature which might cover a number of areas. I think the bandwidth has changed. The bandwidth of youngsters in the profession has changed tremendously. So that, of course, has its positive component and has its negative component. And I'll outline both for you, Anurag. And of course, when you were talking about speaking to youngsters, one of the youngsters is you. So I find you one of the most well-read.
I'm a hairless, toothless infant. I'm a hairless, toothless infant. That's what I tell my children, that, I'll never grow up. In fact, my daughter who's 18 calls me bro. So, because they talk to me like a friend, and, they pull my leg they tell me that I have too much of chamchas around me. So they need to pull my leg. So, they totally deflate me.
Bring you in service. No, but I'll tell you another thing that has changed. A lot of people have become like you. So young, bald youngsters, as you say. So now that's on the lighter side. But coming back to bandwidth, what I think, well, Bharat was talking partly about that. So today's youngsters have become far more impatient. They are more multidimensional, and they could be more so. The desire to reach the top at a escalated pitch, and I'm interspersing positive and negative in the same breath. I am not taking orders and saying categorizations. So basically, the desire to want to make it yesterday is something which has come in a big way. I think the skill sets that the lawyers have has increased. The concept of what should be done and how it should be done is something that the youngsters are very acutely aware of. And I think it's very helpful. I like to hear. In fact, I'll tell you honestly, the impressions that I take home from young lawyers is not limited to law alone. It is to the handling of life, society, and law, and an intermix of them. So therefore, when I pause to think about a subject and I do discuss it across services, I find intergenerational discussion changes the dimensions of the issues altogether in the narrative. And I'm often forced to sit back and think, no, hold it there. I had this view, possibly, but then there is this other counter view. And therefore, because you're in a changing field, look at the number of laws that have been actually tabled across in the parliament in the last session, Anurag. It is actually mind-boggling. And for example, you're even now having the issue of, let us say, for example, DNA evidence. I have been working a lot on that field, scientific evidence. So the whole credibility of the system, the investigating tools, but I think the familiarity of lawyers to engage themselves into multidimensional aspects is something that I look forward to. And I think, as Bharat in fact flagged it also, I think it is a rather important issue, because we must go beyond a single track. We must always be multi-track. And incidentally, I believe that even beyond law and beyond that into society. So therefore, for example, the social contributors, let us talk about Live Law and Bar and Bench and those kind of apps now. They actually bring, and law has been brought into society now. Earlier, law was detangled from society. So you decoupled. So you actually had it in a separate track. Lawyers were lawyers thought about law, lawyers dealt with law. Today's society also deals with law as an active resource. So I think the interaction that we need to have on a scale between society and law, we need to really empower everybody in that direction.
Thank you so much. I would say, honestly, I started my company at 28 and a half. So I would say that I started it serendipitously or accidentally. I can tell you, I was not that ambitious. I genuinely, it's a true story. I was out of a job, so I was having too much fun I was not a member of the Gymkhana, but I was going to the Gymkhana with my friends, and every day, having a good time. And somewhere this opportunity came along, and then kind of we built on it. But honestly, when I meet young 26, 27, 28-year-old professionals, men or women, boys or girls, they are so clear in their thought process. They're ambitious. They're working. They're building their careers. They're building their personal profiles. They're contributing to the society. I mean, honestly, and they're doing it. It's not just it's not just talking on the screen. When we saw the 30 under 30 nominees, trust me, Ms. Anand, I'm glad that I get to, because honestly, I jokingly say to some young people that I want to be like you when I grow up, but some of them I met either in their demeanor, in their approach, their sensitivities. I either saw my children or I said, I got to learn from them. So honestly, I believe the age of achievement is getting younger. The young people are more conscientious. They are doing a lot of right things that we did. We think that, they are not doing it because they've seen their parents or their support system doing that. So they've subconsciously ingrained. So they are genuinely better than us. Always a generation has an issue about the next generation not matching up to the good values that they have. I would say in my role at BW Business World, when I'm part of juries, just the sheer talent I see gladdens my heart. So I would say that we should not worry, and they're not afraid to speak their mind. And they're also, a lot of them are also very respectful. Small minority is also very brash. Also, except that Ashima and me have encountered some people like that. One gentleman who sent us a legal notice for not being in the list, and he threatened me, telling me who all he knows. So I was like, we had that conversation. But I'd like to meet him also, and I see it as passion. So thank you so much, Ms. Anand and Bharat, for joining us. And Bharat, you are a role model for a lot of young people. So I really mean it, the way you carry yourself, and I don't mean to patronize you, but I just want to compliment you. Back to you, Ashima.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatt, and thank you so much, Dr. Anand and Mr. Chu, for joining us today. What a wonderful conversation. Looking forward to many more of these with you in times to come.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bharat and Dr. Anand. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a session on litigation tricks every lawyer should be adept at in the virtual verse. And of course, it was beautifully moderated by Ashima Ori, Managing Editor, BW Legal World. And you're also being joined by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group. Of course, he had his questions, he had his suggestions. You've discussed that it's a long race. It's not just, it's a marathon, in fact. Nothing comes easy. You have to keep at it. Don't be specific to one field. Go for everything that you can possibly go for. It's a big world out there. And now moving on towards our next session. It's on hiring strategies to watch out for in the year 2022. We are being joined by a panelist, Paridhi Adani partner, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. And we have a moderator, Dr. Anurag Batra, already here. And joining him once again is Ashima Ori. Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Paridhi, how are you doing today morning?
Hi. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much. Aditya, I'll take it up from here. Also joining us is Mr. Sudhir Mishra. He's a managing partner of Trust Legal. He does a BW Legal World show called the Sudhir Mishra Show, and is a very active member of the legal fraternity. This session is about talent. This session is about hiring. This session is about winning the talent war, so to say. And the pandemic has made sure that work from home, work from anywhere has shown up its opportunities and its challenges. Opportunities being you can hire from anywhere, even talent that wants to be in a smaller city because they want to look after their parents, or it is more cost effective to work from their city. It has also made sure that technology is becoming more and more important. Also from practice areas in the last 2 years, things like crypto, NFT, gaming, the number of mergers and acquisitions in the tech space, the IPOs, all has hottened up. And initially, let me also categorize it into 3 parts: large law firms, mid-sized law firms, and young small law firms. Now, the challenges of all these 3 in terms of talent are different. Let me invite each of the panelists to make their opening comments. So, Ms. Paridhi Adani, I would request you to give your perspective on what is happening in terms of recruiting and retaining talent, because a lot of good partners or professionals want to be law firm owners. They want to be entrepreneurs. They want to start their law firms. So how do you retain talent? What has been your approach in terms of recruitment and retaining talent? We would love to know.
Thank you very much. That's a great and a loaded question. And I actually had the pleasure of listening to some of the comments that were made in the previous session also. And I think some of these issues cut across the entire talent pool. So, it's an exciting time and a stressful time both to be a lawyer. I think, the world has evolved so much. And, I think in the last 2 years, we've seen the sort of disruption that is possible and that was sort of waiting to be unleashed in the legal world. And I think a lot of that affected how talent is brought into the. I mean, I can speak mostly for the law firm environment, so I'll sort of limit my comments to that. But I think, as you rightly said, that sort of there have been an opening up of opportunities as to where we can hire, who we hire, how we engage with them, how the nature of the social contract, vis-a-vis, the institution and the individual has changed. Having said that, I think the last 2 years have also been very, very difficult for the country. And I think with, last year's second wave, which was debilitating and, sort of stressful for many people, I think it forced a lot of rethinking in a lot of people, both in terms of why are they here, what are they doing with their lives, and how do they want to sort of continue going forward. So we have to balance the fact that there's an opening up of an opportunity where typically talent who would have never sort of been applying to sort of tier 1, tier 2 firms have now found themselves to be able to get this opportunity. And at the same time, there's an entire movement on the great resignation that's happening, where talent that has been part of the ecosystem has sort of reevaluated its choices. I think for us as an institution, we've experienced both sides. And I think over the last couple of years, even pre-pandemic, there was a shifting trend in terms of sort of the use of technology, the evolving nature of the kind of lawyer that we're hiring, and the kind of lawyer that the clients expect to engage with. We're talking about a more wholesome kind of lawyer, where what we call a delta lawyer, where there's a sort of business acumen is expected, deep understanding of issues such as technology, science, human behavior. I think you're expected to role model a lot of aspects like emotional intelligence. What we say is the rise of AI as well as EI. And I think for us, I think as you hire, it's not just about adding headcount, it's about adding quality, it's about adding value systems into the organization. And I think we're looking for, sort of committed talent, and talent that's differentiated, innovative, sort of risk-taking, and at the same time is able to be truly human. So I think at least for us, we do believe that, sort of bringing your emotional self into the organization is also important. And I think that trend we've seen open up in the last, maybe 4 to 5 years. Technology is playing its part, but I think, the human lawyers are still here to stay for some time.
I like the term, the delta lawyer, who's human, who has a whole well-rounded personality, has EQ, IQ, understands business, has business acumen. You use the term. I will come to the hiring strategies for 2022. Dr. Manoj Kumar, who's founder and managing partner of Hammurabi, has also joined us. Dr. Manoj Kumar, Mr. Sudhir Mishra is also here. I'll bring you in first, Mr. Manoj Kumar, and then I'll bring Mr. Sudhir Mishra in. Your opening comments on what you are doing to acquire talent and retain talent in 2022, and what has changed in the last 2 years about hiring talent in 2022. Dr. Manoj Kumar.
Dr. Batra, I think Dr. Kumar got disconnected. He's joining again.
Let me bring you in, Mr. Mishra. Now, is there a different approach firms are using to hire talent at the firm? What are your ways of hiring? Do you use a headhunter? Do you use a LinkedIn? Do you use a bit of referrals? Is there an employee referral program? Again, in your firm, your partners have been with you for, both your partners have been with you for a decade. What makes sure that you are able to retain them in a environment where there are so much opportunities, entrepreneurial and in other firms? So what are you doing to retain talent in 2022?
Good morning, Dr. Batra. Good morning, Geeta ma'am. Good morning, Paridhi. Good morning, everybody who's hearing me. So I'm a night watchman. I've just been asked to fill in. I just got a message 5 minutes back that I have a panel at 12:45, but Dr. Batra got me in. So I'll give you very non-formatted thoughts. My first thought is that in last almost 7 years, not a single hiring has happened through any recommendation, any referral, any recruitment agency. It has only happened when people have written to me on LinkedIn, and they have continued writing to me, and I have continued talking to them from India, from abroad. In fact, I remember before the COVID wave happened, which Paridhi talked about, I was in US, and I was doing a mediation, and I hired two people over a chat, which was like, I never met them, I never knew them, and they both stayed with the firm. What I love is interacting. I believe in what Mahatma Gandhi used to do, and I'm just saying it. Geeta ma'am knows my relationship with UPSC and my studies. So Gandhi used to say, you have to remember and interact and meet as many people as you can. There was no LinkedIn, there was no Facebook at that time. So Gandhi used to travel in the third class across the country in these passenger trains. And you'll remember that 1914, he crossed a particular railway station. He said, Ramlal, tumhari shadi ho gayi. And after 4 years, he will cross that place and he said, tumhare bacche hue. After 5 years, he will cross the same station. He will say, kis class mein Ramlal wo bacche padh rahe hain? That's how he remembered lakhs and lakhs of names. So I somehow love interacting with people. If I'm sitting in a flight, I trouble the guy who's sitting next to me. If I'm sitting in a bus, I trouble the guy next to me. And thankfully with LinkedIn, that appetite is even growing. So most of the people have come from there. Much before LinkedIn, the people who have come, they have stayed because we have a very novel kind of existence. They can come and say anything to me. I can ask anything to them. My accounts, my profitability, my balance sheets, they all are in public domain. In fact, I don't know my passwords. So it's a very different kind of system I operate with. Yesterday, we had a lawyer who was a UPSC dropout. She was very different at the time when she joined. She completed 2 years, and we had organized a lunch. And the lunch, Dr. Batra knows that I plan my food right from the morning when I get up, because that's the only thing which motivates me. So I planned the lunch, and after the lunch, I took her for a 4-kilometer walk in the evening. And she said, is this the way we will celebrate? So we went to Sundar Nursery and we walked for 4 kilometers. So it's very informal, very engaging, very heart to heart. We are 20 lawyers. We are a very cottage industry kind of thing. My Harry is very, very emotional, very personal.
Okay, Mr. Mishra, yes, personal touch and mentoring individuals personally matters. And yes, in a world where there is more money, there's more glory, I think, in my view, personal relationships with the people you're familiar with and you build on their strengths does create winning outputs. Dr. Kumar is here, Ms. Geeta Luthra is here. I'll bring both of them in first. Dr. Kumar, what are your hiring strategies in 2022? What is your retaining strategy in 2022? And what has changed about hiring and retaining in 2022?
Thanks, Anurag. I dropped off a few times. Regrets for that. I'll try and answer it part by part. The hiring strategies first. I think after the pandemic, certain things have changed very drastically. Issues like remote working, remote recruitment, the entire, a big chunk of law practice being done remotely. And I think these are things that are here to stay. Therefore, one big takeaway for, especially for the legal profession is, to discount issues of personal and physical presence, to actually look for talent and focus on talent and not really the location, and geography is not going to be an issue anymore. That has its own consequences on mobility. And therefore, that brings us to the next question of retention. One big lesson here for us is that internal HR policies of organizations, especially law firms, have to cater to the candidate, to the team. It has to be team centric. Recognition strategies have to become far more clearer and lucid and easy to understand and follow. And therefore, one big lesson here for us is that internal HR policies of organizations, especially law firms, have to cater to the candidate, to the team. It has to be team centric. Recognition strategies have to become far more clearer and lucid and easy to understand and follow. growth strategies within the organizations have to come out more clearly. Traditionally, law practice, barring a few examples, has not been a very a clear and transparent area for people who join law firms or or chambers. The perception has been that growth in law practice is very subjective. Recognition is very subjective. I think that has to go. For us, for example, we have completely reworked our HR side of the firm, focusing on talent, focusing on internal growth, and retention being the key between even interdepartmental or inter-practice areas. People want to move from one practice area to another, people wanting to move geographically. The effort is to always recognize and retain the talent. The other side that I want to touch is soft skills are becoming very important in remote working. Face-to-face physical working with a client or a court or an institution is totally different from the kind of skill sets you require when you are when you're interacting through a screen. And therefore, a lot of training and then counseling is required, which I'm sure a lot of organizations are already undertaking. We, for one, are surely doing. So those are my initial thoughts. Be glad to add.
Commonality between what you and Ms. Adani said is about the well-rounded personality. She called it a Delta lawyer. She talked about EQ. So clearly, personality in every profession is important. And I think with the, as you rightly said, with the Zoom meetings, your presence matters, and hence compassion and a certain kind of presence matters. I would like to ask both you and Ms. Adani about what are the top 3 things a young lawyer looks at while staying back in a company. I want to ask about remuneration. How has remuneration changed in the last 2 years? How are you building new practices? And what is the kind of lateral hiring you're doing for that? So these are things I'll come back to you so that you have time to think about it. And I'll also bring in Ashima. She also has a perspective on these things. But first, let me bring in Ms. Geeta Luthra. Ms. Geeta Luthra, again, while we saw a disruption 21 months back, in the last 21 months, we all have adjusted to the new normal or the new abnormal. And we have actually bounced back in a very fast, resilient, and in a better way. We've got used to working through Zoom. I think we are able to do much more work because while we are, used to our face-to-face interactions, and sometimes they deliver much more. What do you think has changed about hiring in 2022? Have you hired people by just interacting with them on the Zoom, or you still insist that you meet a person, him or her, before you hire him or her?
So much as I would love to continue traveling with Sudhir in the plane and chatting with him on the plane, this is not happening these days, because basically, in fact, I'm just doing everything virtually. And so all hiring is happening virtually. And sometimes you don't get the same amount of interaction, you don't get the same sense of depth. Maybe you go a lot more by the CV than you go by how you are interactively, and later maybe you realize it wasn't the best choice. Sometimes you realize it was probably a better choice than I would have done if I'd done it physically. So I think it's all said and done. It has its pluses, it has its minuses. We can't, of course, be Gandhiji. I love the example that Sudhir gave, and I'm sure you have to draw out of that, because this is one aspect that you see in India, the extent of interaction when we can do physically, if we choose to do so, which we sometimes try to ignore or be in our own little shell. And that's not really good. Now, what would I look at in hiring? Obviously, you want people who are savvy, particularly people who can help me when I want to log in, who can help me when I want to go do all the things which I feel I'm challenged. And I sometimes say, okay, this much I learned, but I don't want to get into all that lafla of learning further. I can always ask my colleagues to help me out. So in a law firm is essentially different from a senior counsel. We do need our associates around physically, and sometimes we are so handicapped when we don't have them. Even if we are doing it on the net. Of course, conduct has to be that much more impeccable. So we have to see how we behave, how we interact in a courtroom. It cannot be casual because you're caught out at once. It tends to be less friendly in its own way because, you are in the public eye even more. One was in the public eye when there were 40, 50 lawyers and, litigants in the courtroom or law officers. One is being there for every journalist on a click to be able to see. And so you think,
absolutely,
your behavior has to be more appropriate. And one of the thoughts that came to my mind was this, that, when these doctors do their surgeries, they tend to be very flippant because they are dealing with human lives. And if they take the tension on their heads all the time, it can take off from the dispassionate conduct that they need to have when they are doing a surgery. So sometimes if in a court of law we are flippant, it doesn't mean we are being flippant, but the common man who's watching doesn't realize that. So we have to, cross our T's and dot our I's very carefully. And I think that's what is one person, and I think it's equally true for the judges. So I love this quote which Justice Mirdaz said, that, in a court of law, it's not the lawyers who are on trial, it's not the parties, they both know the truth. It's the judge who is on trial. So all of us are on trial when we are on VCs. And when we hire, we have to keep that in mind, that we are all on trial and on test. Something which you may get by on your reputation, you may not when you are on a VC, because you are being tested by that many strangers, and the court will also look at you.
So those qualities are very important in professionals. Adding on those qualities and I'll bring in Ashima into the conversation. But as I said, I want to talk about remuneration, induction. As you made a very important point, that the lawyers have to be physical also, so that they can observe, learn. See, induction also happened by having people around you, right? Dr. Kumar and Paridi. But now you're not physically around. So how do you learn? But before that, let me get Ashima for the next set of questions. Ashima, what do you think? Let me ask you, what do you think has changed in terms of hiring? And what is likely to change as we go forward? And what is likely to become a permanent trend? And what is only contextual or transitory?
Thank you, Dr. Batra. I think from our interactions with various lawyers, law firms, and in-house departments, we've seen an increased change in the kind of lawyers who are joining, who are not just lawyers, are also social media influencers. They're also people who help these firms maintain their knowledge teams, their communications teams. So the avenues for lawyers have grown a lot. And I think legal content writing, all of these things have come about in the recent years. And I would actually pose this question to our panelists and ask them, how are they dealing with some of these new era trends which are about maintaining the firm to public connect, to making law more accessible through their websites, their conversations, through their writings, their articles. And this needs a battery of people as well. This is not something that happens on its own. So coming to Paridhi, your thoughts on this, if you could help us out no more.
No, thank you for that. And just quickly before I respond to you, I just want to sort of respond to Geeta ma'am's comments as well. I think, it's important that, for a profession like ours, which is largely built on the whole apprenticeship model, where, we sort of look and observe and you learn by osmosis. I don't think anybody has yet found a solution for not being around and learning, not learning, in a non-physical way. So at least what we're doing right now is what we call the young ones. I think we would still encourage them to spend more time in the office. For a lot of people, they would not have even experienced a corporate, environment or a physical office environment. So, learning how to conduct themselves, learning what a professional dress code is, your mannerisms, all of that gets developed by observing your seniors. And we do believe that that's an important aspect, especially in the early years. So we do encourage people to come back to the office. But as you grow in your career, I think, as someone mentioned, that location becomes less relevant. It's important, but, you have to find different ways to contribute. What we're also doing now is, I think, given how the world is evolving, it's not just a sort of one-way thing where we ask, sort of our lawyers to, bring their best self. You also have to create a platform. You also have to support them in their learning and training. So, and I know a lot of other firms are doing this, but I can speak for ourselves to say that we're investing a lot in that journey. We're investing in what we call our leadership academy, where we want to build a next pipeline of leaders who are lawyers. So they would be thought leaders in their subject. They would be known for, sort of the sort of personal effectiveness skills that we're talking about, the most empathetic lawyers, innovative, etc. And for that, I think we need to build an ecosystem of learning, as well as a little bit of having that beginner's mindset. So that culture needs to be brought into the organization. That you constantly question, you disrupt, you learn, you have, I think lawyers also need to learn a little bit how to teach, because the only time otherwise you experience that is actually in a law school. So we do encourage, senior members of the firm to actually spend time mentoring, sort of mentoring people. And it's not an easy time to be a lawyer, because you have to practice the law and then you have to do all of these other things as well. But I think it is bringing a lot of wholesomeness and purpose to the profession, and we're seeing that change in the talent. Mr. Batra, you asked a question on remuneration. All of this also sort of has its own impact on remuneration also. And I think generally, as the country is growing and as, sort of India gets more aspirational and more ambitious, I think, this is sort of a natural consequence. I think the sort of cost factor has, of course, gone up, and we do believe that now remuneration needs to be more merit-based. That's a change we have also gone through. But the definition of merit is also changing. I think just being only an excellent technician is not the only parameter on which sort of everyone is assessed. Yeah. So I think there's a whole set of other factors that need to go in for remuneration. As a result of that, how do you assess people? How do you recognize talent? How do you develop that talent and train them? But we do believe that remuneration is something that's important for people, especially given that we're fortunate as a profession to still have this profession. COVID took a lot of that away, and so we want to underscore that this is not something that should we shouldn't just pretend to say this is not an issue at all.
So I also want to bring in this, since you're a woman, you're a mother, and I'm sensitive to that. And, in some way, COVID for a lot of working women increased the workload, because women will always look after families. It doesn't matter how wealthy they are, how much support they have, they will always want to look after their child, so on. Now, one of the senior general counsel listening to this conversation has texted me on WhatsApp a comment, and I want reaction of Dr. Kumar first, and then you, Paridhi, because the biggest problem after COVID is some employees, especially women, are reluctant to join physical office at space and prefer to operate virtually. Whereas the physical presence is indeed important and makes a qualitative difference. And others is when they've been asked to come to office, even with flexibility, a few good hands have resigned. So how do you deal with that? Dr. Kumar, Mr. Mishra, but first Paridhi, because since you are a woman yourself, how does a firm or a corporate in-house legal department deal with this issue?
So maybe I'll take my own personal experience as I talk about this. I have done both working from home as well as working from the office in both the times that I was on maternity. So I have two young girls, and I would definitely say that for me as a personal choice, I would have much preferred to be in the office environment. I think Indian society is still not fully geared up to the fact that, women working from home, and especially in a career like ours, I don't think we have the right infrastructure. So I found it more distracting. I found it doesn't matter whether the hours were long in office or at home. Those are not the things that bothered me. It's just the sense of professionalism and the work environment. I found it a little bit more structured, obviously, in the workplace. I also have a very supportive team. I have a very supportive, client base. So that gave me that, that flexibility to do it. That's probably not the same experience for most women. So, I think organizations need to learn how to sort of bring back people who've come back, post maternity. And I think this is a challenge that is being faced globally. It's not just India. It's not just the Indian legal profession. I don't think we know what to do. I don't think most of us even know what a child needs at the age of 6 months or 8 months and what the mother is expected to do. So it's not just about timings.
Okay, Dr. Kumar and then Mr. Mishra. Dr. Kumar, your comment on remuneration, and then a lot of people opting out because they've now been asked to come to office.
Yes. So I think one thing very clear to understand for all of us is that, we are in a sort of a transition, because we didn't know what implications COVID would bring 2 years ago. And we are learning to cope with it. And our systems were never geared up, including the working processes and working styles of us as lawyers, including senior counsels and judges and courts. So everything was on a physical format. Therefore, that is what appears to be the logical fit, that, change is not never so easy. Having said that, as a law firm, when we have to talk about lawyers and team members and retention, and especially the younger generation, we have to look at all the three factors. One, the challenges of the law firm. Two, client expectations. And three, of course, the wish list of the young lawyers, the young talent, and the growing talent. When all the three have to merge, we have to find common ground. And therefore, when we talk about retention, we have to talk about the priorities that the firm has at the moment, is to be more client-centric than ever before. Have deeper client relationships with existing clients, work on a very consistent quality marketing outreach for new opportunities amongst clients and new opportunities amongst new practice areas, and of course, legal tech, which is the reality. Whether COVID or not, we were already moving at a very fast pace on technology-driven working style. COVID kind of just accelerated it, suddenly brought us to the station much faster.
Okay.
So whether we like it or not, or whether our wish list is answered or not, I think remote working is here to stay. So when we have to merge the other aspect of young talent into the priorities of the firm, unless we merge both their expectations and the firm's growth, the winning formula will never come. So we as a firm, our experience has been that retention is not entirely defined by remuneration itself. I think the internal growing talent and the young members are looking at very clear and lucid and transparent policies and structures which can define and they can foresee clear growth opportunities, foresee recognitions, see themselves having deeper buy-in into organizations in very clear and defined timelines, including growth into the partnership of the firm and similar other opportunities. So that's my broad take, that we're all learning and everybody is learning, and remote working is here to stay. And with all the challenges, including us, we have worked physically for quarter of a century. I've worked physically, so it's never easy. And having a colleague across the table helping me with with all the material required compared to working on a Zoom and doing the same work is entirely different. But for the young talent, I've personally experienced their work and output has increased tremendously. The quality of the output in this entire 2 years period. So we are still to see and find the common ground on people missing out or opting out or resigning because of not wanting to come to office. I think different people have different challenges. So there could be a set of
you got to be very sensitive and give
very
them
sensitive.
every person is unique.
Every person is unique.
Any
Exactly.
business, in any business.
I've lost.
Yeah,
we
go
have
ahead.
lost so many lady colleagues over the years because of challenges that they had come across in their personal lives, which they could not continue the practice because they could not physically come to office. And
Possibly
that
that
pool of
can be
people are
solved
now
now.
working. Yes.
Possibly that can be solved. That's another
Yes.
positive development.
Other side of it. Exactly.
Mr. Mishra, your comments, and I'll hand it back to Ashima to wrap up the panel post that.
In my office, 80% people are from the opposite side. They are women. And
so why do you call it opposite side?
Opposite side, I say, because there's always opposition to me on many issues nowadays in office. So I say opposite side. The point is that it's a very regular thing for us now to see. Our office never closed and they all came. In fact, one of my partner got married and I asked her to at least come after 3 weeks. She landed up in 2 weeks only. So somehow we were more comfortable in office, and it is a little spread out also. It was easy. It's a small firm. I know for a bigger firm, it's a real challenge to have a large office open, which has centralized AC or something like that. But because of our oxygen bench matters and during the second wave, representing many hospitals in Delhi, and also the TD set practice, because you have so much of filing going on and they all were emergency injunctions and all the restraining thing against broadcasting company. The court was live all through the pandemic. Our office was mostly open. Ashima, on the remuneration front, both my partners, we are 3 of us, we don't have a document. The only thing which I know that we never discuss money, and somehow it is going on like that whatever comes, we share, and we are moving very nicely along that. Somehow it's very unorganized and organic. So it's going on like that. In fact, when we started doing documentation for associates, senior associates and others, they one day said कि हमारा तो कोई कागज भी नहीं है साहब. तो उस दिन मुझे लगा कि we never actually went to that route, and it was a very different kind of a structure. But I don't know how long we'll be like that, because all said and done, we have been, despite our trying to be very small, we are now getting into bigger things, and slowly I have to structure it, and it has to come out of its comfort zone. So I know, but I'm very happy. I don't have a feeling that, I always feel that they do more than me. Women lawyers in my office do always more than me. I have to always do the catch-up game, maybe also because of my age.
Not at all, Mr. Mishra. I haven't known a much younger at heart person. So many lawyers we meet. Your social media interactions and fan following is a testament to that. So thank you so much, panelists, for joining us today with your wonderful thoughts and insights, and also extending time on this panel. Thank you so much. It's been so wonderful to have you.
Thank you, Ashima. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra. Thank you, Dr. Kumar. Thank you, Pariti.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists, Dr. Batra and Ashima, once again for moderating this session along with Dr. Batra. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a session on hiring strategies to watch out for in the year 2022. And now moving towards our next panel discussion on up to code improving legal literacy and consciousness in businesses. Please join me. Spavia Tech Law, former head of legal vice president, ITC Infotech, Mr. Zamir Nathani, general counsel, UFO Movies, and the session is going to be moderated by Tarun Nandia, associate editor, NewsX. Good morning to all our panelists.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. Session's all yours. All the very best, sir.
Good afternoon and good to see all of you. Am I audible to all of you? I just wanted to do a voice check before I start.
Yes, sir, you are.
Yes.
So without much ado, I'll get to our topic. This is improving legal literacy and consciousness in business. In fact, there was an incident or a news that I had read about more than a decade ago. That is when Aditya Ghosh was appointed the CEO of Indigo Airlines. And I saw a lawyer becoming a CEO. And that brought to my mind the importance of lawyers, not only at the GC level, but at the management level. While law has now become all-encompassing, and you need a legal expert even to head companies. And you saw how wonderfully he ran the airline, and it emerged as one of the best low-cost carriers in the country, and even the largest by far now. So that being one point, of course, when you see legal literacy in business, another watershed movement were the 2G cases when licenses were cancelled. And the other was the coal block allocations when they were cancelled. When that happened, there dawned another set of realization that while legal knowledge at the top is very important, and why not only operations guys can't let alone be allowed to run companies, you need fine legal minds right at the very top. And so, Meghna, I can't see you, so can you switch on your video so that you can also join in?
I am having some difficulty. I'm just going to join back again. Give me a second.
Okay. So before Meghna joins, may I request Mr. Zamir Nathani to lay the ground for our today's discussion in about 2.5 minutes about what he thinks on this topic. Then we'll go to Seema, who can take the thought forward. But Mr. Nathani, in about 2 minutes, you've seen a lot of corporates work. How the landscape has changed in the past decade or so.
Right. And thank you once again, everyone. And thank you to Business World BW Legal. What you said, Tarun, I passed through that stage when I was in Reliance. So I'm one of the witness of the examples you have given. So number one, what we were always trying to do from 2006 onwards is to convey a message to the government, to the companies or the management, that the legal should stop reporting to the CFOs, because there is no bridge between the two, because just because of the sake of formality of reporting, I think the reporting should be to the chief executive officer, because legal also is an independent function. So we have been vocal about it, and now we are seeing the trend that people report to the CEOs or the president, and including inclusion in the board membership also. So we were one of the crusaders of that. Number two, the examples you gave on the 2G licenses, I spent majority part of my life working for Reliance. So 50% of my career was in Reliance. And at every opportunity, we were trying to put agreements in place, compliances in place. We would see any abnormalities, we would try to address that directly, whether we were dealing with the biggest software companies in the world, or we were dealing with any private equity investor, etc. We would ensure that the governance mechanism is in place. Number three, we were also propagating what example of Indigo you gave was in the United States. So in United States, where you are at a management level, and when you're becoming a CEO of the company, if you have a law degree or a law experience, you are one of the preferred candidates. So that was one of the trends in United States, because if a CEO becomes, if a legal guy becomes a CEO, he's consciously aware of the law. So whatever marketing you approve, whatever things you approve in the company, at least there is a sanctity to it. That was the approach in United States at that point of time. So these are the three basic grounds. I think the consciousness in the company has come in after 2008, when the financial crisis took place, because much of the companies in India said that we were affected by financial crisis, wherein there are certain companies, they had no relation to the financial crisis, but because the trend of the dollars was going down, the deals were going down. So this consciousness of 2008 then felt into 2012 when the 2G scam happened. And from there onwards, I am seeing a conscious effort on the part of the corporates to be in compliance, because it's about 6 months, 2 years, or 10 years down the line. Somewhere down the line, you are exposed. And if you have connectivity with the private equity investors in the United States, then you are also exposed to the investigation by SEC. So that's where the legal consciousness has come into businesses. That's my take on it.
Okay.
Thanks for sharing that anecdote with us, Zamir. I'll go to Seema Jingan at this point. Seema, recently, I had a longish meeting with the general counsels of one of the top companies in the country. He told me that every time the CEO wants a contract executed, the earlier GC was told to get the papers made. I asked for a meeting with the CEO to understand why we are entering into this contract, and I also voiced my opinion whether we should go ahead or not at all. So I asked him why. He says, because I understand the pitfalls of what word is being written and what impact will have it on my business. So I am not an extension of the execution strategy of the CEO. I am an equal partner who thinks for the company like a salesman, like an operations guy, like a business development guy, because legal has become very important. So I asked him, how do you do it? He said, I sit along with my law firm. We understand the business proposition. We understand what kind of contract the CEO has proposed and whether that is something which is in the interest of the company or we should scrap it. And I asked him if you have scrapped some takeovers or some associations because of this. He said, yes, there have been incidents where we have decided to forego the contract with a partner because of that reason. Seema, because I shared this anecdote, could you also share how this whole ecosystem is changing in companies where legal departments have much more say in management also now?
Okay, thank you, Narun. Tarun, I will take a step back. I would say when we are talking about legal literacy or legal awareness, I am going to go beyond the legal department. The companies primarily are run, in fact, all of them are run by people. Now, a legally literate workforce is not only required in a legal department, it is required at the CEO level, it is required at every manager level who is hiring vendors, who is buying supplies, who is engaging into HR, into taking employees on board. It is required, this awareness, this consciousness, the consciousness of the law, general awareness of law is required in every sphere and every, I would say, speck of the company. Now, why is that? Let's step back. I'll come back to your question. Let's step back when we are doing, as a law firm, when we are doing a structuring of a deal. So the legal literacy starts, we're not sometimes dealing with just lawyers, we're dealing with managers, we're dealing with business heads, we're dealing with people who are decision-oriented people who has nothing to do with law, but have to be aware of the impact and the adverse impacts and the liabilities that will take by their decisions. So their decisions has a long-term impact on the health of the company and sustainability of the project that they're taking. So when it comes to, let's say, the heart of the Indian economy, is startup. We have SMEs, the largest SMEs in the world right now. It's the third largest sector that we have. Now, most of them don't have legal departments. That's why I want to bring in the legal consciousness in every workforce. Most of them that do not have legal departments. Legal departments are there in the larger sector. Now, when they are taking the first step of structuring their businesses, are they aware of the benefits available by the government? MSE, for example, MSME sector has a lot of benefits given by credit guarantee schemes, no debt, no interest rate, low interest rate schemes, a lot of other tax exemptions. Are they aware? So the structure, the legal awareness and consciousness starts from the structure itself. Have they taken the right structure? For example, if you're in a sector which requires a lot of licensing, are you aware of it? The second aspect, it goes to your employability. Are you taking the right decision when you're employing your workforce? Are you, as managers, you're doing the right contracts, you're doing the right compliances, excuse me, for your company? Third comes the contractual part of it. Every manager that a company has or a small startup has are taking decisions. Are you entering into lopsided judgments vis-a-vis the contracts? Are you taking contracts which are not protecting your rights, whether it's coming to liabilities or indemnification? And you don't need to be a rocket scientist here and a big law degree. You need to have general awareness of the implications that will have. Then protection of IP rights. Most companies, most SMEs, most MSMEs also, when we work with them, do not give any credence to the intellectual property rights that the company has. The real estates that they're entering into, the leases that they're entering into, has absolutely, they just sign whatever is being given to. Vendor contracts, supplier contracts, all of them are lopsided. Then comes to the balancing of the rights of the employees and balancing on the sustainability of the business. Those are missing. Policies of the startups, policies of the SMEs, do you have anti-bribery policies? Do you have policies related to employees? Do you have policies related to sexual harassment? All of this is required because these are compliances which are required to be done. And most important, the compliances aspect. Now you've given references of 2Gs and other scams. They're at a higher level where the businesses are large and they have legal teams. These small companies do not have these facilities, and the decisions that they're going to take expose them to a lot of liabilities in the future, which they are not aware of. So therefore, when the topic is so interesting, legal consciousness, to my mind, the legal consciousness needs to go to every speck of the company's organization so that they're able to take the right decisions at every level. A workforce which is legally, literally, they're aware, they're aware not as a lawyer, but as a general awareness of the consequences is an asset to the company. And we have seen it all the time with our clients that what are the decisions they have taken are actually going to have a long-term impact.
Thank you, Seema, for sharing that viewpoint with us. I'll go to Meghna Mishra at this point. Seema brought in the point of smaller businesses. Now, we started with large businesses. Now, let us talk about mid-sized businesses. I recently had a conversation with the CEO who ran a chain of restaurants. And he told me that we need about 54 compliances and legal permissions to keep this going if we go by law. And we have to go by law because we run a chain, we are corporate, we are not a standalone restaurant. And I said, do you know about it? He says, because there were so many problems, I was forced to learn about each permissions, where it comes from. Though we have a law firm that helps us, but I had to know everything. So do you think legal literacy at the very top is also improving, and they realize, the managements realize that they also have to be legally aware and make their employees legally aware? Meghna, could you give your input on that? I mean, in the company itself, from the CEO level to the VP level, not the law department only.
So absolutely, Tarun, I think it just, it trickles down. And like Seema very rightly said, if the entire organization from the very beginning takes the correct step, what are the regulations, what are the compliances which are required, what are the pitfalls. In terms of IPR, you don't end up just taking something from download something from the net, use it as your image. There are small things, because also what has happened is the entire scenario, there has been disruption, and also as a result, a lot of innovation. So I think what has happened is the way businesses are being conducted, that has also changed drastically. And MSMEs and startups, now the government is promoting and encouraging them. But in terms of, if you take a wrong step, the cost of correction in terms of not just the value, but also in terms of time. So if the management is aware and typically, like you rightly said, the larger organizations have legal departments. You need not actually have a full-fledged department. You can have a consultant who can work with you. You can, at the beginning, hire a law firm. You can have a retainer system. You can have one person. You can periodically, there are a lot of things that you could build into your organization, but it must come from the top. And with the smaller organizations, definitely, because at every step, the decision making, the top people are entrenched in every step also in that sense. So if there is legal literacy from the bottom to the top or top to the bottom, I think it needs to be holistically done. And Seema mentioned a lot of these factors, and I think most of them that she mentioned, I would concur with. But you see, apart from just employees, also if you're in the manufacturing, so there could be a consumer dispute. So at every step there can be something which you could do incorrectly or you could do correctly. If you do it correctly, your path to success would be faster. So I think, yes, it's very, very important. And today's scenario especially, I think we don't have and the new generation also, there is a urge to get there quicker. So if legal literacy can be taken in from the beginning as something to be looked at very seriously, it would help the organization definitely.
Thanks for sharing that view, Meghna. I'll go to Zamir Nathani at this point. Zamir, recently there were a lot of disputes, two kinds. NHI contracts being bid out to contractors and then end up in disputes. Secondly, what happened is a lot of private companies getting into transportation business and other allied businesses and then ending up disputes with the government. Do you think the role of lawyers and legal literacy in companies becomes more important when you enter into contracts with the government, be it making highways, be it running metro trains, be it doing these kind of projects where PPP is involved, or be it the hybrid annuity model or the PPP model? In any model, when contracts are being made, the management should understand law so that you don't enter into big legal troubles later, which takes the whole company down.
I completely agree with you. And, I have been part of that reality check where just 4 months back, I won an arbitration against the government by a government suggested arbitrator, ex-Chief Justice of Bombay High Court. Within 4 months, he has given an award in my favor. Is because the legal contract was quite clear on the interpretation part of it. Rest is, I think, on the part of merit discussion, which happened on the other side, but I got a favorable judgment. Number two is that I recently had a similar interaction at a big level with the government, and we were negotiating an MOU. And believe me, their contract, which was sent to us, was completely on a track mode when it went back from us. And we had a discussions on the point whether there will be a bridge in the gap. And, at certain point of time, you're very attracted to the government contracts. But point is that this handshake can become a subject matter of a legal dispute at a later stage. You will not believe the previous award when I spoke about, where the arbitrator has given within 4 months an award in my favor. I had a bank guarantee of crores of rupees, which was stuck up with the government just because there was a unilateral stand which was taken. So, it looked very handshake. It looked a very great marriage at the point of time in 2017. But by 2019-20, the marriage looked to be sort of a divorce, whereas there was no alimony which was available. But thankfully, I think the law is in place. So I had a reality check on that. Number two is that, today the management is quite conscious. It's not about only entering into a contract with government. As you said, 2G made a difference, but the better difference came from the Companies Act of 2014. When the new Companies Act came, where the directors were also liable. I remember I was head legal for Balaji Telefilms, Ekta Kapoor, and I started making board presentations because the board wanted to know what are the types of litigation and contingencies where the board can be made responsible. So I think 2G amended Companies Act, where the director's liability was increased. Some investigation by the Serious Fraud Investigation Office, which had earlier investigated Satya. Actions by CCI, Competition Commission of India, which is making an awareness. So overall, from that perspective, I think all contracts with the government should be negotiated properly. And then here there is a set of things which have made the management also conscious about it. And I think today, as a public listed company, I owe that responsibility. And if you audit it strict enough, I think you will have some sanctity to the agreements which you enter with the government. But yes, when you enter into a contract with the government will have some say in that. But take care that you protect your back, because in case the relationship soars up, you are ready to have a favorable order with you.
This is a very important point, because the excitement to get the business by the promoter of the CEO makes them sign contracts which takes the whole company down along with the employees, and also the banks are also in the same kitty of not getting paid back. And there are so many examples in the past 4-5 years that it surprises me that how such big wise CEOs and promoters could have taken or signed on such papers when they were bagging these businesses. So I'll go to Seema at this point. Seema, do you think that the excitement or the urge to get a lot of business makes people overlook legal implications sometimes?
All the time, all the time. So let's look at the situation of an M&A, a transaction. 70 to 75% of all M&As across world fail. When you're trying to engage, and this is a love story. When the acquirer is now almost in love with the transaction, he has the tendency, and we deal with such stories almost like very, very regularly. What happens is, when the acquirer is so keen to come and take over the transaction, a lot of legal pitfalls, whether it is non-compliances of the past, employee issues, union issues related to licenses deficiencies, they're all ignored because the love story is so strong in the mind of the acquirer, the founder, that he wants to acquire. And 75% of these M&As fail. What happens? Are you blindsided? Don't you have law firms? Don't you have massive legal teams in-house? I'm talking about large M&As here. Everything is in place. What happens is, you are blindsided by your need and your urge to go forward with the transaction because you're looking at something which is you sold yourself to. You bought a story. This is a similar situation. Now let's take the situation even in a non-M&A situation. The same situation is there for most of the vendors, most of the suppliers. As companies, we have so much of eagerness into jump into the ship of taking the contracts, buying up the contracts, that issues, I'm going to lead you to the issues that are usually ignored. And we were really dealing in a very large transaction recently, and it fell through because of certain issues. But the issues that are usually ignored not by the lawyers of their team, but by the CFOs and the CEOs and the managing directors: indemnifications, liability, liquidated damages, because they don't think they apply to it. It will never come to pass, and they'll never happen. Termination liabilities, causes of termination, issues related. The commercials don't defeat you. It is the legal, non-attention to the legal consequences of a contract going wrong defeats you. And that's why, as I said, majority of the transactions fall through. What happens in a non-M&A transaction is similar to what happens there, is that your eagerness, your keenness to move forward, you are actually blindsided and you do take these wrong decisions.
Okay, point well taken. Basically, what Seema said is that you tend to overlook legal issues in your hurry to bag business, because I have sat through some meetings where promoters say legal is something, okay, we'll do it. Let's speak business first. Legal, this person can just handle without getting into it. So when the promoter doesn't get into it, that's where the problem starts. I'll go to Meghna. Meghna, we saw in the past 3-4 years, big businesses becoming NPAs, promoters going to jail. And these were really a fine set of promoters and gentlemen who could do no wrong until 5 years ago. Today, many of them are behind bars. Rightly or wrongly, the court will decide. That is not what is our focus. But somewhere, legal issues seem to have been overlooked, or compliances seem to have been ignored. That's why they landed in such a soup. Do you think after these arrests, what we saw in the past 2-3 years, there will be a lot more legal awareness at the promoter and the management level of the importance of legal departments and the compliances going forward for business?
Yes, I definitely think so. And you see, before this trend of the top management also going to jail, or the big people, this was not something that was seen earlier. you have now, people have gone right up to Supreme Court, tried to get relief, not got it. So the fact that the legal ramifications can be this serious, that is something that has gone home pretty strongly. And therefore, I think while you may be very eager to go ahead with a project or sign a contract, you need to understand at each step what is it that a failure to do X would result in. And that ramification in the long term, do you see yourself sitting in the NCLT because you've defaulted? Can there be criminal proceedings initiated? So at each stage, and that's where I think the legal awareness, the legal department, whether you engage with a law firm or you have an in-house department that first looks it through. And like Tarun who shared, the whole concept that legal was just something that to be done on the side, that, okay, this is just to draw up the papers. It is no longer like that, because I think there are so many steps which are enumerated, and the pitfall could be from the very beginning. And since we are a litigation firm, we see this all the time. At the tender stage itself, that you could be in court when who was L1. So it's not that you really need to wait till the end of it to end up with any litigation. So you need to be very careful, and definitely for the bigger players, you definitely need to have a full-fledged law department. There is no two ways on that.
So today's was a very good discussion.
Sorry to cut in, Tarun. Sorry, I think you missed Miss Biswas. She'd also joined, so we'd request you to kindly bring her in.
I can't see her on my screen, and I think I regret I missed her, but I can't seem to see her on my display screen. So
she was just here, where she's just coming in. So, we'll take her views on the subject
certainly.
as well.
So I think she can take the last question and, a longish one, and we can end the discussion. If she's heard us by now, I think that will be a good intervention on her part. But can you hear us?
We'll just, get her back in. I think there's been some disruption in her connection. We'll just request you to carry on the conversation until she joins.
Sure. In fact, I'll take this forward to Zamir. Zamir, specifically speaking of what I spoke to Meghna, the past 2-3 years when these arrests were made, and a fine set of promoters who were good gentlemen find themselves in big legal troubles now. Some have managed to stay out of jail, but many are not so lucky. Do you think the way with, the importance with which they will look at legal departments going forward, their companies, another set of CEOs, will be completely different from now on after what's happened in the past 4-5 years?
Yeah, I mean, not only 4-5 years, I think 10 years down the line, things have become pretty strict. So I'll give you just my example of 2002, Eureka Forbes, one of the best companies, best managed, legally compliant, things going good. LG Electronics was good. Then came Reliance. 2006 to 2008, I would look out for an opportunity to tell the auditor that there is some non-compliance we need to put in place. I think then onwards, we were on a crusade because, see, compliance was very important because you were collaborating with US companies. At that point of time, because of the Enron issue, the Sarbanes-Oxley Act had come into place. Number two, SEC investigations were on. Now, when you're signing contracts with Goldman Sachs, etc., when you're negotiating with Microsoft, etc., somewhere down the line, you need to have sanctity in the system because this may not go out well in the long term. So 2008 onwards, we were on that drive. At every forum, we would speak on the compliance part of it. Business is very important. We are not compromising business. But certain clauses, like for example, today in sales, when you see the ROs which are signed, we earlier used to see that, these ROs were quite fraudulent. You may have big companies like Unilever. You may have one RO signed by the sales officer of the company of some other company. The same guy signing on behalf of the company and committing a fraud. All right. So this was going on rampant. Once the 10 years back, I have seen the trend changing, and I can make a statement now that not anymore any promoter goes without taking a legal advice. Last 5 years down the line, I have seen every promoter. My experience with Reliance, Balaji Telefilms, Raymond when the Singhania dispute happened on the property, etc., and present company, I have seen not a single promoter going without a legal advice while running the company on a corporate governance part or any issues which are arising in which are critical issues which are arising, or there are government business contracts where legal is now part of that particular discussions with the government itself when even the commercial part is going on. That's what I've seen. What I now figure out for the legal heads or the lawyers of the company or external lawyers is that they are now escalating to the board. So first we came out of the CFO side of it because now we work parallelly and in consensus. Number two, they are escalating to the position of CEOs, president, etc. I myself report to the president of the company. I am now seeing they've been elevated to the board of directors position also, because having a lawyer on your board makes a lot of difference, because somewhere down the line in the discussions of the business presentations, we also need to be conscious about the legal issues as well as competitions issues, etc., etc. So this is where I am seeing now.
Very good point made that having a lawyer on the board makes a lot of difference. Seema, would you concur?
Absolutely. You hear all the time that these are legal issues. Do not, and these, for example, these are commercial issues. Lawyers are not supposed to speak on it. This is a usual phrase that, you used to hear, that these are not a law firm issue. This is not an in-house counsel issue. This is a commercial issue. The promoter will take a decision. Not anymore. I'm sorry. Because all issues, whether it is commercial or legal, have ramifications in law. It has ramification in compliances. It has ramifications in actual implementation. So having a lawyer on the board is an absolute must to my mind right now, because at the levels that they're taking decisions, every aspect of their business, whether it is aspect of government relationships or compliances or actual internal compliances and policies, or as simple as, policies related to whistleblowing, policies related to, anti-bribery because you're doing large contracts, policies related to, bribing government servants, and your exposures now under the PMLA Act. All of this has so much of ramification. There is no aspect of business which is not touched by a legal dimension. So it's an absolute must to my mind.
Meghna, I have noted a point in the past few years. You had bureaucrats earlier who, because of their knowledge of law, also used to join as directors on the boards of companies and used to contribute a lot. As my panel tells me, in the past few years, we have seen lawyers taking up that role also. So along with bureaucrats, lawyers are also becoming directors and contributing a lot to governance. Do you think that is the change, that is a big change in the past few years?
No, so definitely. And I think Zamir brought in a very good point, which shows the difference in the perception of by the management of the role of the legal person. See, it is when you say that let the legal person be on the board and he's the director, he has a say. And as Seema has brought out also, all these issues which are there. So Tarun, that just shows a difference in the way things are being approached from the management as well, and the legal perspective, the ramifications at each step. So that is definitely a big change. When 20 years ago, that this was not something that was heard of, but today the legal person does sit at the decision-making table, is very, very involved. And if the legal person says a no, so typically, even though you may be really keen, you will not bypass or just say, okay, wo handle kar lega. That whole thing perception has changed, because today I think across the board, everyone understands that these are not the times where things can be just brushed under the carpet. And that is a big change.
Tarun, you're on mute.
Aditya, we have more time. Can we take a few more questions, or should we call it a close for this session?
Sir, last 2 minutes, it's not really my jurisdiction, but last 2 minutes with such esteemed panelists, I'm really sorry to say that, but please.
So we'll 30 seconds each. I'll take a final round of comment from each of my panelists before we end the show. Zamir, Nathani.
I'll only end up by saying that, one of the top executives of a very top company, without naming it, I was sitting with the CEO of the company, and the CEO had taken a business call to sign an agreement with a software giant in United States. And I had advised on certain terms. We did not follow the terms because the interpretation is that that software giant was much big and it may not happen. And finally, that company was nowhere in the picture at a point of time. And the senior executive said to the CEO, you may not have an understanding, but you were still advised by the guy who had the knowledge and experience. I think you should have thought about it before taking a business call because you are the CEO of the company and it's expected that you behave responsibly. So I think this is the message I leave for everyone, for management and the board, so that tomorrow we have to act responsibility, more so when we are a public listed company.
Point well taken. Seema, your closing comment?
I think legal training and workshops across the company's systems, that's absolutely important in the day and age. Not every decision has a large impact, but some decisions, reach out and have an impact, which is going to have a lot of liabilities. So workshops, trainings, and internal guidelines. See, a lot of guidelines are there. A large part of the companies have amazing number of policies, but the fact of the reality of the matter is nobody reads them. Even the managers are not aware of them. So when you have the reiterations and repetitiveness of the workshops and training, I think that is something that the businesses have to adopt going forward.
Final comment from Meghna Mishra.
So just to quickly add, I think look at it holistically, use technology to your advantage. There are lots of online facilities. You can have conferences, you can consult. Like I said earlier, have a retainer. It need not be a full-fledged legal department, but don't ignore the legal aspect. Don't start your business and then repent. Cost of correction can be very high.
Thank you so much. This was a fine panel, Zamir, Seema, Meghna. Thanks for sharing your opinions and the relevance of law and legal awareness at the very top level. I think this discussion will be useful to a lot of upcoming businesses who were not paying attention on compliances, but now realize as they grow, compliances and law shouldn't be ignored. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. A pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists and also to you, Tarun, for moderating this session so well. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this was a session on Up to Code, improving legal literacy and consciousness in business. And now moving towards our next session on the trying case of climate change, key environmental compliances for business. And we are being joined by Dr. Kumudni Sharma, Deputy General Manager, Oil India Limited, Dr. Sanjeev Gimawat, Executive Director, Legal and Group Company Secretary, Dalmia Bharat Group, Mr. Yogesh Wadhwa, General Counsel, Hyundai Motor India Limited, and the session is going to be moderated by Sudhir Mishra, Founder and Managing Partner, Trust Legal. Good afternoon to all the panelists and to our moderator.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Aditya. If you permit, I'll take it over. Good afternoon, Dr. Sanjeev Gimawat. It's a pleasure to be part of this panel with you. Good morning, Dr. Sharma. I will ask Aditya to kindly correct the name of Dr. Kumudni Sharma, please, because it's showing the same name of Dr. Gimawat. So kindly, Garima, please take steps. I welcome Yogesh Wadhwa, my very good friend and old colleague, and to this very important panel. What is different here is that all the time when we do any talk about climate change or environment, invariably it's a very close group you discuss, and it's a club culture which normally is seen. Having stalwarts from public sector and top general counsels here from the private sector, this is a rare opportunity for me to discuss and dissect what the corporate India is going to face or what they have to do with regard to climate change. Before I delve into it, Dr. Gimawat, I want to tell you that last year I was part of an International Bar Association conference where UK climate change envoy, US climate change envoy, John Kerry was earlier Secretary of State, had given a address, and he said, every lawyer is a climate change lawyer today. The planet needs every lawyer. So whether you are a general counsel, whether you are a judge, whether you are a normal lawyer. So gone are the days, Yogesh, when everybody used to laugh at me that I'm saving the tigers and saving the cats and other things in 2004 and 5. Now everybody has to actually join this muhim that where we have to save the tiger, save the ecosystem, and tiger is just an indicator species. This is a very huge topic, climate change. But for me, just for my panelists, I'll just tell you how we will progress. You know about what SEBI is doing with regard to climate finance and compliances. They are doing a approach paper. But actually, I think general councils have a huge new task, and that will really redefine their journey if they know that how the next generation of infrastructure companies, which have seen reverses in Odisha, in Chhattisgarh, and in Jharkhand, and these are large companies which have put 5,000 crore on an infrastructure project, 3,000 crore without a social impact analysis, where a Supreme Court says one fine morning, oh, unfortunately, this can't be allowed because this is not being allowed for this reason or that reason. So this is now the elephant in the drawing room kind of situation for you. Every company, whether it's dealing with e-commerce, then you have to deal with the plastics. If you are dealing with energy, then you have to do with the environmental impact assessment. If you are dealing with the infrastructure companies which are near the National Park Wildlife Sanctuary, you are again dealing with this. So the climate change in the broad term, basically, this is what we are going to discuss. I'll start with Dr. Sanjeev. And Dr. Sanjeev, I want your thoughts about what is India's climate change crisis and how much companies in India are slowly warming up to climate challenge.
Well, Sudhir, you rightly pointed out, it's a very broad topic. But then first, let me thank BW Legal World for inviting me to share my views on this very, very contemporary and relevant topic today. So the last decade or so, particularly, I would say that we are talking about climate change. The very fact that the ministry has changed its name also, that reflects a lot that what kind of importance and relevance this climate change is having in our lives. Why this topic is important, that because in the 21st century, we are talking about the lives and livelihood of people. And when the lives and livelihood of people are at stake, all your thoughts in terms of your governance, in terms of how you conduct your business, your legal framework, everything undergoes a change. Now, interestingly, we have a historical background as far as that, as far as the ecosystem is concerned or the environment is concerned, and that historical background is not coming from last 2 decades or 5 decades. It is there in the very directive principles of the state policy as the Constitution of India is concerned. Article 21 in terms of fundamental rights is very clear in terms of as regards the protection is concerned. Now, over a period of time, various legislative frameworks have been introduced as far as India is concerned, and that it starts from early 70s onwards. And we all know the Air and Water Act, we remember, the Environment Act, we remember, the subsequently NGT Act, we remember. And how this is impacting our lives is that the business processes are undergoing a change because of these legislative framework. And the legislative framework is one part in terms of whatever action you take in terms of setting up of your business, you need to seek some approvals and licenses. This is one part. The second part is even for continuation of your business, you need to be focusing in terms of that you would not be discharging emission or not violating the emission norms, etc. And besides those very legislative framework, which of late we are noticing that whether that is e-waste or hazardous waste or various other regulations also under this periphery. Now, these are new legislative framework which the industry is facing today. Now, the issue here is businesses are having challenges not only from this legislative framework, but then also because the laws have not evolved fully. There is a lot of environmental jurisprudence is getting developed through courts, judgments, and precedents. And I think that there lies the challenge as far as the businesses are concerned because of the very unpredictable nature of those judgments and orders. Apart from the unpredictability, there are at times judgments which are impacting the businesses also, and the analysis as far as the economic consequences of those judgments are concerned, that is also important, and we can discuss that part also. But then overall I would be saying is that when you say that yes, lawyers need to be focusing on the climate change, answer is yes, lawyers.
Brilliant.
Today you cannot ignore that part, because legislative framework is such, court precedents are such, and the going forward, and you rightly pointed out the SEBI part of it. Today, everybody is talking about the ESG framework, and the ESG framework mandates that you need to be disclosing what all you are doing in terms of your commitment towards environment is concerned.
Thank you.
And
Good
my
initial thought. Very good initial thought, Dr. Sanjeev. You really set it up for us. Dr. Kumudni Sharma, we have a rare pleasure of having one of the top PSUs, General Counsel. I will call you a General Counsel, whatever it means, because I've interacted with you. I had a pleasure of working with you. Your understanding, and really I applaud you for this, that sometimes we take the public sector's role for granted. We think that there's a lot of babudom and they don't understand, they don't really conform to the CSRs and the sustainability goals. But I was educated by you a couple of times that how much good PSUs put their thoughts in the sustainability. What are your thoughts about the PSU's role in sustainability?
Thank you, Sudhir, for giving the opportunity to speak about the PSU. And I've been working in PSU for last more than 22 years, and across not one, but 2-3 PSUs. I would say the concept of the CSR and the sustainability has been inbuilt in very inception of a concept of a PSU. PSU was for the social good initially, and then the profit objective was merged into. So I think all the PSUs where I worked in, CSR was not taken as a CSR, it was taken as a business activity. Oh, we have to do something for our people who have been displaced, we have to reestablish them, we have to rehabilitate them in the way that it gives them a sustainable livelihood. So this was taken not as a special task, not as a charity I'm doing, it is my job. So that is a difference which I could see the PSU has it. And as far as my present organization is concerned, it started as CSR when the company was conceived way back in 60s. And we work in an area where it is a remote corner of the Assam, and then there are too much of tribal people around. So unless until we merge with the people, we cannot carry on the business. So taking care of the people and doing the business is something it is parallelly. It cannot be isolated. Physical and emotional things go together, then make a human being. So this is something for us, and we have been working on sustainability on the agriculture side, on the employment side, and every aspect which concerns our operational area. A PSU works for it. So, and that is how the PSUs have sustained and got acceptability in the area where they work in. There is not much resistance against them. So that's a broader term how the PSU work it. And as far as expenditure and the figures are concerned, everybody can have a look on our annual report. We somewhere spend 5% of our profit against a mandated of 2%. So it is not the mandate which is driving our sustainability. It is our urge to do the job. That is the difference.
So well said. Very good. Now the takeaway here is for my editorial team is that we are hearing that the public sector undertakings are talking about not the mandated 2% of the profit. Why I use the word CSR, that corporate social responsibility is now getting more inclusive with regard to corporate environmental responsibility. And a lot of issues which are now part of the ESG governance regime are actually overlapping or mirroring what is required under the corporate social responsibility. Yogesh ji, I'm coming to you. And for many years, you have worked in leading companies. You have been general counsel for almost a decade now. You are a practicing lawyer, and now you are working from the lens of leading companies. You work with a multinational company, that too in automobile sector. What are your thoughts about sustainability, climate so far, the companies and climate change issues which India is going to face, and how we can learn from a company like Hyundai?
Thank you, Sudhir. I'll add to this that there has been a lot of awareness if we speak of the industry perspective as such. So while the awareness could be self-taken, or it could be imposed under the legislature also. So if I speak of companies like, say, Hyundai today, there is a lot of focus on sustainability. And there are a lot of efforts, a lot of investment which is being done from the industry perspective per se to meet the social norms, to meet the norms of overall sustainability when it comes to customers, or say, largely pollution norms. So all these kind of things are very well, investment is being made. There's a lot of focus on, from a industry perspective, if I speak of, there's a lot of focus on electric vehicles, mobility, digitalization, and there are various kind of steps which are being taken to bring in that kind of a norm from a CSR perspective. Even at Hyundai, we are very well focused when it comes to such kind of requirements. If I speak of the overall picture globally, at this point of time, Hyundai is investing a lot of money when it comes to greenhouse kind of effects, to bring various kind of social norms when it comes to carbon kind of neutral scenario. So this is a kind of a self-awareness which is there, specifically speaking about India norms. From a industry perspective, there are various kind of new legislations which have been introduced. So today, we speak of CAFE norms, which brings a concept of carbon neutral kind of a scenario, which is applicable to any and every automobile industry. We speak of NGT, or say for the Delhi region, and which speaks of banning of banning of petrol and diesel cars which are older by 10 to 15 years. There are scenarios about scrapping poon to bring in again the concept to create an awareness on such kind of requirements. So I'll say that everything goes in hand. So why invest? There's always a legislative intent also coming through various laws as well as judicial precedents, which are kind of being imposed on the companies to meet this climate change requirement, which now all the businesses are taking suo moto and working towards that.
Okay. Yogesh, I think your connection is a little unstable. Just have a look. I'll come back to you. Dr. Sanjeev, let me tell you that you are one of the general counsels who are like torchbearer for understanding what is the role of the general counsels. You founded General Counsels Association of India. In fact, one of my partner, Petal Chandok, worked under you long back. I hope you remember her. And I have to ask you something. Look, when we represent companies in National Green Tribunal or different high courts or few matters in the forest bench, I have always seen that when it comes to setting up a plant, when you set up the plant, and you can take the large townships which have been done in Maharashtra, I'm not taking names, and which have been now in a very bad situation. Neither the return is going to come. There are 2-3 large townships I'm talking about, which are lake-based kind of townships. Or you take infrastructure projects, whether it's a steel or mine. The role of the general counsel normally is seen something like you do the corporate side, the merger acquisitions, the joint ventures, the day-to-day legal issues, and the litigation management. But you know what has been our learning when we have been briefing people like Harish Salve or Parag Tripathi, that when the first money is put in these issues, when they land up in the National Green Tribunal, if the first money is put at that time, a pre-feasibility study was done before the first 100 crore or 50 crore or intention or a memorandum has been done, I think the climate will change. I think the culture will change. Unfortunately, it is not mandated by the MOEF. So nobody comes knocking at that time. You will do your terms of reference, you'll do your environmental impact assessment, you'll get your environmental clearance, and somebody will come later and say, oh, unfortunately, you got the forest clearance, but you have not taken the wildlife clearance, and you are within the 10-kilometer vicinity of a national park. And then you are stuck. Or you did everything, but the social impact assessment had a particular thing which was challenged, and the National Green Tribunal rejected your environmental clearance. I think a lot of such expertise which the NGOs and the NGO-sponsored lawyers show in the NGT and High Court can be matched by a parallel expertise by the corporates. rather than getting into a situation at a later stage and being in a hands-off approach. So this is what my learning in 20 years is, focusing on environmental practice, that NGOs which can't afford anybody have the better lawyers, and we have these top litigation lawyers actually coming as at exorbitant prices at a very late stage. Actually, there is no advisory on environmental side seriously happening at the inception of the project. What do you have to say about this issue?
Sudhir, very, very interesting question, I would say. And I would agree with you, and at the same time, I would disagree with you also. And why I would give you reasons why I do that. Traditionally, historically, when the environmental act or the environmental clearance is mandated, a pre-approval under the EC, which is mandated, or even the CTE, consent to establish, consent to operate as far as the Air and Water Act is concerned, these are mandatory requirements. When you need to seek the approval as far as AC is concerned, you would be doing all those feasibility study, you would be filing all your project report in terms of that what kind of environmental impact would be there. So everything is a structured mechanism under the existing environmental framework. If you notice, have you ever seen any project which is ultimately finally doesn't get set up? So answer is that yes. It takes 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. But then ultimately in the Indian context, at the end of the day, the project, if you are keen to do that, the project ultimately gets, the approval and project gets set up. But then in that period of 10 years, the businesses undergoes, different kind of challenges and problems. And there are two folds. One is traditionally, you are right when you say that yes, they should have been doing the pre-feasibility study, and so they should be aware about the problems at the very inception. The answer is traditionally at that point of time, the similar kind of project reports get submitted. The seriousness was not there at the initial part of it, and which I agree with you to a certain extent, that was the initial phase as far as the environmental issues are concerned. And the same project reports gets replicated by different manufacturers, different operators, different real estate players, and you will find that even at times the percentages are also not getting changed. The numbers are not getting changed. So this period we have seen. But then we have also seen a period when, because of one or the other legislative framework, or because of the court issues or the judgments or orders, businesses get suffered, and they have done a serious study in terms of their project report, and that is also on record. The problem, Sudhir, is, and where I disagree with you, the problem is not with the businesses. Problem also lies somewhere in terms of our justice delivery system and the process in which the projects gets approved. You rightly pointed out that on that 10 years, that 10 kilometers radius issue. Now, in one judgment, the court says that in the 10 kilometers radius, you cannot set up a plant. But then for 2 years, industry suffers, the state exchequer suffers, and after 2 years, the court judgment says,
I agree. I hold it.
We have never meant that the 10 years radius could be the sacrosanct number. And in fact, that number needs to be decided by the district administration, and along with in consultation with the other agency.
Yeah, so that's a very very well put, Dr. Saji. But let me just tell you one contrary thing. I actually get what you're saying. When the court interprets something, they don't create a law. They actually go back and see the law which the project proponent has not seen at that point in time. That's what I was hinting towards. Because this 10-kilometer radius is a real thing which has happened. This is under the Wildlife Protection Act. And that's a small footnote. The problem is, I'm talking about a project where I was on the TV debating with Shireen Bhan, and the other side was a large project in Maharashtra. And they said, no, we have all the clearances. And I was saying, look, you have A, but you don't have B, C, D.
Yes.
Now, there the courts had not come. It was much before the court. There was a controversy why you're making a large township. Now it landed up in court 2 years later.
Yes.
But the point is, there is what you said, another important point you said, that the project's pre-feasibility study or post-feasibility study, and you can ask, I'm sure Dr. Sharma will talk about it. The quality of consultancy is also a problem. And that's also the reason what you slightly hinted. Dr. Sharma, I'll come to you. Tell us how public sector undertaking works with very openly with Terry and other companies, and private sector is still quite reluctant. They still work with due respect, people who say, we'll do a good thing, don't worry about anything. So how you get a lot of no's from these well-reputed organizations, how you manage to work with them, and which are the good examples in your mind so far as the public sector undertaking doing good climate conservation?
So as far as the PSUs are concerned, we believe in consultancy, but when we take out a consultant, we pick a consultant, we do see the credentials also. So we will never like to work with somebody whose reputation is questionable. So all our environmental studies have been done by the reputed agencies like TERI, ICUN, and maybe IIT Guwahati. And we really see the manpower they want to deploy, the technology, the lab, where the samples are going, whether it is accredited or not, so that whenever we want to use these reports, nobody questions it, and they genuinely stand on the scrutiny of the legal counsels and the environmentalist. Since my organization works in an area which is very rich in biodiversity, and many environmentalists are working in that area, so and my operation is in hydrocarbon, which is seen with a negative perspective vis-a-vis the environment. So we have to be very cautious when I deal with it. And not even the oil and gas sector, be it power sector, when last organization was NHPC, they also work with all the good organizations. They will not like to work with small organizations that credibility is questionable. Even our integrity reports, the sustainability reports, all our consultants are the people with the wider experiences, and the staff which is coordinating these jobs. That is also a key to the success of a good report. If the employees like me or my sustainability team is really giving a good input from various departments, the key recommendations which come out of the report are really valuable. So it's not the consultant, it's like consultant.
Which are the companies in PSU you look up to for climate change model or sustainability models? अब थोड़ा competition है, बताइए.
For sustainability and all that, I would say, I think if you see the power sector, I think NTPC does good job on sustainability, and the oil sector, I think I can see myself, my company doing good job on it. So that's because that's very, yeah.
Thank you. Yogesh, which are the electric cars are already in India to promote climate change, do climate reversal, ensure there is no circular economy, and I know Kona is already here, which is around 15 lakhs. We have very few good electric cars as of now. Tata has one, and I'm sure Dr. Sajeev and people like me will be very excited if you can tell us which are the global iconic Hyundai electric cars which are going to help combat India's climate change. Because you see, Delhi government is now going to promote extensively registration of newer vehicles which will be electricity fired, and 30% they have mandated for the e-commerce companies now. So they have already taken giant leap. So you have a market here. Why we have only one car, and when are the other big ones coming?
So I think so. Firstly, you rightly mentioned Kona is already there from Hyundai, which has been there for the last couple of years. But what we see that the focus and awareness on electric car or electric vehicles has not been there. But now with a lot of awareness about this subject, as well as investment increasing from the government perspective, as well as the various OEMs, we can see a lot of new vehicles coming in this sector. In fact, Hyundai itself, by 2028, we are looking to invest almost 4,000 crores and bring in 6 new electric vehicles in the next couple of years, starting this year.
Wow.
It's not just Hyundai, but if you look around also, I mean, companies like, say, Ola, which is coming into electric scooters, they have set up a new facility in South. There are companies all around us which are looking to make a lot of investment. So the focus seems to be that at one side, there's a lot of push from the government, which is bringing a lot of investment incentives to the various companies. Very recently, there was a production link scheme, which was introduced by the government for the battery manufacturing in India, specifically for the electric vehicles only. And it got a very, very, good kind of response from various companies which are looking to invest into this sector. So the overall, what I'm saying that the awareness is very much there. The focus from the government is there. There's a push from the government to come into this kind of aspect, be it two-wheelers, be it three-wheelers, or say the electric cars also. So the overall, you can expect the environment to change in a big time in the next couple of months to years.
Wow. Thank you. Dr. Sanjeev, I'll ask you for your final words here. And I know you have talked something. When you started, you said that we changed even the name of the ministry. You are right. Gujarat was the only state which had Department of Climate Change, and now we have nationally a Department of Climate Change. You are very passionate about these issues. You went into the details, but tell me, where do you see Indian corporate next 5 years down the line? How much they will start pre-positioning environment as a strategy, number one. And number two, which are the companies you think are, I know it won't be easy, but you think that these are the companies which will really decide that they will be the icons for rest to follow? Sir, mute up. Sir, you mute.
Very briefly, I have never seen the kind of awareness which got developed as in any other subject than this subject. The kind of awareness is tremendous because of, because of Paris Agreement or because of the initiatives by the Indian government. So awareness is superb. Now, as regards you said industry, I would say that today also, and then you said five years down the line, believe me, almost all industries, they have their own commitment targets. And this is the competition among themselves. They themselves are competing with their own targets only. So this is the kind of awareness which we are having in the Indian corporate sector today. The major pollutants which are normally said, whether that be in the core sector like steel industry or cement industry or fertilizers, etc. Believe me, the kind of processes which they are now using, and everybody is having that target of not the zero carbon, not 2050. In fact, some of those organizations are preponing it to 2040. So that is what the commitment level is. So that would be certainly be changing the processes and the conduct in which the businesses would be run in the times to come. Commitment level is superb. People are meeting their targets. And believe me, also that Yogesh mentioned about the electric car. Now people, all those transportations in these sectors are happening with the electric cars. The whole fleet of trucks they are being bought which are electric in nature. And also all that waste which was hazardous in nature and which was impacting the climate in terms of air pollution and in terms of other pollutions, all that waste is being used by these very industries. And so they are the major advocates as far as the circular economy is concerned. So yes. I think the awareness level, the kind of circular economy which we are following today, we have a good future, and I think we would be meeting our targets.
Thank you, Dr. Gamam. Dr. Kumudni, last 1 minute for you, and just tell us that you travel a lot and you go to remote places, hilly mountain areas and other places. How much citizen behavior is important to really reverse the climate thing? How much climate restoration will happen if we start being environmentally, ecologically sensitive and sincere?
Sudhi, that's really a very important question and the relevant one. I remember way back in '97, I went to Pachmadi, that is a place in Madhya Pradesh, and nowhere nobody was talking about plastic, nothing. It was 1997, and that time Pachmadi had no plastic policy. And no vendor, nobody was using it.
Wow.
So that is something which comes from masses. Will definitely change the whole scenarios. Regulation cannot do alone. It has to have acceptance of the masses. So that's you have answered it. Without citizens, without locals, nothing can move. Nothing can move.
Wonderful. Yogesh,
if I can add to the same point.
Yeah, Yogesh, just one more thing before you say your final 1 minute. We have to encourage a lot of people who buy the cars to remove the plastic at least in first 1 month, if not in 2 years. From the season.
I was just going to add to what Dr. Kamudini also said, and to your question about people participation.
Yeah.
I think one of the biggest example has been in front of us about the usage of toilets, say in the villages. Yes. Such a large scale kind of awareness which was created by the government itself. This has been such a big hazard all across in various kind of cities and villages, but so much of investment has been made around that. So that's definitely kind of a right citizen kind of a centric approach, which is very much required, and where people need to participate in all such kind of requirements. That goes a long way.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev. Thank you, Dr. Kumudni. Thank you, Yogesh Rai, for this amazing panel. Aditya, all yours now.
Thank you, Sudhir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sudhir.
Okay. Bye-bye.
See you.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists, and also especially to you, Mr. Mishra, for helping us moderate that session so well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to an end of a session on the trying case of climate change, key environmental compliances for businesses. And now moving towards our next panel discussion, it's on making in-house departments business accelerators. And joining us on the session, we have with us Ms. Pratibha Jain, Group General Counsel and Head Corporate Affairs, Everstone Group; Ms. Roop Lomba, General Counsel, Head of Ethics, India and South Asia, Rolls-Royce; Dr. Akhil Prasad, Director, Country Counsel, India and Company Secretary, Boeing India Private Limited; Mr. Praveen Mahatani, Chief Legal Officer, Mahindra Lifespace Developers Limited. And the session is going to be moderated by Mr. Rohail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World. A very warm welcome to all our panelists. Mr. Amin, all the very best.
Thank you so much, Aditya, and welcome all the panelists to this wonderful discussion that we have. I just want to quickly move on to Ms. Jain with my first question. The topic is very interesting. We have seen in different sectors a lot of in-house people becoming business enablers. But when we talk about counsel, in-house counsel and general counsel, they've been largely looked at as risk mitigators and gatekeepers. But tell me, has the perception changed? Have they become business allies, enablers? How has it changed over the last 5 years, if I may give that time frame? Sorry, ma'am, could you unmute us?
Sorry, thanks. Thanks, Rohail, and thanks for having me. I think it's very important to go to the genesis again of the in-house counsel role in India. The corporate sector itself is still quite nascent, 30, 35 years. When you had the concept of a powerful general counsel, a senior person within the organization rather than using law firms outside for that role. I think it started with the MNCs coming in, and the way you look at a MNC role can be very different from how you look at a Indian company role. Because these organizations are global, your global headquarters are sitting maybe, 2 reportings upwards. You report to Hong Kong, then report to London, then report to New York, where the global headquarters is. Initially, you were basically the gatekeeper because your job was to ensure that the business guys do what they're supposed to do. And you make sure that they are not, they're performing as per the rules and regulations of the company and the global headquarters and also the jurisdiction where they have set up, which, the global headquarters don't know anything about. So already, there was a lot for the general counsel to do in terms of just ensuring that they are culture carriers and able to tell their respective line managers in whatever jurisdiction, what the local rules are and how they are being followed, and make sure they're being followed. I think over the years, as India's opened up and there's more awareness about, how India operates, it's become easier even for GCs of MNCs to be enablers as well as gatekeepers. But I think for the Indian promoters, definitely it's much easier for the GCs to be the enablers, because they already know the environment in which they are operating. And the reason you would have a senior GC is to help navigate and provide solutions to business, rather than just managing risk. So I think the role is developing mainly based on the business environment.
Right.
I'll stop here.
Great. I think you put it right. I think it depends on the business environment. Dr. Prasad, I want to bring in you here with your thoughts. How do you see this? Has anything changed the way in-house, councils are seen?
So Rohel, can you hear me well?
Absolutely.
So thank you. I completely agree with what Pratibhaji just said. But the only other thing which I would like to mention here is that change is in your mind. And when you are a part of a senior management team, it is an individual who demonstrates what he or she is capable of in a senior management role. So to elaborate on this further, I think we as lawyers, being a part of the senior management team, are on a day-to-day basis exposed to a lot of business issues. And it is upon us, as individuals, whether we have to unlearn ourselves as lawyers. So we have to have a core belief inside us. Yes, we are lawyers. So we are there to provide legal advice. But the expectation of today and perhaps in the future is more of a business enabler, and which has to come today. So I can't see myself as the general counsel unless I understand business. So now it is very essential for us to understand the business very, very clearly and think like a business person. So whether, it's our own cost control, whether it's our own hiring of the law firms, whether it's our own legal department management, whether it's doing a vendor compliance process, whatever aspect it may be, we have to be very, very clear that our mind is into the business. And unless our mind is into the business, the acceptance of a GC in a senior management team will always be in a question. It will not be easy, because nobody wants to hear somebody who just says that, well, this is the law, you cannot do this. They will always want to know how it can be done. And also, I think all of us who are on this panel, one thing is very, very critical, and is that most of the time when business comes back to you, they don't come back to you with a legal problem. They will come back to you with a business solution. And that is how I see it, in my career so far, whatever companies I've worked for, this has been the role of a GC, so another dimension. We all are used to this matrix reporting. We report to the managing director, we report to the general counsel, typically in a multinational setup. Why is that? It is that because why are you reporting to a managing director? Not because of legal issues. You are reporting to a managing director because you are supposed to solve business issues. And that is exactly how this matrix culture and matrix reporting is designed. Also, whenever your appraisals are done every year, it is not done directly by your boss, who's the general counsel. It is done by in consultation with the businesses. So if I were not to be a business enabler and my appraisal goes to the managing director and the managing director says that he doesn't understand business, your appraisal is gone. You will not be able to do anything. So that is something which is absolutely critical, that, gone are the days when we were to be like lawyers in the room. I think times are, and it has always been, that we have to be business enablers and we have to help our businesses, do better.
Right, Dr. Prasad. Ms. Mathani, you heard your panelists before. So, it was seen as a clash of interest, maybe, that you have to be a lawyer and you just have to stick to this perception. However, as we see, the undertone is that we're already dealing with business. It's not out in the open. That role is not being talked about openly. What has taken this long for this community to be labeled as, business facilitators as well? Because their image has largely been of one shade, which is like they're just lawyers. What has taken this long in your view?
Sure. Good afternoon. I would say that a lawyer and as a general counsel, we've always been business enablers. What has really changed is not the general counsel. What has changed is the corporate mindset. If you take it in the Indian context, corporates are either board driven or family run. It really stems from the role of the general counsel within which corporate you really are, because it is directly linked to the risk appetite of that particular corporate, of how much legal is important to them compared to business, and how they say legal goes hand in hand along with business for solutions. So therefore, the role of a general counsel within any corporate is really determined whether how much you really can walk the path. Yes, there are cases, and we can speak about it, where general counsels may not be business oriented, and that's absolutely critical. And like what Akil spoke about, that you have to understand the business you are in, the sector you are in. That is absolutely important, because otherwise you're not really bridging the gap and providing any kind of solution oriented advice. So historically, in-house counsels general counsels have always prioritized risk mitigation, and now it is what is now seen more of a business partner. And I think it's fundamentally from making sense where you can preempt issues, you see what the risks are, you lay out what the suggested options are, but you're not somebody who's blocking progress of the company, and you're actually providing solutions to how business can take place, so that decisions are taken after understanding all the risk factors.
Right. Ms. Lumba, your quick thoughts?
Thank you, Mayank. I would tend to agree with all the panelists. I think understanding the business is a priority for the general counsels. We are not only document keepers as we were perceived to be some years back, or we are not just legal advisors. We have to understand the business, and when we say we understand the business, it doesn't only mean understanding the strategy of the business or the growth or understanding the numbers, but sitting down with each function, understanding each function clearly, and aligning yourself with each function holistically, looking at the business as a bigger picture is what the role has transitioned from a traditional legal advisor to a business enabler. And
Right.
seeing you or perceiving you as their ally rather than a gatekeeper or a policeman or policewoman. So that is the great transition of the role, which as a general counsel, or not only a general counsel, the entire team of the general counsel has transitioned from being gatekeepers to business enablers.
Right. So this brings us to another, there's another point, Ms. Jain, that one is that you perceive yourself, and we all agree that, our role is more than what we have been labeled as. But how does the business entity that a council is in, how do they create those opportunities? What is lacking on their side? If you see, we saw that how we are being seen. What is lacking on their side? How can they provide more opportunities so that the in-house councils are seen the right way? They are playing a role, the business role, and it's prominently being displayed outside as well. What can they do on their part?
I think it's a combined effort, right? I wouldn't go into an organization unless I know that I'm considered part of management. I am key to decision making. I am not seen as a roadblock. And if any business is looking to get an in-house counsel, just to be a paper pusher, like Roop mentioned, they're better off having a law firm on retainer than actually getting somebody in, because unless you want somebody who's able to walk shoulder to shoulder with you and solve your problems, you are not really getting bang for your buck, quite honestly, and definitely not if you're trying to get a senior person into the management. I think, for example, in my case, this is my second stint as a general counsel. What drove me back into becoming a GC was just the opportunity again to understand business better, work closely with business, work on business models, which you don't get to do in private practice. And I could clearly see the mindset in the management to having somebody like me in terms of helping, further the business side. And that's why I also have the role of head of corporate affairs, which is something I think both the GC community and the businesses need to start recognizing that, Indian regulatory growth also can be championed by this group, which understands regulations the best and what changes need to be made. And again, we are trained to deal with clients, governments, everybody in terms of, being able to push our agenda. So might as well use that training to further business future prospects in the country. So, whether you're taking head of corporate affairs or even a COO role, it's very common in other countries for managers to, take on general counsels to take on other managerial roles, because you're just trained. When you're in private practice, you do a lot of client interaction. You know how to sell yourself. It's part of your training to do analytical thinking. So there's just so many roles that you can take on from a general counsel position. So I would think, the business needs to start recognizing that we don't just know law, but our training is very wide when you become a lawyer.
Right. Dr. Prasad, so, if I may put it like this, largely the councils have been seen as sometimes as bottlenecks to, things, and just waving red flags at times. How do we create environment in such a cultural setup in an organization? Of course, a lot has changed, but still this perception prevails. How do we create those new opportunities in this climate?
So, again, Rohil, the answer is it depends on the individual. So, for example, there has been a lot of debate whether general counsel should also be the board member. Because many people think that, lawyers are to protect the board. My philosophy has always been that one should have a skin in the game. So you have to go ahead and demonstrate with other directors of the company that I also want to be a director. And you have to explain why. The reason being that you manage corporate affairs, you manage corporate governance, you manage risk management, you manage legal work and whatnot. There are so many things that GCs do today. So it merits a board seat, at least for a GC as well. So what I think is, it depends upon what you want to demonstrate to your senior management team, and the opportunities will come on their own. The other thing which I want to highlight is that it is not uncommon in Western countries, at least, that lawyers also take up leadership business roles. In our organization, we have so many people who have been lawyers but are head of businesses. It is not very common yet in India, although there have been examples like, Indigo former CEO was a lawyer. And, there are other companies who are also promoting people, the chief legal officer becoming the CEO of the organization. But a lot of effort has to go from within. You have to train yourself. You have to demonstrate, have an appetite of constant learning. And once you demonstrate that, and in your work that you learn, and then you assimilate that knowledge, and then you demonstrate on work, and the moment you start to do that, I'm sure that whether it's an Indian business or it's a multinational business, people will value you for your capability. And if your capability is sharp, I don't think any promoter will be shying away from giving you a role which is outside your comfort domain. I think the problem with us as lawyers mostly has been that we compartmentalize ourselves into a domain of legal, which perhaps needs to be unlearned. We have to unlearn to be a lawyer, and we have to demonstrate that we are capable of doing other things, which our other fellow colleagues do. We are perhaps better than that, but that confidence comes from within and from learning and training and development.
Dr. Prasad, a very valid point. I mean, you raised that unlearning, not being captive of the image that we are seen in. Ms. Mathani, that brings me to the same question. How do we do that unlearning and take that bold step of, not becoming the prisoners of the way we are seen, moving beyond it?
Yes. In fact, what is relevant and what one needs to really do is focus on what really matters. In all discussions that I have seen with business teams, with directors, you got to really work on what I call skinny the file. They're not there to read the voluminous data that lawyers typically prepare, long reports. We really need to give practical assistance where you identify what the issues are, simplify it, not keep it so legalistic. Therefore, it is a focused business discussion on what are the risks, what are the mitigating factors, what are the options really available, and you facilitate that business. In fact, I was reading a recent Harvard article, and it's really about having a gig mindset and promoting that within as your culture of how you really perform. So it's really a balancing act where you have a sound risk management, you identify those material risks, which then business decides which to choose, what to avoid, what to eliminate, what can be mitigated, what can be ensured, and which risks you're really willing to accept and continue pursuing the agenda. So as general counsels, we are really uniquely qualified to bring that valuable insight and judgment in those kind of conversations.
Perfect. Ms. Lumba, you heard your panelist, and then my next question will start with you. But in this particular the context we're talking in, what do you have to say? How do we create those new opportunities, unlearn, disengage with the image that we are seen in, becoming? How do we do that? How do we make new things possible?
I think all of us are overladen with a lot of volume of work, and we then tend to get so consumed in our volumes of work that we kind of overlook all these opportunities which may come our way. So it is something we need to learn the power of delegation, whether we are a sole contributory role or we have a team or some way we can delegate externally, and then free up our mind, free up our brain to align with the opportunities which we see. We may have multifunctional projects. That is when you can get into, maybe there's a project which is running in business strategy or in HR or so. Just become a part of that. That is the best way to unlearn your legal skills and learn new skills of the other functions. And that is what I tell my team members also, that just free up your time and become a part of other such opportunities which you see. And as you grow, you learn, and including yourself as leaders, and then you can make yourself available for greater opportunities, including directorship or maybe a CEO role also, because then you will be seen as, or will be perceived as, this is a person who's a go-to person, and he or she understands business much better than a traditional lawyer.
Right. Which brings me to my final question. We are running short on time. I want to start with you, Ms. Lumba. We recently saw a CHRO taking over a global role. The Unilever's, she went to Chanel. So tell me, which shows also that, verticals are not just support functions. They have a bigger role to play. And as Dr. Prasad earlier said, that in the Western countries, we do have, such trends. But how long before we see that mainstreaming of these in-house functions taking on larger roles. How close are we to this disruption, if I may use this word?
I think in India, as I said, there's a, I think there's a trend also, like in India, we don't segregate much of our functions. Also, like a general counsel, and general counsel will have a team which will not be a specialized team. It will be an all generalist team, and you may compartmentalize that. So we don't have segregation of roles here in India, which is not common. Abroad, you have segregation of role. You have separate team for ethics and compliances, separate team for. So it becomes a lot more easier. You become a lot more available. You still have to travel some distance there. And secondly, I think general counsels, we are doing as general counsels and handling so much material. We are doing pretty well in making our presence felt. But I think we need to do much more to make our presence felt in the organization, and where you're invited for business meetings, and yes, you cannot be omnipresent. That is also an issue. But yes, you should be making yourself available in most of the meetings, so that as general counsels we make our presence felt. I would say our role is not an easy role. It's a difficult role because you have to balance business interest along with your role. So it's a fair kind of a balance. It's a very sensitive role, and it's an important role, and we have to position ourselves to make the business understand that it is one of the most important roles in the organization.
Right. Ms. Jain, your quick thoughts.
Like I said, I think I've definitely seen lawyers become CEOs of major organizations outside India. There's no reason that can't happen here. I think as a lawyer, you need to make sure that you're multi-skilled and you're not putting yourself in a very limited role. And that happens when you work closely with business, start crunching numbers. Lawyers are by themselves will agree that they're bad at numbers. If you're bad at numbers, you're not going to become a CEO, or at least if you're showing to be bad with numbers. So, as a capital markets lawyer, I was forced to deal with numbers very, very early in my career. And that really helped me understand business really well. So I think multi-skilling is very important. Sitting down with business and asking them to teach you whatever you don't understand about the business, seeing the sides of business that normally they would not show to you. So it's not just about, attending the business meetings, but going deep into the, particular segment of the business and saying, okay, let me understand how this works and what can I do better in this. So I think it's a mindset change that is required on both sides, not just one side. And as we keep multi-skilling ourselves, I think it'll happen. I don't think it's that far away.
Right. Quickly, I have got a notification. We just have 3 minutes. Ms. Mahtani, and then final words from Dr. Prasad. Ms. Mahtani. Yeah.
Sure. I'll keep it really brief. I think there's no reason why it can't be. There is already a lot of change, a lot of corporates. We're already directors in many companies, and the value that we bring to the table, because you're able to strategically structure deals, provide the strategy for a business that needs to be done, because you can foresee and preempt a lot of legal risks, and therefore it's inbuilt into the strategy. So the role of what general counsel was earlier was more coming to you at the end when there is a problem, when there is a litigation, has completely transformed, where you're there right from an initial stage, in my case, because it's real estate infrastructure, right from an acquisition to pre-acquisition of, or how you're really structuring it into which entity, everything you're really a part of. So effectively, you are playing the role of structuring and running that entire business in any case. It is about just being nomenclated that, which it's more of a mental block or a mental hurdle if any lawyer feels or any general counsel feels that they cannot be or they should not be. It's
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Sorry. So I had to cut it short. Dr. Prasad, final words from you. We just have 30 to 40 seconds. Yes.
I think the time has already arrived. If Business World Legal is doing a conference on lawyers, so I think you are recognizing that lawyers are contributing to business. So I think a great publication, not only Business World, there are other leading magazines in India who are talking about lawyers, and itself speaks volume about what good work lawyers are doing. It was much desired. The other aspect I would like to say is the legal education system, which is transforming in this country, where you have law plus business. So now students have to study both law and business. So you have BCom LLBs, you have BBA LLBs. I think those kind of ecosystem which is coming into this country will shape and will escalate the process of lawyers becoming business leaders.
Absolutely, totally agree. The point that we are discussing, this of course has brought into the mainstream. So of course we'll see this going to another level. But thank you so much for joining us on this panel. Great talking to you, and I thank you for your time. Over to you, Aditya.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our panelists, and of course to Mr. Amin as well for moderating the session. Once again, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a panel discussion on making in-house departments business accelerators. And now moving on with the next session. It's on mediation, conciliation, arbitration, or litigation. What is best for business? And joining us for the same are Mr. Pramod Dubey, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India, Mr. Krishan Singhania, Managing Partner, Singhania & Co., Dr. Tamili Sen Gupta, Independent Director, Advocate, Mr. Siddharth Batra, AOR, Supreme Court of India, and a moderator, Ms. Anisha Aditya, Senior Editorial Consultant, BW Business World. A very warm welcome to all our panelists. And Anisha, all the very...
Thank you.
Good afternoon and hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Audible, Anisha.
Okay. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to our esteemed panelists, the viewers, and our colleagues from BW Business World to the BW Legal Conclave of 2022. In this panel, we'll be discussing the advantages of choosing ADR mechanisms within the business ecosystem of India, how ADR contributes to reduce pendency of legal suits in courts, legislative suggestions to bolster the modus operandi of mediation and conciliation, amongst others. A very warm welcome to all of our esteemed panelists who are joining us today. Thank you so much for your time. I'll be starting with the first question. So what do you think should businesses keep in mind while drafting dispute resolution clauses in their agreements? Could you give us a sense of the significance of such clauses and what kind of impact does it possibly have on the roadmap of businesses? We'll be starting with Mr. Singhania, and we'll move on with a comment from Dr. Sengupta. Over to you, Mr. Singhania. Sir.
Good afternoon. I thank Business World for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on the... I am audible. I just wanted to check that before I start.
You're audible, sir.
So basically, normally dispute resolution clauses are called midnight clauses because businesses don't give so much importance while negotiating the dispute resolution clause than the other commercial terms in a contract. And I believe that it is very important that dispute resolution clause should be also treated like a business term of a contract. Why I so? Because if you negotiate a contract, for example, you negotiated a joint venture agreement and you thought that because the foreigner wants neutrality and you agreed for an ICC arbitration or you agreed for an international arbitration, then you may not know that if you have a small claim, say of $10,000 under the joint venture agreement, then you may not be able to use it effectively because there is an extensive cost involved in pursuing that remedy in court of law. And unfortunately, Indian courts have the law which says that, or that is the law in India, that in case you have an arbitration clause, because that is the clause you have chosen, you will have to go to international forum. Similarly, while drafting dispute resolution clauses, you have to also see what will be the nature of dispute which will come in the future. In case the dispute is not of a very high value, then you could also agree for not going for alternate dispute, but for a normal court of law. Third factor which always have to be kept in mind that from where the parties are and what is the nature of relationship. If parties are thinking to go for long-term relationship, then I would say that in commercial interest, it will be important to keep option of mediation, conciliation first option, and then in case mediation and conciliation fails, then you can go for arbitration. But in certain cases, in case there is intellectual property dispute or there is a requirement of some injunction, some relief from court, then these clauses have to be keeping in that mind also.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singhania. I'd asked Dr. Sengupta to give us her comments on the very same.
Yeah, sure. So, the whole dispute resolution mechanism within a contract is really a separate agreement. So though it's in the contract, it's a different agreement between the parties on governing law, on what courts to approach for interim relief, what are the rules of the arbitration, and what are the governing rules of the contract. So there are many factors on this which take it outside the realm of any one country or any one speciality. In my experience, a lot of issues, a lot of arbitration time and a lot of time of the panels and arbitrators gets wasted, I would say, on figuring out factual matters. Now, these are some issues which can easily be within your dispute resolution mechanism. You can have a system where at least the facts and the technical issues can be sorted out without recourse to the legal experts. Because the job of legal experts is to interpret the law. It is not to mediate between warring parties on, who came first or who did what first. So I think, this is a new kind of a thought, I'd say. But, arbitration has been it's been in a state of flux. There have been so many laws, and now recently, 2021, they are trying to make India into a center for international arbitration, which is why they have made the standards for arbitrators more flexible. Earlier, they wanted more arbitrators from India. Now they have understood that international companies may not be comfortable necessarily all the time with Indian arbitrators. So they've made the standards more flexible. So while they could come out with rules governing different aspects, such as the technical aspects. I have been in shipping disputes where we have spent hours over the issues related to detention, demurrage, the interpretation of the shipping contracts. Now, these are all very technical issues. How do you interpret a bill of lading? Who is the assigned party? Who is the consignee? What are the rules under which the port functions? So in Delhi, we were a little handicapped in that, we have to try and get people from some place like J.M. Bakshi who are conversant with these issues. These are not issues lawyers will normally study in so much depth. We have an overall view, but so I feel that these technical nitties are best experts. So instead of having an expert witness before the arbitrators, you should have a process of expert adjudication on the technical and facts. So if parties can agree on the facts, if you can have somebody adjudicate on the technical aspects, whether it is technically correct or possible, then only the legal issues or mixed questions of fact and law will move to the arbitrators. Because, time is of essence in commercial disputes. There are countries where there's such a high rate of inflation that a delayed payment is, with the rate of inflation, it almost becomes zero. Say if you have 1 crore you have to get from someone, and over a period of 5 to 6 years, it becomes almost nothing due to the hyperinflation. There are economies like that. So it is important to have certainty, it is important to have closure, and it's important to have time-bound redressal of differences. The current system we have, where it's an unending loop, you go for arbitration, it gets pulled for 2-3 years. So mediation, conciliation, arbitration, and then legal proceedings is a little too long. So it is better if certain issues can be conclusively finished off in a technical mediation, in a factual mediation, and only what is left comes up in arbitration. So, and then make it time bound. Once all the facts are clear, you can easily have judges sitting on it over a period of 1 month and reaching a decision. They don't get more time than that when they're sitting in court. The hearings go on, and practically it's like a couple of hours of hearings over a long period. So this is something you can easily work out if there is an intent not to use the system just to delay and extend the proceedings. Unfortunately, in tax litigation, prolonging litigation has become the department raises a lot of demands because they have targets. Okay. Customers, the assessees don't want to pay because that means they have to take more working capital loan if they pay. So it is easier to put the matter into dispute and keep dragging it along than it is to actually just arrive at a settlement and pay up. So this sort of thing you have to stop. We have too many people. We have an overburdened court system, and we need to have time-bound redressal of disputes, because justice delayed is justice denied.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your response. For the next question, I'd invite Senior Advocate Pramod Dubey and AOR from the Supreme Court of India, Mr. Siddharth Batra, to give us the responses, please. So my question to you is, what are the specific advantages or disadvantages of choosing any one particular mechanism of ADR over the other? And could you specify any factors that should be considered in this matter? Over to you, Mr. Dubey.
Thank you so much, and thanks to all the panelists and Mr. Batra, Mr. Singhania, and Dr. Sen Gupta. So far as this ADR is concerned, there was a old history and old time. There was only one way to go for the litigation. That was the litigation through the court and judges and the juries type of the concept. Slowly, the society developed, and this ADR came, like arbitration, conciliation, mediation, and your litigations. So the advantage in ADR over this litigation is concerned, you see, in the litigation, you have to follow the procedure established by a long procedure like a CPC. Suppose you have to file so many things, pleadings, so there is a time bound there, then you can do so many things. So there is a long way to travel, and there is a lot of pendency in the civil litigation if you are going. And in the civil litigation, the main thing, you have to prove your case as per the Evidence Act. This is the one thing. In ADR, you don't need to prove the fact by putting a stricto sensu the Evidence Act. There is a rule of prudence and the rule of evidence, not the Evidence Act. And in ADR, the main advantage, the party has the freedom to choose their own arbitrator, mediator, and conciliator. Not only that, in ADR, there is a practice is going on, it's developing the pre-litigation mediation. If you are anticipating any kind of the litigation, so you can write to the other party, we are ready and willing to settle this dispute, and you should not go to the court of law. So this is the one aspect. The second aspect is that you are choosing the arbitrator who is expert. You are choosing the mediator who you are having the confidence in, and the conciliator. So these are the things. And in mediation, the role of the mediator is to basically facilitate the two parties or more than two parties to sit on a platform, at a table, and resolve their grievances by discussing and resolving all the things. In arbitration, there is a clause, and there is a statement of claim, and then the counter and reply, everything. And in arbitration also, you can choose the person who is expert in that. He has the technical knowledge about the subject. Like if suppose there is an NTPC matter or power grid matter or aviation matter, so you have the remedy to go with the expert. So this is the second thing. Third thing is the ADR is the cost-effective process. Unlike the court. In the court process, you are filing the court fee, you are hiring the lawyers. Every day the lawyers are going. There is a lot of pleadings going on, effective, non-effective, so many things. So you can minimize the cost also. And in the mediation, you can maintain the confidentiality. If you are not consenting to the mediator to publish the public at large, your whatever the discussion was, the privately, that would be the confidential. So these are the things. And I have the experience. I was doing one arbitration in the LCIA, and it was very interesting. Every slot was booked. You by this time you file a counterclaim, then you reply, and the rejoinder, exchange of the documents. And these are the time slot you have to start the opening argument, closing argument, then the cross-examination. You have to cross-examine the witness in particular time. So in 1 week, the entire proceeding took place, which is unlike in the common litigation. Common litigation, sometimes you find that there's a strike, a judge is not there, other parties asking for the adjournment, so many things. Then you go for the paying the court fee. These are the basically advantages. So far as the disadvantages are concerned, sometimes you'll find that there's a biasness in the arbitration. The arbitrator is biased. Then you have only remedy to go for first you move the application before the arbitrator, you recuse yourself. If the arbitrator is adamant, no, I'm not going, then you have to approach the court of law. The second thing is that if the arbitration is passed and we are not satisfied with the arbitration award, then you are going to the court, and then the court will say, no, you have very limited scope to challenge the arbitration award. First, you show us the following criteria. Even in Delhi High Court, you'll find that these days it's a very difficult to get the notice issued in the appeal against the arbitration award. These are basically the disadvantages. And third thing, in so many arbitration proceedings, I have already mentioned these are the advantages, but we are coming across the cases where the arbitration proceeding, nothing is going on, only the parties are going and it's a 10-minute discussion, the matter gets adjourned, and you are paying the hefty amount to the arbitrator also. They are raising the bill and the lawyers are also raising the bill. So these kind of the things also going, and it's burdening the litigant. It's burdening the litigant. This is also the disadvantage.
Thank you so much for your response, sir. I would invite Mr. Siddharth Batra to give his response on the same, please.
Good afternoon. First of all, it's such a pleasure to share the stage with Mr. Singhania, is always smiling, Mr. Dubey and Madam Tamali. So thank you for inviting me. I'll just join with what Dubeji said. He also described in detail as to in ADR about arbitration. If I ask myself a question over the years, it's an alternative dispute resolution that you don't have to go to the court. That means you'll have to have some other way. I think the only formal way till date in our country is the Arbitration and Conciliation Act, which provides for arbitration and conciliation. The mediation bill, in fact, we've heard our Chief Justice as well. He also mentioned some time back that there's need for mediation. So that mediation 2021 bill is on the anvil. In fact, I was going through the newspaper yesterday. Some comments and some objections and suggestions have been invited by the Ministry of Law as well for the mediation bill. As far as arbitration is concerned, as Dubeji was mentioning that, yeah, it's a different process. It's sometimes easier than the courts. I think one star point, which I take from the Arbitration and Conciliation Act is the amendment that was brought in, wherein it was said that arbitration proceedings have to conclude within 1 year. If you ask me, that's been a revelation when it came to arbitration, because arbitrations also had been pending for years. And now with the coming of this outer limit, it has changed it to a great extent. But then coming back after the passing of an award by an arbitrator, what happens is that you file a Section 34. The problem I see is in that is that those have been pending for a long time as well. And once there is a pendency, then there's a difficulty in getting those executed as well. So that is also taking in effect a lot of time, if you ask me, on the practical aspects. Yeah, it is right that you can have an arbitrator who is an expert in the dispute which has arisen. He may be more equipped than a judge that we have in the court. But having said that, if you ask me, the success of arbitration in our country, if I have to measure that, I'm not too bullish about it as to what has happened. Some more work needs to be done on this space. Mr. Dubey was right in saying that as far as getting a notice issued after an award is concerned in 34, you go to the High Court does not issue notices. But I personally experienced that even pendency of that 34 without issuing notice, the awards are not being executed. The jurisdiction of a court after passing of an award is very, very limited. There are points which have been given. That needs a strict adherence. Every now and then there are judgments of the Supreme Court coming. Even there was another latest judgment which has been written by Justice Ravinder Bhatt. I was reading the same. They have mentioned it that even if the arbitrator has gone wrong on some issues, that cannot be grounded in a 34 to set aside the award. But how it has to be followed? I give you another example that there's an arbitration award wherein there are 3 Supreme Court judges gave an award, and it's a huge award for a company. Now the 34 against that will go to a district judge. So 3 Supreme Court judges, retired Supreme Court judges, making an opinion on an award, and then it goes to a additional district judge or district judge. That rigor is taking some time. I think that needs to be seen. If you see the other part which I mentioned, conciliation. If you ask me, conciliation has failed in our country. I have personally not come across any case wherein conciliation was agreed and there was some settlement which came out of conciliation. That has completely failed. And regarding pre-mediation, if you see, there's now an amendment in the Commercial Courts Act as well. If you file a suit under the commercial courts, before the commercial courts, there's a pre-mediation. You have to mandatorily go for that mediation. And if that mediation fails, and then you can file. That has already started. So change has started to come, that because there's a lot of pressure as far as courts are concerned in our country. And a lot of times, as Madam Tamali also was saying, that justice delayed is justice denied. But one fact which I always ask myself also, that why there's delay in our country. You can't compare our country to the judicial system that is in the UK or the US, because look at the number of cases. Over here, considering our population, the number of cases that we have, I can say one thing, that our high courts are doing a great job. I mean, for a judge to read, say, about 70 to 100 odd cases every day and try to decide them, I think there's a magnitude of effort which is being put by the superior judiciary, I can say.
Okay.
Even with that, I will conclude. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for your response, sir. We'd go back to, we'll proceed with the third question, and we'll go back to Mr. Singhania for his response to it. So are there any specific ADR mechanisms that is more suitable for certain type of disputes or industries? Can you give us a sense of how appropriately this allocation of ADR mechanisms is made? Over to you, Mr. Singhania.
No, my view is on this subject that in case there is a contractual matter, then parties have a choice whether they want to go for arbitration, mediation, or conciliation, or go for litigation. Because depending upon the nature of dispute, in case it is merely a monetary claim, then the matter can be decided by arbitration and parties can choose. Particularly where, for example, in construction industry, they need people who have technical knowledge in case there is a dispute between the parties to be resolved. In that cases, they can have an arbitration clause or mediation clause, so that first there is a conciliation approach. Secondly, they also have to keep in mind that the project which is undergoing in construction, that should not get affected while dispute is going on. And the third factor there is that the technical person qualification can be also mentioned in arbitration clause, because that is a clause written by choice. So that could definitely help those type of industries where there is a technical element and the claims can be large. But in case the claims are not of large nature, then I would say arbitration is not an effective tool, because it's also time consuming, and it also affects businesses while they are going on, because somebody has to spend their time. Because one thing which is now important we should understand, in the developed world, they are looking at not only that they are afraid to lose a case, but they are also looking at the management time. How much time management has to spend looking after all these disputes. So it is important to know that parties by agreement also can put a time limit also in case there is a dispute, how to resolve it, and they can put everything in the contract. Second aspect is that if there are certain contracts which you cannot arbitrate, because if it is a criminal nature or it's a fraud or there is something which courts only can decide, and already in Indian Arbitration Act there are specific cases which cannot be decided by courts, by arbitrators, so that matter has to go. Like for example, if there is a legal license, even though we provide for arbitration in that, but there is a gray area. Sometimes courts say no, courts have only exclusive jurisdiction. In case there is a dispute about the title or about the removal of the tenant from the premises or licensee from the premises, then only court.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I'd be moving on for a response from Dr. Sengupta on any suggestions or whether a standalone law specifically focusing on mediation or on conciliation is required in India. Over to you, Dr. Sengupta.
Yeah, so in my view, I think what I'm suggesting is a bifurcation where all the facts and technical aspects get taken in mediation, and legal matters only go to arbitration. The reason for this is, there is this attitude in India that I'm okay, you're not. So everybody believes they are right, everyone else is wrong. Maybe this is a product of our democracy, maybe it's a product of entitlement, who knows? But in any civil society debate, and we have seen many of them over the last couple of years, there are almost no flexible stands. There is one group trying to shout you out for being biased, parochial, secular, not secular, fundamentalist, whatever it is. So bottom line is, I don't think we can rely. The nature of our society is such, there's a lot of noise, which requires people to be right at all times. So they are not in a conciliatory frame of mind. So conciliation and mediation only work if you are in the mood to conciliate or mediate. But if you get sound bites and mileage from opposing, and that is, glorified more than settling issues is, then there's no reason for you to do that. So therefore, I would suggest that they strictly demarcate between the legal and the non-legal aspects, have experts determining the non-legal. I would even go to the extent of saying that in a contractual dispute, in a long-standing contract, they should have an exchange of timelines from time to time, which is agreed by both parties. That will save a lot of effort on disputing versions later. So for instance, every beginning of the year or end of the financial year, you say, okay, this is the contract, these are the timelines we've adhered to.
Okay.
And these are the reasons. So on an ongoing basis, at least you are in agreement on some matters. Otherwise, everything becomes a subject of disagreement.
Okay. Thank you so much. So I've been told that we are running a little short on time. The next panelists are also here to start with the next panel. So I'll just ask for 1 minute brief inputs quickly from Mr. Dubey and also from Mr. Batra. So my final question would be that, despite, of course, the significance of courts, and of course, litigation can never happen without courts, but yet still, what do you think is the significance of ADR in the business ecosystem? So I just ask for 1 minute brief inputs, first from Mr. Dubey and then from Mr. Batra.
One thing must be understood, that ultimate goal of any litigation, any dispute is a dispute resolution. Now, during the various stages, the party may approach the court for the enforcement or the adjudication of their right, but that does not vitiate the advantage of ADR. ADR has proven to reduce the burden and be cost time effective. So what is the need? Need to work on enforceability of the award and taking a more adaptive approach towards the ADR.
If you ask me, ADR obviously is one of where we have to look in, because as we said, dependency of a lot of cases in the court, alternate dispute resolution has to be aggressively looked into. But yes, we'll need more changes in the law that we have right now. Obviously, we're coming up with a mediation bill as well. Let's see how it goes, and it's the right step in the right direction. And I personally have a lot of expectations that once the mediation bill comes in, there will be a change which will be brought in the mindset to go for mediation before approaching the courts.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all of our panelists who joined us today. We've spoken about some very imperative structures and developments in the ADR mechanism. We thank you for joining us and for giving us your time. Over to you, Aditya, to take up the next panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all our panelists. And of course, a big thank you to you as well, Anisha, for moderating the session so well. And of course, trying to finish it in time. So thank you for that. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, moving towards a next session on how are law firms channeling the lessons learned in the year 2021. We have with us Mr. Hemant Sahai, founding partner, HSA Advocates, Ms. Madhu Gadodia, deputy managing partner, Nayak and Nayak and Co. Mr. Shebi Panag, chair of Panag and Babu, Mr. Tariq Khan, registrar, International Arbitration and Mediation Center, and the session is going to be moderated by Kanika Atul Prem Narayan, partner, Indian Law Partners. I welcome all our panelists. A very warm welcome to all of you. Kanika, all the very best.
Thank you, Aditya. I think on behalf of our esteemed panel, I would like to thank Dr. Batra, Ashima, and the entire Business World legal team for inviting us to be part of such a prestigious platform. In relation to our discussion on how law firms are channeling lessons from, which we've learned in 2021 and even 2020, I would say, I, for one, firmly believe that 2020-2021 has been positively transformational, especially for the legal sector, not only from a technology perspective, but also a much needed change in the mindset on how firms have been traditionally operating. To begin with, I felt it'd be really interesting to hear and understand how, the pandemic and the last 2 years has impacted different practice areas operating virtually. So for this, I would like to invite Mr. Sahai, if he could give us his thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here, part of this panel, esteemed panel, and my co-panelists. So, the pandemic has been described as a black swan event and, something very dramatic, which indeed it was. But at least in my career, this has not been the first time that the economy and therefore the service providers, including lawyers, corporate lawyers, have had to face headwinds and, change the way they conduct the business. We've seen, economic and financial meltdowns in 95 and 2008. So I think each of these adverse situations has actually forced, I would say, compelled law firms to, improve themselves in terms of their efficiency, both internal as well as external. Now, technology is just one part of it. And I think this time around, absorbing the virtual technology, both for court hearings, as well as of the way we conduct our business and meetings, that has been very, very rapid and dramatic. We all know that video conferences have been available for a long, long time. But I think the way they've been absorbed and adopted by service providers and clients has been dramatic. Now, I think it requires the service providers to remain abreast of these changes. But more importantly, I think over the last couple of years, I believe, at least for us, it's not just the technology part, but it's also the operations and the processes, both internal as well as external, in terms of talent origination, recruitment, nurturing talent, because that's your fundamental resource for a law firm. And to keep them incentivized, to keep them positive and going despite doom and gloom all around you. And of course, in the external environment, the ability to continue to reach out to clients, existing, new clients, etc. I think all of that has just changed dramatically. And technology is just one aspect of it, by the way. So, the video conferences, video calls is just a tool, but that's not enough, because, we can have multiple meetings and repeat the same thing. But to actually convert and translate those meetings into business, that requires, much more, I would say, adeptness and more than just technology. So absolutely, I agree with you that this has brought about dramatic changes. And I believe a lot of that is going to be now permanent. So while we can keep saying that, courts need to get back to physical, business and all of that stuff, but I think that there will be a certain degree of change that is not permanent. So I'm actually, very excited about the future. This pandemic has forced all of us, the environment, the businesses, the clients, and as well as service providers like ourselves, to positively change ourselves.
Thank you, Mr. Sahai. Tariq, would you like to share your views on how this has affected, the litigation and arbitration space?
Thank you, Kanika, firstly, and thank you everyone for this opportunity. I would completely agree with the views shared by my senior, Mr. Sahai, and what you said, Kanika, initially, that we should not see pandemic as something which has been forced on us or something which has been imposed on us. I personally feel that it's like an evolution in the law, and especially it has worked pretty well for arbitrations, because I've been doing arbitrations in 2019, 2020, when the courts were shut and people were not able to go to the trial courts and take up the matters there. That's when a lot of arbitrations were very smoothly functioning. The only issue was that, of course, we were not prepared for it. It happened at a time when we were not accustomed to Zoom, WebEx, etc. And Mr. Sai rightly pointed that these things have always been there. Technology has always been there, but they were not as popular earlier. But what I personally feel is that it's an evolution, it's a positive step, because even when the courts opened for the first time, I used to go to the High Court and some tribunals, and I would wait for the matter the whole day, and the whole day just gets wasted sometimes. But the good part about the virtual hearings was that I could just log into different courts and tribunals and forums, and I could actually multitask and not waste time. So I think that's one thing which is a very, very big positive, the way I look at it. And yes, there are some matters which cannot be taken, which cannot be smoothly done or conducted in a virtual setup where a lot of documentation is involved, or when a cross-examination is to be done. I guess in those matters you may consider doing physical hearings, physical meetings. But I completely agree, and I support the hybrid model. As much as I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Tariq. Sharbir, would you like to come in on how this has affected the white-collar compliance space as well?
Thank you, Kanika. I think that all of us seem to be agreeing with Mr. Sahai, and I would throw in my hat there as well. Historically, the legal profession has always been reluctant to technology and technological change, and I think the pandemic, the human cost, of course, of it not being discounted in any way, forced us to embrace technology. So I think there was the first element of it, and I echo Mr. Sahai's words, and these have been my own, that none of our technologies were new. There's no new pandemic technology that's come out. Probably, few elements such as backgrounds, etc., have emerged as far as the video element of it is concerned. But for most part, we were better utilizing existing technology. I think for us and our clients, there'd be three key takeaways. I think one, all of us embrace technology. I would say in the white collar space, when we would be conducting internal investigations, we would normally earlier say that witness depositions or witness interviews need to be in person. And most of us would say that, we need to know how somebody's responding to a particular line of questioning. And while I still retain that view, I believe we can get about 95% of the way, which results in significant efficiency for clients. For example, as opposed to flying down an entire team from a Delhi to a Chennai, who's only there, and spending 10 hours on a particular client matter, now the same task can be done in 1 to 2 hours. And I think that's building in efficiency both at the legal firm level and as well as with the company. So I think that's so there's technology, there's efficiency, and I think number 3 is that within the space of pushing boundaries, we've started utilizing tools, and I would say the big takeaway for me has been reducing our reliance on paper. I think as most of us moved home, we didn't carry our printers with us, and as a result, we printed less. And I think the environmental impact and cost of law firms in general has always been high. On the flip side, I think these are 3 things that have positively contributed to law firms. On the flip side, I think there is a human cost. We have most law firms and most teams have relied on relationship capital that all of us built over the years, both with our colleagues, our peers, our teams, senior counsels, clients, so on and so forth. And now we have, and especially for the younger generation, I would call them the associate class emerging from the pandemic, they have not had the same level of training and access. And I think that's also a very important point for law firms in general, that how unstructured our career progression and unstructured legal training is. So much of it is learning by observation. And I think the pandemic is again forcing law firms to see training and career development in a far more systematic manner, as opposed to how we saw it prior to the pandemic, where if you had a group of associates in a conference room, you could have the conversation. While I feel that some of the human elements are, a job well done or an admonishment in person at times have their own impacts, and several of us have, as professionals, have seen that. I do feel that we all need to revisit and review our thinking towards legal training.
That's very important, and thank you, Sharbi. That's something I think we really need to take into account. Coming back, to what I stated was that there's been a much needed change as far as traditional firms have been operating. Madhu, what are your views on, from a management perspective, about the key lessons which law firms have picked up in 2021?
Right. So I would say that when the pandemic hit, there was a lot of uncertainty about, what law firms would do. And I think a lot of law firms which focused on litigation in particular felt that they would be certainly jobless for quite some time. But in a month or two, I think it was like, all problems were just answered on their own. So like, as far as the non-litigation was concerned, it went on very smoothly. Everything, all documentation, etc. could happen online. As far as litigation is concerned, I think Bombay High Court and Delhi High Court started with some very good, in fact, COVID-friendly orders, where borrowers were given instant reliefs, and we were fortunate to be a part of some of those litigation. And that's when the litigation really picked up, and all of a sudden we realized that we were in fact far more busier than what we were in the normal times. We were very fortunate to do an international arbitration. It's actually a domestic arbitration, but under SIAC, which is for the Bianis, the Amazon Biani dispute, where, the team involves a tribunal, which is where there are 3 arbitrators sitting out of 3 different jurisdictions. There are councils all over between Bombay, Delhi, UK, and various other jurisdictions, the law firms operating from a different place, the team working from a different place, and everything happened so smoothly. It's been 1.5 years that we've been running this litigation all over in the Delhi courts, the Supreme Court, as well as the tribunal. So I would say, and I certainly agree with what everybody has placed, their views, that I think this is the new normal. Nobody thought that, the waves would keep coming and we would keep going through this again and again. And I think hybrid is the key word. You can't say that it should be only physical or only virtual, but certainly the combination of both, which is a hybrid, is now the new normal. And I think that we have to certainly work like what my colleague just said that as far as some matters are concerned, you need to be physically present for training, etc. You need to have that experience yourself. So we need to see what is that hybrid and how we can work out. And it also certainly gives a little more work-life balance, which I think is really lacking in our profession. Our profession is so demanding. So we have also learned how to, face those challenges, having kids in the background doing their school and shouting suddenly from the backdrop, and family challenges, etc. But everybody's learned, and I still remember the old days when we appeared in the court and they used to allow 10 people to enter depending on the matters, because it could not handle that kind of bandwidth. And then they put better systems where everybody could attend at one time. Then how they would control the mics, etc. Initially voice was not controlled, judges could not be audible, etc., etc. So we've come a long way. And now that we've come a long way, and I remember Justice Chandrachud's kind words that this is going to be the new normal. Nothing is going to deter us. Our profession has moved a long way, and we have proved that legal profession can also embrace technology, like what my colleague said, which was earlier something that could never be thought of. And after embracing the technology, we beautifully synchronized with the whole process. So our takeaway has been exactly that. We have recruited in a big way. We are still recruiting in a big way. Work is going on as seamlessly as it could ever happen. And I can see only growth in the profession and the sector.
Thank you, Madhu. I think we all agree that I think hybrid has come to stay. And I think Sharbir made a very important point that we need to focus on career development, because it's, this new rung of associates, they need to be integrated. Here, I would request Mr. Sahai, sir, if you could come in and just let us know some proactive measures which you feel firms should be taking towards recruitment, compensation, billing, as far as knowledge management is concerned. Anything that you feel that, firms need to keep in mind, sir.
Thank you again. And let me just pick up from where Sharbir, left. I think the human element, a lot of us are perhaps not, capturing or recognizing to the full extent. And I fully agree with him. I think teams, they need to keep growing in most law firms. The volume of work will grow. There is no doubt about that. I think the busyness levels is very high, but we like it or not, we have to accept that the productivity levels in terms of outcomes has been significantly lower. The reason for that is very simple. Earlier, I used to manage, 4 locations. Now, effectively, I'm managing 200 locations because 200 lawyers in different locations. So that has its own challenges, which frankly cannot be dealt with easily just virtually. I think the key issue is that how do we keep the teams not just motivated, because you like it or not, in a distributed kind of environment that we're talking about, and without the physical interaction, which is actually very important over a cup of coffee or just sitting in a conference room, engaging with each other. There's a learning in that. I mean, people, the younger lawyers, they shadow their seniors and they learn from that process. So I think we try to address some of those in a particular way. I think it's an evolving set of practices. I don't think we have the perfect answer as yet. I doubt if anybody else does. But I think each one of us are trying to do the best in their own circumstances. So one of the things that we have done is, whenever it's possible, physical meetings, of course, we will do. But let's assume for a moment that, the hybrid is here to come, right? There's a mandatory requirement of having team meetings virtually also, right? Which forces each of the associates in that team, and of course the partners, to engage with each other. It's a poor substitute for a physical meeting where you sit in a conference room and talk to each other, but still it forces them to at least talk to each other. Earlier, we were not that rigid about having these team meetings. Now we just made it a little bit more, I would say, mandatory. So therefore, to that extent, there is a forced, the associates are forced to engage and not just hide in the woodwork. You like it or not, there'll always be people who would want to just follow and not be leaders. That's right, everybody can't be a leader. But at the same time, make sure that everybody rows in the same direction. So keeping the communication alive amongst the teams, which also therefore leads to, positive a growth in terms of learning also. You like it or not, when teams engage with each other, there's a learning for the younger people. That is something which, to my mind, is the single most important aspect that firms need to, and I'm sure a lot of them are already focusing on and concentrating. The other aspect is that many at times we overstate the relevance of the money aspect that the attorneys earn or they expect to earn. Certainly, the money is an important issue, but beyond a point, and I'm talking about seniority, beyond a certain level of seniority, I mean, that is to be taken for granted, and they need to be given opportunities or leadership beyond just simply, how much are they going to make and what is the bank balance. That becomes a little bit more acute in the virtual space, the virtual environment. And while we've always tried to, create a system where, the partnership collegium, they all have, not just responsibilities, but also autonomy and freedom. I think we're just reinforcing that now and saying, you like it or not. I mean, everything is available to you. All the resources of the firm are available. Please go out, take leadership. Now, to translate that into action is the next challenge. Saying it is one part, but to actually effect it and make sure that the communication, the messaging to the senior leadership, the partnership collegium is clear, and they actually take advantage of that flexibility and that freedom. I think that is something which many of the firms will struggle with. So we are trying at our level to try and push partners to take leadership, take initiatives. There is a lot of flexibility and freedom that they have. There is a broad set of parameters and policies that we have in the firm. And within that, I think most of the partners, all of the partners are required and expected to go out and take leadership. I think these are some of the things that we need to focus on, at least what we are focusing on.
Thank you, sir. Sharbir, would you like to share any proactive measures you all are taking? Anything to do with mental health of the associates and, trying to involve them more?
Thank you, Kanika. And I think when we started working from home initially, the work from home element was treated as a matter of privilege, as we earlier did, that if you're at home, you can, you have greater comfort. And I think we've now moved to the stage where our days and our lives have become as busy working from home as they probably were in the office, and probably a little more than that, because we don't have, you don't have the built-in breaks of traffic and movement and waiting for court, as Tariq rightly pointed out. And I think we also need to, and with that backdrop, we need to reimagine mental health. Our firm has recently joined the Mindfulness Business Charter, which was established by a group of banks and law firms in the United Kingdom, and we really put the center stage. Prior, we've always followed the policy of ensuring that post large matters or big closing, then we are crisis lawyers. So of course we can't escape from, late night issues, and given the nature of work that we do, but we've tried to build in compensatory time off. We've tried to really make sure that we are clocking our hours in a manner that we ensure that our colleagues have compensatory time off, which is actually pens down. Year-end breaks, Diwali, almost at a quarterly basis, we have absolute pens down, and we take the commercial hit of it. It's not something that I've always believed that we don't need to speak about these things, because when we take pens down, it really should mean pens down, and we need to honor it, as opposed to using it as a press release. So I think those are some of the elements that we have ingrained, we have brought in. We have tried to ensure that our firm is reduced to a 5-day work week, and the anomaly of working on a Saturday or a Sunday is really limited to exceptional circumstances, and we are able to do this. And while we have been doing this, we've actually been managing to continue our output at 130, 140% of capacity, given the demands of the pandemic and how quickly and swiftly things are moving, and of course, how much in demand a white collar practice becomes. I think on the third element, something that we've really insisted on is for our team members to take breaks. So we've really started a forced leave policy that folks have to take breaks. And in certain cases, and we are encouraging them to go out. In certain cases, we are providing compensation for breaks for certain lawyers, depending upon certain grades. So those are some of the elements that we have brought in with a focus on mental health. And to the extent possible, waves notwithstanding, is that where we can meet in a safe manner, we organized a safe training workshop at practice by practice levels where everybody got tested. We lived in a hotel, we did team training, and as I said, a focus towards making it more systematic, because I think, as Mr. Sahai very rightly pointed out, those of us who are more senior in the profession with established practices, books of business, so on and so forth, it's significantly easier for us. It's in fact, to some extent, it's rightly brought about a little more balance. We get to see our kids and spouses and dogs far more than we did earlier. But I think the crux of it is our duty to our younger colleagues in terms of how do we ensure that their development is not stifled on account of the pandemic, and they aren't just picking up things with faceless icons on calls, and we're not just relying on personal initiative, but also institutional initiative to ensure careers develop. So I think those would be the three sort of focus areas for us on mental health, on development, and finding more ways to connect in safe methods in person.
Thank you, Sharbir. I think it's imperative to, be more inclusive. Tariq, it would be great to have your views on what is your vision for 2022. Keeping in mind we need to strike a balance between what we picked up from the pandemic and, the way we traditionally operate.
So I personally feel that, earlier before the pandemic, the work culture and environment in law firms generally was very, very formal. Layers of approval were required for various things, and I think the virtual platforms have made it very smooth and made it very comfortable for juniors also to approach their seniors. More interactions on WhatsApp, doing these Zoom meetings to see each other, to do a personal touch with each other and to know about what is happening, what is not happening. Because I personally feel that the nature of the law firms generally is very impersonal, and the traditional method where lawyers do pass each other in hallways without recognition or any acknowledgement. And the junior, the A0 or associates, they are quite scared to even approach their seniors. So I personally feel that any law firm now, they need to develop the positive values, and they need to understand how they need to value human resources, because the next generation of lawyers, I keep interacting with quite a lot of lawyers, the younger lot, and I personally feel that they now do not really care much about the money. They need more about, we've started talking about mental health, we've started talking about work-life balance. So I think that due to the pandemic, when we started doing hybrid mode and we started working from home, we were able to give time to our family, our friends. We were able to balance things because we got more time. But the only downside that I see is that there are certain matters like when I gave an example of trial court, so which cannot be done from home, but whatever work or whatever division of a law firm can function very smoothly from home. I think in such cases, in such assignments, I think work from home should be encouraged, and you should give that liberty to your employees to work from wherever they want. So a positive law firm culture, I think, is the need, and we need to focus on that part. And apart from that, I personally feel that to retain the younger lot, it's very, very important that you understand. And I think if you're adopting this model, the hybrid model, you can actually save a lot of money and then invest it in technology and also hire better talent, which is actually comfortable working in this fashion. That's my take on it.
Thank you, Tariq. I think we're going to be short on time. So to end on a positive note, I'd request Mr. Sahai to give some advice for the new generation lawyers.
Well, I think based on my own experience and what I've seen over my fairly long career, I think a certain amount of stoicism is required. I think many a times we all believe that this is a doomsday, but actually it's not. For the younger lawyers, they need to keep recalibrating their aspirations, and it's important that they do so on a continuing basis, and not just get into a flow and say that I'll go where the tide takes me. So they need to define their paths, and I think all the more reason now, because this is the age of specialization, and I think the pandemic has nothing to do with this. It's just a changed environment, in terms of what the expectations of the clients are. Interestingly, at least in our context, the younger people get more face time directly with clients as a result of the current situation. They need to take benefit of that and actually grab that as an opportunity. As was rightly pointed out by Shebir and Tariq also, that traditionally Indian law firms, legal practice has been very structured. So, the junior, reports to the senior, who reports to the partner, who tends to be the interface with the client. But all of those barriers and all those layers are all going away now. And increasingly, for efficiency, the younger people are interacting or getting the opportunity to interact with the clients directly. I think, to my mind, that should be one of the biggest opportunities that the younger people should look for. Of course, they need to perform and they need to demonstrate their ability to handle the clients. And this is going to be an opportunity that they should keep looking out for.
Thank you, sir. Madhu, would you have any words to share with our next generation?
Yes, so I think that, the next generation is very technology savvy, and that's where they have an edge over us. In fact, we find, I think the research time that we take versus what they take is, much longer. So I think this is, in fact, a very smooth journey for the youngsters, where there should be a lot of focus on knowledge management. So in fact, our firm has started weekly sessions on knowledge management where everybody attends virtually. And that's one thing where, earlier we used to have those physical sessions where everybody spent a lot of time traveling, etc. So we focus on a lot of, knowledge development. We also allow all these interns as well as all the young associates to participate in writing articles on live events, and then we give them credits along with their photographs so that they also get encouraged and motivated to research. Because I think one of the things that the current generation needs to focus on is to research rather than, just grabbing what is coming your way and putting it on the table. And to encourage those skill set, this is what we do by encouraging them to write articles, to make projects, etc., on interesting topic and present. So I think for the younger generation, as Sir has rightly said and all my colleagues have said, it's a great opportunity. They should make the most of it, and they should also maintain a good balance between their technology knowledge and being savvy, and use lesser time on social media for just socializing, and rather have a perfect blend where they can use their social media for the growth of the profession as well.
Thank you, Madhu. And I would like to thank all my co-panelists. I think that was a very insightful discussion. I firmly believe the best is yet to come. And I would like to hand over to Aditya.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists for joining us today, and of course for sharing your experiences. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kanika, for moderating the session.
Thank you, Kanika.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Kanika.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was a session on how our law firms channeling the lessons learned in the year 2021. And before we move forward to the next session, I would like to remind you that if you're going to be promoting us in any of your social media platforms, please use the hashtag BW Legal World Conclave 2022, so that all your other friends who are interested in the same can join us and listen to us, and of course, take back something for their use. Thank you so much. And now moving on to the next session, it's on navigating the crypto ecosystem in 2022. And joining us, we have Mr. Abhishek Nayak, Senior Associate, Khetan & Co. Mr. Vaibhav Kakkar, Partner, Saraf & Partners. S. Sai Sushant, Cyber Law Expert and Techno-Legal Consultant. Priyam Judele, Associate, Ikigai Law. And the session is going to be moderated by Kritika Krishnamurthy, Partner, AK and Partners. A very warm welcome to all our panelists. And Kritika, all the very best. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, Aditya. Guys, if we can have your videos on, please.
Kritika, you must excuse me because I have an emergency, so I'm traveling and talking to you. I'm moving to the hospital.
Oh, I hope you're okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah.
Kritika, I think the host has stopped my video, so I'm unable to switch it on. Okay. I'm getting that message. Yeah, I think it should work now. I just got a notification. Thank you. Hello.
Perfect. And I'm still waiting for Vaibhav because I don't see him online.
Weber won't be joining, Kritika.
Okay.
He's busy currently. He's at the cremation.
I understand. Okay. So I think we are good to begin. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this very interesting topic for today's panel discussion. The hero of today's discussion is cryptocurrency. Our hero has come a long way, I think, since it first made its appearance in the world. You know, it's been controversial. It's been the talk of the town. Nassim Nicholas Taleb has officially told us that its value is zero or negative. But we now have much greater clarity to have a nuanced discussion on the navigation around the cryptocurrency regulation in India, rather than just guessing whether it's a bird, whether it's an asset, whether it's a currency, or whether it's Superman. So at this stable ground now, where we can begin with the premise that cryptocurrency is presently slotted comfortably as an asset, and the proposed central bank digital currency that is being researched on by RBI shall be the currency equivalent perhaps in the crypto space. You know, it's come a long way and moved much beyond just Bitcoin. And we have a very interesting panel of experts with us today, belonging to varying genres of thought leadership. And we will keep today's discussion technical, but I can't help it, and I want to begin with just one icebreaker question. So I want to ask you guys to tell me in exactly one sentence the year, the place, and the context of how you first found out about cryptocurrency, and if you remember the price of Bitcoin or some other cryptocurrency at that time. So let me begin. It was 2013. It was Hyderabad, where all things experimental in tech, tax, and finance happened first many times. I found it weird. My reporting partner wanted to write an article about something called cryptocurrency. He said it's mined out of nothing by IT engineers. And Bitcoin at that time was 20,000 rupees. So perhaps the moral of that story is that I wish I would have bought some at that time. Okay. So, Priyam, what about you?
So it's a very interesting story actually. I was writing the IELTS, the NLU Delhi entrance exam in 2013, right? And there was this question on an MCQ, right? What's a Bitcoin? And I got that question wrong, and I went back and checked, and that's how my first interaction with Bitcoin happened.
And what about you, Abhishek?
Hi, Kritika. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. I really first heard of Bitcoin in early 2018. I must confess I was somewhat late to the party. And this was right when the RBI issued the infamous circular prohibiting banks from providing services to crypto entities, which we all know was later struck down for being a disproportionate regulatory measure. The Bitcoin rate was roughly around, I think, 10 to 11,000 USD at that point in time, which translated by the exchange rate prevailing then to approximately 5.5 lakh Indian rupees. So yeah,
still fair enough, you know, compared to the prices now. And Sushant, what about you?
Yeah. So the first interesting case that I got with regard to crypto was in 2017, and that too when I was in between watching a movie, and I got a client who messaged me on WhatsApp saying that, hey, look, I'm looking at a legal opinion to list out my crypto in the exchange, and I needed it right away within few hours. And it was then I started thinking about crypto than watching the second half of the movie. So it was one of those moments when I was watching this famous movie called Bahubali. So it was very, very interesting at that point. And I was just trying to figure out how do you give a legal opinion for listing the same in an exchange? What are the parameters? And finally, I quickly happened to rush home and then word out a good opinion on how things move around. But in the meantime, I thought this is just somebody trying to play fun with me. So I just quoted a very high amount for that opinion And I was, let me tell you, I was surprised by the time I came back out from the theater. I received a message from him saying that, hey, look, pass your account details, I'll transfer the payment. So this was something like I got in bonus for watching this movie. So that was my first interaction with crypto.
I think for you, the major takeaway and the plot thickens was so much higher than why did Kadapa kill Bahubali. I'm guessing it was part 1 in 2017. So thank you so much, guys. I think, that helped us all get out of the post-lunch slumber, which our audience must perhaps be in right now. Sushant, so it's very interesting to know that, you were contacted in 2017 with regard to, cryptocurrency exchanges and getting crypto listed on the trading platform and those kind of things. So can we begin with a bang? Can you give us like 3 takeaways, techno-legal takeaways that we should keep in mind when working with cryptocurrency transactions in 2022?
Sure, definitely. See, I think the first key takeaway that we have to keep in mind is ultimately crypto is nothing but information and data in the electronic format. I see by and large that a lot of coin exchanges even today, right? They focus more on the KYC and AML, but very little focus is put on data privacy and protection. So I feel that that is one of the key takeaways from a techno-legal perspective that we can look at today. Because never mind, I was on the panel the other day on cryptocurrency, and I have, I don't want to name, but there are some 3 top exchanges who are right now doing fantastically in India. They've got in touch with me saying that how do we ensure compliance to, the data privacy and protection. So that being so, I believe that the focus has to be again on data privacy and protection. And number 2, cyber security legal framework is something that we'll have to look into from a cryptocurrency perspective, because not all the time that cyber security can be maintained, though blockchain talks about a very good amount of transparency and no nonsense issue. But I believe end of the day, all these cryptocurrencies are stored in wallets, which are digitally taking place. So I believe that cybersecurity legal aspects will be the second takeaway that would be of primary importance during this phase of 2022. And the third one being that if there is no law coming up very soon, I think we already started to see a lot of cyber crypto crimes that are taking place here, where people are trying to just make use of the advantage of absence of legislation and trying to lure people with regard to high investments in this crypto, and then trying to weaponize and target all the innocent individuals through this cryptocurrency trading and investment per se. So I believe that cybercrime is something that is here to stay, and this is the era. I will call this as a golden age of cybercrime, especially from a cryptocurrency perspective, and because we don't have the clarity with respect to any regulation pertaining to crypto. So though there are broad provisions under the IPC as well as under the Information Technology Act for any misuse of the same, but I believe that awareness is not still moved across to the people. And then, those are my 3 takeaways that I can see: data privacy and protection, cyber security legal framework, as also cyber crimes, the urge to push these below the envelope so that we can have a reasonably secured cryptocurrency trading and exchange taking place. So over to you, Kritika. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sushant. I think, it's very interesting how all of us who are working in various tech interface sectors, we are all facing the same issues. And perhaps the fact that cryptocurrency is having similar issues, like we are all working heavy on data privacy and cybersecurity. And there is an increasing interface of crimes, white collar crimes in all the areas that we are working, whether it be fintech, insurance tech. And I think that if cryptocurrency transactions are facing similar barriers or similar, nuances when you're doing transactions, perhaps they have really come of age, and it's high time that we, stop giving them stepbrotherly treatment and saying that, oh, there's something out of this world or something that, we don't understand. They are quite similar to other tech transactions, and they should perhaps be more mainstream. Talking about mainstream, Abhishek, Budget 2022 is here. Everyone's talking about it. And interestingly, you have also worked a lot with cryptocurrency exchanges in taxation and, helping them with those things. So can you throw some light, on what are the key tax perspectives to cryptocurrency in 2022? And does cryptocurrency, our hero, have a wish list for budget 2022?
Sure. I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. So taxes in India are divided into two broad buckets. There's the income tax on the one hand and indirect taxes on the other. Indirect taxes comprise primarily of customs and goods and services tax, GST as we know it. So as far as taxation is concerned, again, there is a significant regulatory vacuum. As we have already highlighted, there is no direct regulation governing cryptocurrencies, and that is hurting us the most as far as taxation is concerned. We don't have any guidance whatsoever from the government as regards the manner in which crypto transactions should be brought to tax. Now, apparently, the government wants us to pay both income tax and GST on crypto transactions, but they are not telling us in clear terms how we should do it. That is the difficulty. The government wants us to pay tax, but they will not tell us how we should do that. So I'll just briefly walk you through some of the issues now. Let's start with GST. For something to be taxed under GST, it should either be a good or a service. GST is, after all, a goods and services tax. Everything else is automatically outside the purview of GST. So securities are outside GST, money is outside GST, even actionable claims, except for a few, are outside GST. Now, how do you classify cryptocurrencies? Now, that's the moot question which even you highlighted in your opening remarks. Are they goods? Are they securities? Actionable claims? Money? What are they really? So they possess attributes of each of these, no denying that. We know that some tokens are akin to securities. Some tokens are purely stores of value. Some could be actionable claims. There is a clear use case for each of them. But in the absence of any guidance from the government as regards classification, how is the industry or how are the users supposed to pay tax? Right? Jurisprudence tells us that, okay, intangible assets are considered to be goods. Cryptocurrency is an intangible asset. Fair enough. Does it mean that cryptocurrency will attract 18% GST on every instance of sale? That is not only absurd, but also highly unviable. And what happens when you use that crypto to purchase, say, a vehicle? You're paying GST on the vehicle, and you're also paying GST on the cryptocurrency. So these are serious open issues which need urgent interventions. Now, then there's another angle to this. GST is chargeable only on transactions entered into in the course or furtherance of business. Now, one may argue, and very reasonably, that individuals who are casually selling cryptocurrencies or who have entered the space for investment purposes only should not pay any tax. Fair enough. But then the definition of business under GST law is also very wide. And in the absence of any regulatory certainty in this regard, there is a risk of non-payment of GST being seen as an instance of tax evasion, notwithstanding the fact that the non-payment may have been for completely bona fide reasons. Then there's taxation of domestic and foreign crypto exchanges. Again, are we going to tax them as electronic commerce operators? How is this going to play out? Do they collect consideration on behalf of their users and then settle accounts? Or does the transaction necessarily take place on a P2P basis? Who owns the wallets legally on these exchanges? Will there be a need to collect GST, TCS on every sale? Will there be a need for users to mandatorily obtain GST registration prior to undertaking any sale? These are all unanswered questions. Then there's an issue of receiving remittance in cryptocurrency against services exported outside India. So under GST law, one important condition for a service to qualify as an export and thereby not attract GST is that consideration should be received in convertible foreign exchange. Now, crypto is not a convertible foreign exchange. So there's a chance that a service which would have otherwise qualified as an export transaction is now suddenly subjected to GST for the sole reason that the remittance has been received in crypto. Again, deeply problematic.
And further problematic because we don't have a convertible foreign exchange definition in FEMA per se. So we keep wondering on whether we should consider a currency in that definition, freely convertible currency definition, or not at all. So, it just becomes even worse.
Sure. And in an RTI reply, even RBI has responded by saying that they don't consider cryptocurrency as foreign currency. Now, legal tender, okay, it's okay that you're not considering it as Indian money or Indian legal tender, but they are also not considering it as foreign currency. that is again an issue. So now, again,
but
as
don't
I said,
you think, on that respect, now that we have clarity that almost all central banks are doing their experiments on CBDC, they will probably also just, set it aside and say, no, this is not our currency either.
yeah, correct. But at least, like, for example, El Salvador has recognized it as legal tender, right? So at least keeping it in foreign currency will, okay, I mean, there would certainly be FEMA implications there, but just some guidance, some intervention is required, is the point that I was trying to make. And as I explained, this was with respect to GST. Now there are issues under income tax also. If cryptocurrency is to be classified as goods, then will a foreign cryptocurrency exchange be subject to an equalization levy on each sale? Will there be a need to deduct TDS on sale of cryptocurrencies by an Indian resident through an online crypto platform? Then it's the issue of taxability of cryptocurrency income, your normal income. Will it be a business income, or will it be capital gains or other sources? The rates can go from 10 to 30%. How about secondary sale of tokens? What would be the cost of acquisitions? What about tokens generated through mining? Of course, I mean, as tax advisors, we rely on settled principles. There is jurisprudence. We rely on spirit of the law, foreign law guidance, etc. And we do try and offer a reasonable advice that's consistent with all of this. See, answers can be found in existing laws. I'm not saying that there are absolutely no answers, but will the government be willing to accept the position that we are taking? We're now at a point where this space, especially as regards taxation, has been operating without guidance for far too long. Every individual or entity venturing into this domain would expect legal certainty. Certainty is essential to make this space attractive for all stakeholders. And this is exactly what we would all be hoping the government delivers in this budget. More importantly, the proposed new regulation that was supposed to be tabled in 2021's winter session of Parliament that sought to ban private cryptocurrency should be scrapped. I mean, the idea of a central bank digital currency is welcome, but that should coexist with other cryptocurrencies. Banning is not the solution. Regulation based on consultation, that is the solution.
I think what we are all zeroing down now is on the importance of a use case linked to each cryptocurrency, and then distinguishing each of those cryptocurrencies on the basis of their use case. I think, that's a very interesting takeaway that you have given us from your points, Abhishek. And let's hope that certainty is brought in budget 2022, and this market that's already even informally, formally, whatever you may want to call it, it's a big volume of a market in India now from a tax perspective. So I'm sure that even the government must be looking at it to increase its revenue. Now,
certainly.
Thanks for that. Priyam, over to you now. Now, I understand that, we've come so ahead, and we talk a lot about regulation of crypto trading. We also talk a lot about taxes because, our pockets. But interestingly, in our pre-panel discussions, you pointed out that regulation of cryptocurrency is just so much more than, compliances or even the tax aspect of it. There's so much more food for thought. Like, for example, whether there should be regulation of cryptocurrency advertisement. Can you please share your thoughts on that and your crystal ball for 2022?
Sure, Kritika. Thank you for that question. I think the biggest problem for crypto advertisements in 2022 is, as Abhishek rightly pointed out, the lack of regulatory certainty, right? Like with all other aspects of cryptocurrency law, there is no certainty on how cryptocurrency advertisement should be regulated. In fact, like a number of other sectors, which at least have self-regulatory guidance on advertisements, we don't have that for cryptocurrencies. I'll give you an example. Like for fantasy sports, right? For a whole, like in a year or so, there was a huge uproar on how these platforms are advertising gambling or so, right? But then the industry came together. There was a self-regulatory code. Then guidelines were issued by ASCII as well, specifying what is the extent of disclaimers you need to give, the size of those disclaimers in your advertisements. And now you have a standard practice in all fantasy sport advertisements on how advertisements should be made, right? So there is a lack of similar consensus and uniformity in crypto advertisements. And I think the lack of regulatory certainty has a big role to play in that. But more than that, I think it's important for us to understand why prohibiting advertisements entirely may not be fruitful for the industry. And I think that is something that we've seen in some jurisdictions. So very recently, like 10 days back, Singapore published a set of guidelines prohibiting all forms of public advertisements by crypto service providers, right? Uh, so those sort of guidelines will not help, essentially because advertising is so crucial to all businesses to acquire new customers, right? And more so for financial services. We've seen in India how there is a reluctance in the public to invest in financial products. Even equities are not that widely accepted in India, right? So there is a need to advertise and at the same time inform the investors about the risk as well as the benefits of cryptocurrencies, and that can only come through responsible and fair advertising, right? uh, so uh, I think across the world, even though there is a lack of guidance on how cryptocurrency should be treated, or if at all they are assets, if they're currencies, like that discussion has taken a separate route. And even jurisdictions which do not specifically regulate cryptocurrencies, they are now planning to come up with regulations to at least regulate crypto advertisements, right? Again, so in the past 10 days, I already talked about Singapore. Even Spain has now come up with regulations to tackle crypto advertisements. What they now state is that all forms of crypto advertisements which are targeted at the masses, which means at people more than 1 lakh, should now be notified to the regulator at least 10 days in advance. Right. Similarly, in the UK, we're now seeing the Treasury has now published a consultation paper which talks about how crypto advertisements will be treated on the same lines as your other financial product advertisements, such as equities, right? And that would mean that advertisements for crypto will also need to be fair, do not trivialize the risk associated with the assets, and responsible, right? Uh, so the global movement or the global regulatory movement towards regulating crypto ads is also because of the aggressive advertisement that have taken place in the past, like the past year in particular, right? Even in India, we saw during the T20 World Cup as to how every second ad was a crypto advertisement, right? So it's particularly because of this aggressive advertising that it's caught the eye of the regulators, and they are now pushing for more responsible advertisements for cryptos as well. Uh, Now, I believe that mutual funds is a very good example as to how we should see crypto advertisements in the future, right? Uh, we've seen the mutual fund industry advertises responsibly. They have adequate disclaimers in place. They also have codes on how their advertisement should be. And because of that, there has been an increase in the number of investors who invest in mutual funds as well. And it's not that mutual funds advertise less, right? 1 in 3 advertisements on every cricket match is a mutual fund ad, right? But at the same time, they have responsible advertisements which inform people about the risk associated with the instrument in question, right? So I think a similar approach could be adopted for cryptos in India. Uh, in fact, a month back, it was reported that exchanges have now come up with a list of do's and don'ts for crypto advertisements, which included things like not promising returns, not having children in advertisements. And I think that's a positive step. As long as advertisements are responsible, it will lead to trust both ways with the regulators as well as with the investors, right? Uh, and I also see that the BACC, the Blockchain and Crypto Assets Council, which is part of the IAMI, is also now revising its code of conduct for crypto exchanges. So those are all encouraging signs. And what I see for the future is that a self-regulatory code with ASCII at the helm of it, like with many other sectors which have succeeded in the past, could work out very well for India. That's my
that sounds really interesting, Priyam, and I completely agree with you. Because we are all now. It's been so ingrained in us. The entire disclaimer of mutual funds investments are subject to market risk has got into our heads. They made it so clear and they've regulated it so well. And the interest in crypto is just growing every day. It's not like it's going to go down anytime soon. And as you're rightly pointing out, what we need now is to have more of an advocacy kind of an approach to these things, because we are a growing financial economy and people are looking for more and more options of investment and are actually seriously looking at cryptocurrency as an investment option nowadays. And so it's perhaps important that, cryptocurrency advertisement is done similar to financial products, as you're pointing out, going forward. And so it's so much more than just trying to arm twist people into not buying cryptocurrency or not trying to trade in cryptocurrency. It's more about making this more responsible. As a parting thing, I think what I would also want to highlight is what Sushant pointed out. There is perhaps this fear of the ease with which cryptocurrency can be used for illegal activities like terrorism and, Hawala transactions or Benami transactions or things like that. And I think the more we bring it into the forefront and the key domain, the more the possibility of them being used for side activities will reduce. And the more we responsibly regulate cryptocurrency, I think 2022 is going to be a good year for cryptocurrency enthusiasts as well as practitioners like us. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today on this really short but interesting discussion on cryptocurrency in 2022. Over to you, BW Legal. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you so
so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks a lot.
Hey, Aditya, are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm very sorry. I think the network was just an issue. And I think this is the new normal now. So we wouldn't really complain of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Over to you.
Thank you so much. A big thank you to all our panelists for joining us. Also, of course, Kritika, to you for moderating the session so well. I think crypto is the new hot topic for everybody, at least for all the youngsters. And I'm thinking also with time it's getting right in the center of everything. So thank you so much to everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a session on navigating the crypto ecosystem in 2022. And now moving towards our next conversation or our next panel discussion. It's on legal tech awareness, readiness, and capabilities of the Indian legal system. And joining us for the same, we have Ms. Komal Gupta, Chief Innovation Officer, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas, Dr. Pawan Duggal, Advocate, Supreme Court of India, Dr. Karnika Seth, Cyber Law Expert and Founder, Seth Associates, Mr. Ankush Mehta, Partner, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas, and the session is going to be moderated by Ms. Vasudha Mukherjee, Editorial Lead, BW Education. A very warm welcome to all our esteemed panelists and to our moderator, Vasudha. All the very best. Vasudha, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Aditya, and thank you so much for that introduction. Technology has been evolving and there has never been a higher demand and need for legal tech, whether it comes to services or even the legal framework itself. And the need to upgrade our system as a country as a whole, this is definitely the need of the hour. And a lot of people don't necessarily know what the avenues are that have been explored or that remain untapped. And we are so lucky to have this distinguished panel before us to speak on the same. One of the things that have absolutely, changed, I believe, in the legal world is, these idea that you can do so much of your proceedings online through virtual spheres. And, we have here Dr. Karnika Seth, who has actually written the manual on e-filing. So I would like to start with you, Dr. Seth. Could you please tell us, how do you think virtual courts are evolving in India?
At a fast pace, especially the pandemic has, spurred a complete change in the way we have access to justice system in the country. And the last 2 years, if you've seen, in fact, from the earlier times as well, we had already started working on the virtual court system. And the e-filing manual and the e-filing, the e-court mission project took off, and many, in fact, the software is available for almost 21 high courts and district courts in India, and is being already implemented across many courts. So that has been successful. And apart from that, we have a lot of changes during the pandemic, like you would have seen the virtual hearings which have been conducted for urgent matters. And not only that, I would say that the ODR is also taking off a lot, because alternate dispute resolution as a mechanism for out-of-court settlements has also been a very interesting area to explore, because of the huge backlog of cases we have in the country. So mediation, ADR, and arbitration has also been very effective, especially during the pandemic. A lot of those small cases have been resolved with the help of ODR platforms. My experience with ODR and ADR and otherwise, handling these cases in the virtual space has been quite satisfying. In fact, what I've seen is that a lot of speed, a lot of convenience, and the localization is not really necessary anymore. You can be anywhere and argue even matters in different states. So that has really helped, litigants as well. Apart from lawyers and the ease of access, that has been, increasing the productivity, in fact, increasing the efficiency of our systems. Now, the challenges are also there. I just want to mention a few. For example, you don't have a standard software. Sometimes the courts may have adopted a particular platform and the other courts may have another platform, and that has been a challenge. So standardization is something which I really feel is a need or hour. And not only that, the practice manuals, across courts, various courts, they have different ways of, filing. Sometimes it may not be the same. So how an electronic evidence is taken in a court, or otherwise, how filings have to be done. Even changes in law may be necessary at this point. So when we talk about our electronic evidence or otherwise, any kind of filing, the IT Act itself may need an amendment. So I think a lot of nations, especially during the epidemic, have in fact incorporated new laws in itself. There have been countries who have passed, which have passed separate laws altogether. So that's something which we still have to, look at, how we impart training, how we bring more districts, remote areas under the access to justice umbrella. Are some of the challenges which I think both technical industry, tech legal world is facing today. So apart from obviously the basic issues initially where people were not so tech savvy, were not used to certain platforms, those things have gone by now. Most people are used to it. But nevertheless, I think there are still milestones to cross, in the virtual court system. The biggest I would say advantage here is the zero trust system, which zero trust model in the softwares in the tech industry is the latest craze, which I think is going to be helpful. Even blockchain, we can use AI even in our research, legal research. The libraries have overall the way we used to work. The lawyers is completely changed with AI, robotics, and e-courts, which are even passing judgments, petty challans through e-courts and robotics. So we are not far from embracing this technology and embracing the virtual court system in the real sense. It has actually taken off during this time. That's how I feel about it.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much for highlighting that. There is always this joke that they say that technology is ahead of the law. But that is actually a very real concern also, that we need to make sure that we are always up to date and that, there isn't anything unlawful happening. And anytime you change something, the legal framework sort of has to adjust that and add it to its system. And I would like to welcome Dr. Pavan Duggal to our panel. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Yes, and we just heard from doctors there talking about how this whole virtual court system is evolving, and also about how internationally, countries are also amending their legal system to kind of keep up with these changes. I would like to ask you, how do you think like the rate of the legal tech awareness and readiness of Indian law firms are, kind of working compared to maybe our global counterparts?
Well, by and large, when I look at the law firm ecosystem in India as a whole, barring some selected law firms who are doing some remarkable work in the area of technology adoption and technological tools, by and large, I find that there is still a gap. However, COVID-19 has propelled that gap to be shortened, to be narrowed and minimized. Why? Because almost everybody has today understood that today a client is wanting the dissemination of legal services and legal advice through technology. And whether now it's the courts who are going through video conferencing, there is no other alternative. So consequently, a lot of people have been forced to start adopting it as law firms, as small tier law firms, middle tier law firms, though some of the big players have already been doing it for quite some time. But with this now thing being an integral part of our lives, I believe that this is going to be a monumental mindset change for the very simple reason that I believe that this is going to be continuing as a default option even when the courts fully open up. And more law firms and even clients would rather prefer to use the technological means as a methodology for the purposes of getting access to administration of justice and to justice per se. So I believe this is now an irreversible phenomenon, and we have to be just mentally prepared for it. Why? Because if we can still after COVID-19 say, I will just deal with the technology from a long quarter and not really be engaged within, then clearly you're out of sync. Technology, internet, cyberspace are now an integral part of our lives, and there's no going back. In fact, we have to now be prepared for a new cyber age that's going to wait for us, where this is going to be the new default options. Therefore, more than this, I would be more concerned about Indian law firms being exposed to massive cybersecurity breaches, becoming victims of cyber crimes. In fact, in my latest book, New Cyber World Order Post-COVID-19, I've argued that the end of COVID-19 could see a new cyber age, in where there would be a new cyber world order. And two essential elements of this new cyber world order will be that there will be increasing cyber crimes and cybersecurity breaches will become the new default normal. Therefore, the Indian law firms have to start preparing in this particular regard per se. By and large, Indian clients have not been very fussy yet pertaining to how the data is being used, because they are traditionally still used to the traditional comfort factor zone of trust within the per se lawyer or the legal firm. But now everything going electronic, there will be increasing demands by the clients to ask as to what specific factors, processes, procedures law firms are adopting for the purposes of safeguarding the confidential data and information of clients per se. So I think it's a sea change, but far more work has yet to be done. We are only at the tip of the iceberg. The rest of the work is what's going to be unraveling in the next 1 decade.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dugal. And you make an excellent point there that, everything is now online. Tech is involved in every factor of our lives, and it's time to, and if you can't embrace it, you still have to learn it. You still have to be a part of the system, because this is how our society is moving forward. And the pandemic has shown that this is not just a luxury. This is an absolute necessity. Thank you for your comments on that. But, I would like to actually ask, we've talked about some of the avenues of technology, the way it's being used. I would like to ask Ankush Mehta, could you tell us, what is the flip side of this rapid technological growth?
Everyone, and thank you for having me over. I think I'll probably just start with what Dr. said, alluded to, where courts have as such picked up on online working and the efficiency in terms of online dispute resolution of courts have actually had some very amazing results. There have been times where we've not met a client for over 2 years and completed that matter, and have gotten an award, and you've continued online work throughout. Having said that, I think some challenges remain. So having worked also a lot in the criminal law angle and the law side of things, there are still challenges of how courts are summoning prisoners and detainees to courts, whether there are mechanisms of having online evidence. These challenges remain. I had the occasion to talk to certain, sitting judges of trial courts who were explaining that these challenges remain. So that's, I think, one big thing, that remains to be addressed. On the other hand, how law enforcement agencies themselves are looking at these issues, whether they are, capable end to end to address and investigate such issues is something that we are seeing on a day-to-day basis. And they are probably, while the technology is moving at, supersonic speed, I think law enforcement also should catch up very soon, because the alarming rate of crimes that we are seeing, is increasing at such a furious pace that I think, everything, I think, as Dr. Dugal also said, we are entering a cyber age. I think hopefully, everything will sort of, come and merge at one common point. I just want to add a couple of more, instances. We do get, a lot of queries from clients on simple things like your bank account getting compromised, your SMSs, getting hacked, credit card pins taken away, whatever. I mean, these are all at the end of the day, your WhatsApp chats getting hacked. These are all at the end of the day, issues that are coming under the Information Technology Act, and therefore, can be qualified as a cybercrime or a cyber security or cyber fraud issue. So this is something that is rampant. This is something because businesses have, moved to a complete virtual online mode, including bots. I would also advise, as much as possible to try and be more vigilant, be more aware, be more watchful. Because the amount of times we engage with our phone or our chats has increased also phenomenally. So, there's a chance that we may be letting our guard down as well. So I think that's something that we need to be careful about. One or two more points, when it comes to law enforcement or when it comes to, looking at which laws are in place, most certainly the Information Technology Act, but along with that, you have the Indian Penal Code, which is the most iconic, criminal legislation, and the Code of Criminal Procedure. So these are the two or three, issues and angles that even the courts, law enforcement, even, and, we also, when we advise our clients, look at. So in a nutshell, I think, the cyber world is here to stay, and it's given us an option of, now working in sort of a hybrid way. But, I think within a short time, hopefully everything will merge, and, we'll be all good to go. So yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mehta, for your comments on this. And you're absolutely right. Of course, there's always going to be that, cybercrime issue that, as even Dr. Dugal pointed out, that people don't necessarily take it as, well, they have a lot of trust. They put a lot of trust into the people they're working with and don't necessarily understand the risks that are there. But before, delving a little bit more deeper into these issues, I would like to bring in Mr. Ko, the things that we are doing in the legal tech arena. Maybe what are some of the flip sides of it? So could you tell us, what are maybe the legal tech avenues that remain untapped in law firms from day-to-day work? Ms. Gupta?
Yeah, hi, Masuda. Thank you. So, as I continue actually
It's a little bit difficult to hear you, or maybe that's just me.
Just give me a second. Sure. My bad.
All right, we can hear you now.
Should be good now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Perfect.
Okay, great. Okay, so, I'm coming, extending to what Dr. Dugal said, that there are some firms which are doing, adopting legal tech exceptionally well, have tapped all the areas, while there are some that are doing a little bit. And I absolutely agree that it is the pandemic which has for sure, forced people who wouldn't even want to look at legal tech to adopt legal tech in some way or the other, whatever was the most relevant for them. But to answer your question, I'd say, generally, so rather than talking about who's doing it best and who's doing it, lesser, I'd say that the ground rule is that look at what is repetitive and what is voluminous. If there is work that is repetitive and that is voluminous, that is what can be addressed by legal tech. And the other is, where is their data? And that data can be analyzed. So data analytics. These are two very important areas which will help you identify the areas where legal tech can be used. Now I'm going to give you a few examples. And the examples will be in my head. There are two key stakeholders. One is practice areas, and the other is our clients. Our clients are really at the core of everything that we do. So for the clients, I believe that, and this is day to day, when they need to interact with us, perhaps they are trying to reach out to us and we're busy and we've not answered their call, or they've written an email that has been missed, we haven't been able to respond. So I feel that one of the solutions for clients that every law firm should build on is a client portal, where the client just is independently able to log in and just see what is happening in each and every matter of theirs. And everything related to that matter, whether it is the status of the matter, whether it is billing, whether it is any questions that need to be answered from the client, or what kind of communication has happened on matters, that really I do believe is one of the solutions that we need for our day-to-day working with clients. The other is, can we, I think our clients really ask for this, prediction of cost and prediction of outcomes. This is again coming from my point on analytics. So that is another legal tech angle that I feel is untapped. People are not looking at it and, seeing that big opportunity that lies in the data that we have to give us a solution on that. And then there is do-it-yourself templates. Now that also is in the practice, but that is also for clients, because clients are coming to us for various things which are again repetitive, voluminous. So do-it-yourself templates is a solution for clients. Now going to the practice areas, again, some of the very common ones, very common issues. I can go on with a long list of various areas, but the most common ones and the easily, doable ones are e-discovery. Now, e-discovery is something that we may not be talking about in terms of e-discovery, but look at investigations, arbitrations, disputes, where we've got to review communication, electronic communication, and how do we really do it? Do we have a technology in place? And when I talk about technology, I am really talking about AI and ML-based technologies, which can, predict outcomes very quickly, which can help us do things faster, which can understand the way we are reviewing things, the way we, our style of drafting, etc., and then prompt us so that our work becomes far more efficient. So e-discovery is one of them where otherwise people are just printing papers and then making files. That's like traditional 25, 30 years ago, how the US lawyers would do an e-discovery exercise. That's not what we want to do, and we want to bring in the best technologies to do e-discovery. The other, I feel, in the disputes practice, and that's my personal, on a personal level, I've had that experience, where I think dictation and translation, these two are day-to-day problems, big issues to resolve, and we need technology given the various languages we have in the country. We need technologies to solve those, problems. I think the third one where legal tech needs to again be adopted is standardization. I talked about do-it-yourself templates. Whatever can be standardized, and once you have standardization, it's very easy to automate. It's easy for document automation. So standardization makes it easier to implement legal tech, and then legal tech becomes an enabler. Now, once you have document automation, then comes proofreading. All the time, we are spending so much of time doing proofreading of the documents that we draft. And humanly, especially when we are, drafting bulky documents, humanly, it is quite difficult to, be consistent throughout the documents. Again, proofreading with the drafting rules, where there are lots of AI-enabled technologies where, you can feed in the rules. You can feed in, say, for example, CAM. CAM can tell the technology that these are CAM style, drafting. This is the font, this is the, these are the various rules. And the tool will automatically, once I've drafted my document, will tell me that it is inconsistent with your rules. And then it'll correct it according to the rules that I've fed in. So again, something that can make your drafting so good, in quality and smooth. I also think contract lifecycle management, a very important technology that we are not using is case management system, which will answer all your problems again. One place for all your matters and the status of every matter. So case management system is very important, which also helps in another day-to-day issue, which is the workflow and the work allocation, to amongst lawyers. Another one that I can think of is collaboration. How do we collaborate across practices, across locations, and also within teams? When we are working together on the same document, how do we make sure that each one is actually working on the latest one, and not that I'm working on one version and someone else is working on another. So collaboration is one more. So really, to sum up, anything that is repetitive, voluminous, can be standardized. We should look at using legal tech. And I think there is a huge gap right now. We are not using it that much. The other is data analytics. Look at opportunities where there's data and where analytics can be used. And there are lots and lots of technology solutions available in the market, which are AI and ML enabled. And once you start doing, once you start getting into that journey, you will be able to identify areas where you can develop your own solutions. Pretty much what we are doing at CAM.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for highlighting and summarizing that so well. If you don't mind me asking a follow-up question, Ms. Gupta, because you did mention the costs and about having accessibility and normal people, regular people having accessibility. What would be, in your opinion, a good human to tech ratio to have, to increase justice and reduce legal costs?
So, I think, again, Vasudha, it's hard for me to come up with a percentage, but in my experience that I've seen, over 18, 19 years of using legal tech and delivering legal services using legal tech, there definitely is like a 30% efficiency that I can claim, And I think if we use the legal tech at the right places, it cannot replace the human, completely. I have to say this again and again, that legal tech is only an enabler. It is only making the lawyer better. It is my help, just as a lawyer would pick up a book and read from there, and that's his help or her help. That's what legal tech is also doing. It is not taking away my work. But we have to also admit that there are lots of things that we do which we don't necessarily have to do. I would like to spend my time in analyzing, in giving, thinking of what advice I need to give to my client. I'd like to meet my client rather than spending time in, printing paper and looking at, standard clauses and, or something that the technology can do. Why should I do? So I think it will be at about 2030 to 70 now. And perhaps if we get better and better at finding areas where we can implement legal tech, I think it should be at about 40, 60.
All right, thank you so much for answering that. And, I would actually, Ms. Gupta has already kind of answered this, but I would actually like to open the same question up to the rest of the panel. How much of what legal tech solutions do you think we can, do you use, or would you like to use more? And how much of this, legal work can be left up to AI and tech? Ms. Gupta has mentioned that, tech is always going to be the tool. The real work still comes from the lawyers. But, I would like to hear your perspective on this. And if I may start once again with Dr. Seth.
Yes, sure. There have been various solutions, legal tech solutions. I find a lot has changed in terms of legal research that we do. Softwares for, e-libraries, which are available now. They are definitely, changed over a period of time and become better and better. And not only that, I think in the IP software space, there's a lot which is happening in the trademark or copywriting and other areas, which has been quite efficient in terms of results and due diligence measures. Apart from this, I would say, when it comes to complex litigations, especially cross-border or otherwise, in ADR arbitrations, software tools which have enabled us to look at the right documents, pull out the right documents by insertion of keywords has been quite, time-saving. And that way we don't have to print volumes of paper and just take out the relevant correspondence to be filed, in a particular case. That I think lends a lot of efficiency of time and management, saves a lot of time. Then when you talk about legal tech, we are still in a paradoxical situation, in India, where, we at one point of time, we are talking about, data and data privacy and protection. Client confidentiality obviously is paramount, in any law firm, so, but we are at a particular point of time where at the same time, we're talking about traceability, origination of data. And we are looking at banning VPNs or, even blockchain is helpful, but then at the same time, we don't have anything to do with Bitcoin regulation here. So there is a paradigm, a paradox, I would say. We are at a time where with PDP bill is underway. So at one point of time, we are trying to guard privacy and confidentiality. I'm talking in terms of even client confidentiality, like in a law firm is paramount. But at the same time, government, and initiatives are looking at banning various technologies which help, conceal identities or even anonymization. So that's something we really need to look at with a closer lens. So while the lawmakers make the law at policy level, they should look into all these aspects, especially from the legal tech point of view, because we have to protect client interest and obviously law firm's interest. And therefore, the generic laws have to draw exceptions where client confidentiality protection should be allowed in such scenarios. That's something which I really want to say, because lawmakers at this point of time are ceased of making these laws in the country. And since we are talking at a forum, we are talking about legal tech. This aspect needs to be addressed while they make the laws. That's something which is important.
Thank you, Dr. Said. Thank you for pointing those out. And it goes back to that whole thing, anything that is being adapted needs to, again, then be fit into the legal framework one way or another for it to actually even be spread out and accepted and adopted on a large scale. Dr. Dugal, I would like to come to you with the same question. What kind of legal tech solutions would you like to see be used more on a large scale, and what kind of work can be left to AI and tech?
Well, first and foremost, let's begin with the basic presumption. At least in the next 10 years or so, I'm not seeing any kind of a substitution of the human lawyer with the tech tools. Tech tools can only be enablers. When you use some of these early legal tech on AI, you have a lot of expectations, and most of the time you'll end up getting disappointed. Primarily because the technology is still at a very remarkably young age of its evolution in the context of legal tech in India per se. This legal tech is relatively remarkably well developed in the US, but in India, we are still at a very, very early days. So when we are at very early days, I think we need to go back on basics, things which will be relevant, which will be applicable in the Indian context, which Indian lawyers can use. The problem with the majority of legal tech solutions which get directly transported from the US to the Indian market is that they have not been customized, keeping in mind the peculiar requirements of the Indian profession or the Indian law firms per se. Also, most of the clients themselves have to be yet sensitized, because we still have a number of clients coming up with traditional mindsets where they would not necessarily be open to use of these kind of tech tools. But if we are going to have tech tools, we must have appropriate legal recognition of them. We must also have judiciary recognizing the use of these tools. That could be a good starting point, because today a lawyer or a law firm, a small or a medium law firm, is not invariably going to jump onto a new legal tech tool primarily because it's available. They will rather want to wait and watch to say, okay, hold on, let's see what the judiciary is saying. Is there any judgment where this has been quoted? Is there any order? Which tends to give far more confidence. I'm reminded in the context of the cyber forensics elements, there used to be this particular software of a company called Encase. Initially, nobody was very, very wanting to go ahead and use this particular software. Till such time, they got a couple of judgments where the judgments themselves mentioned about the use of a particular software. Once those judgments start coming in, then its adoption, not just by the law enforcement agencies, but also by law firms and lawyers, started growing at a remarkable pace. So number one, at this time of transition and interregnum that we currently are in, I would require and I would want more judicial recognition of tech tools. Number two, I would want legal tech tools to be more affordable. Let's not price these tech tools out of price of the Indian market. Let's remember that barring big law firms, which are a handful or a couple of hundreds to say the least, the majority of the Indian legal fraternity is in a different sector altogether. We're trying to afford these kinds of highly priced legal tech tools could itself be a big challenge. So they have to be priced in accordance with the Indian market. And thirdly, I think more capacity building is required to be done. Right now, there's a mindset. I'm a lawyer. Why should I use a tech tool? That's going to intrinsically diminish my value and utility. Maybe my client may want to even perceive in that particular direction. So both clients and also lawyers and law firms, I'm talking about the small and medium law firms, to have a changed mindset. You will have to have a futuristic open mindset to say, hold on, if anything, by a little bit of expenditure or investment can help save a lot of your time, effort, energy, cost, and efficiency, why should you not go ahead and use that? And in case if we can have some of the legal recognitions in either some case laws or in some kind of, shall I say, advisories given by the government, that could also be a good starting point. But right now, when I look at the complete legal fraternity in India as a whole, I find only a small, very small, minuscule minority which is currently open to the idea of really deploying legal tech to its best potential. A majority of the legal fraternity is still in the wait and watch approach. Yes, pandemic has come in, it's thrust video conferencing as an integral part. So to the extent minimal things are required, lawyers and law firms are using the same. But the moment you want them to be more proactive and to go ahead and expand their wings in terms of adoption of more legal tech, that's where I'm finding a mental block, a mindset issue. And that would need to be appropriately changed. But even otherwise, I find that the legal tech market in India is at a very nascent infancy stage. It needs to be supported and grown so that it can actually go ahead and address the customized needs of the Indian legal profession in the Indian context. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Duggal. And I think mentioning the capital aspect of this is so incredibly important. It is very difficult for people when the technology is so new. It's difficult for people to kind of make that judgment call on whether or not it's worth investing in. Especially, I can see that from private law firms and their point of view. And unless and until the sort of the bigger court system and they say like, no, this is absolutely necessary and will help you, or if we have more understanding about it, which is the other side, we're not going to see it progressing too fast. Mr. Mehta, your comments on this? How can
I think we are at sort of a crossroad. There is definitely a use for data and technology when it comes to storage, because as lawyers we are collectors of serious amount of paper, right? So I think that easily you have a very good in terms of tech tool, you have a very good way of saving storing paper and sort of keeping it as compact as possible. That's the first point. Second point is why talk about this since so long time we've been looking at case laws and so many other things through SEC Online and so many other portals which are over decades recognized by courts, recognized by judges, and these are absolutely things that are going on fine even as we speak today. A couple of more points. I think the pandemic is really while technology was progressing at a particular speed, I think the pandemic has really forced us to sit up and take notice and understand that where exactly this whole piece now fits in our day-to-day working life. I think the last point that I want to make is that why I say this is at a crossroad. It's because we are in the legal profession, which is so sort of widespread. Dealing with a lawyer who's probably just 2 years in the profession to someone who's 50 years in the profession, and you can't convince somebody that senior to say that listen, you just need to look at it from a computer, a laptop, or an iPad, so on and so forth. So so also it goes for many of the judges, many of the arbitrators. Of course, most efforts are being made, and that's why I say that we are slightly at a crossroad. But probably, as Mr. Duggal said, that for the next 10 years, I think lawyers can be substituted. The human element of a lawyer won't be able to be substituted. So I think we're good with that. So I think we probably have a more informed conversation in 2030 or 2030.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mehta. We have kind of actually gone over the time limit, so I will have to close the panel here. Thank you so much for giving us this time and talking about this topic. It's so incredibly relevant, and there's not much people, at least people like me, necessarily know about. So thank you, panelists, for coming here today and giving us your time. Over to you, Aditya.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. A big thank you to all our panelists and to you, Vasudha, for moderating this session. Thank you.
Our pleasure.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving towards our next session. It's on honing the court craft and advocacy skills in the virtual world, the challenges and solutions. And joining us for the same, we have Ms. Ankita Srivastav, independent practitioner, Mr. Raghav Sabrawal, partner, Sabrawal Associates Law Firm, Mr. Gaganmeet Singh Sachdeva, partner, Sachdeva and Sachdeva, Mr. Tarun Gaur, advocate, the Chambers of Tarun Gaur, and the moderator, Mr. Siddharth Marva, Principal Associate, Khetan & Co. A very warm welcome to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aditya.
Siddharth.
Thank you. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, everyone, for joining in. As you all know, that the topic for today panel discussion is honing the code craft and advocacy skills in the virtual world, challenges and the solutions. The last 2 years, we've seen a lot of change happening all around us. With the panelists before us were speaking in the discussion, the entire virtual conferencing and everything that's been imposed on everybody, that's become the norm of the day. Now, why this discussion is important is that, a lot of young lawyers who've, gone through their internships, gone through their law school days, they've all carried this certain image of how, a court works. They all plan to, physically go to courts. They've been told a lot of things about what kind of body language they need to have, how they need to, speak, how to make their case forward, and how the aspect of how you handle yourself on the court impacts your arguments. So there's had this image, obviously a lot of it, visual image which they have, but how to carry themselves and how to go forward. But now a lot of it has changed. In some ways, because of this virtual world, they're on the same plane with everybody else because everybody's trying to figure out. And that is why it's so important today that in this panel, everybody who's there, you're all relatively young lawyers who've also experienced this change which is happening, trying to adapt. So the idea is that today we just give an idea to everybody, all our young lawyers and everybody who's watching it, on what all are the challenges which you people faced initially while doing this transition to this model from physical courts to the virtual court which is there, and what all solutions do you think that you can hand out to everybody around. I will start it and I'll open the floor. Ankita, you can take us. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Yes, it's been a difficult transition from the offline to the online world. And I think the first challenge that came up with was to adapt it mentally. To understand yes, this has happened, and now there's a complete transition to the online world, and everything is virtual, from classes to courts to handling the clients, talking to interns, giving interviews, taking interviews. Everything was online. And I remember interns approaching me for internships and presenting papers and asking for work, and I saw the struggle. And I somewhere felt that we are in better position because we have passed out, and since we are young lawyers, but it is more difficult for people who are graduating now, who have graduated in the past 2 years, and they have not been to the court even once. So virtual world in that way has benefited in a way that at least they are experiencing something, if not nothing, along with the challenges, of course, which it has because of the digital divide in our country. But yes, I think in the next few years it is going to be virtual is the next thing, as we all know, in every field. It's either going to be hybrid, but virtual is going to stay in some way or the other. So adapting as a young lawyer is a challenge, but it is the need of the hour in terms of improving your reading skills, your writing skills, your speaking skills, taking part in discussions like these, panel discussions, debates. So I think this has become very important now. So instead of complaining about these situations, if young lawyers like us and who are coming up start taking the charge and use this opportunity to engage, because if we see on the other hand, it has also become easier to approach a lawyer, to talk to seniors virtually. LinkedIn has grown a lot in these times. So if young lawyers like us take the benefit of that instead of complaining, I understand there are a lot of things which are not right with the virtual world, but we have to adapt. That's what lawyers are known for, right? So yes, that is my take.
No, thank you so much for that, Ankita. And one very nice point which you brought up is about that digital divide. So one of the challenges which everybody is facing across across the board is that digital divide, because you have lawyers who may or may not have, who are in different parts of the country, due to the pandemic, they've all been shifted back to their hometowns. They may or may not have proper internet connections, proper devices through which they can enter and argue. So maybe that is something which I think, as what I feel is, as we are progressing, maybe that is something which will be addressed. It's just this teething problem which everybody is having. But hopefully, I think as a legal community, everybody is working towards it. So that's nice to know. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Now we have Raghav. So Raghav, I'll open the floor for you. If you can let us know your thoughts.
Thank you so much, Siddharth, and good evening to everyone. Well, I believe when it comes to adapting, I think our generation is fortunate since we are adept with technology. And that is one strong point that is in the favor of young lawyers as compared to a lot of seniors who sometimes, although have a better legal knowledge, but because they struggle with the technology and they are technologically handicapped. In a lot of hearings I've seen, the younger ones actually taking the seniors for a ride in that sense. Coming to the topic of discussion, when we talk about advocacy skills, so I would say that the advocacy skills that apply to normal hearings and which have been succinctly enlisted by Justice Abbott Perry once, almost 100 years ago. It's been a century. In 1923, he had enlisted 7 lamps of advocacy, which still apply. And adding to that, I would like to say that in the new virtual world, what is important is that while a lawyer is arguing a case, it is very important for the lawyer to be nimble and agile. What I mean by saying nimble and agile is that your facial expressions, you are on the center stage. When you are in a courtroom hearing, there's a lot of activity happening around. The judge may not be reading your facial expressions. But when it's a virtual hearing, you are on the center stage, the focus lights are on you. And if there's anything wrong happening in your environment also, that affects the hearing and your argument and how the judge is taking your argument and absorbing it. So one has to be very careful. That is one. I'll give a small example. While I was hearing in one of the matters in NCLT, now these are also challenges which young lawyers are facing because a lot of them don't have their offices. It's a stopgap arrangement, people working from home. There was a poor lady who was arguing. Why I'm using that word is because unfortunately there was a bedroom at the back, and the one of the parents, I believe, was tossing and turning while she was arguing. So I think that's a hindrance when your arguments are being made for the judge also. So, you know, there are small skills that I would like to list out in the virtual world, which might help. Something as small as blurring your background if you are not in that kind of a space. So, you know, these are not legal skills, but I think these are advocacy skills which are indispensable in today's time. Secondly, maintaining your documents. Now we are in the, again, probably we'll be having hybrid hearings, and I think everyone is looking forward to it. So one has to have the physical sets as well as the e-copies maintained properly. A lot of filings have been done in the e-copies, and a lot of people have not even taken out the physical sets, even for their own offices. So it's important that all these things are taken care of. And one thing I would like to say is that actually the Supreme Court in 2003 acknowledged the importance of virtual hearings. There's a judgment by which they said that the evidence can be recorded virtually through virtual conferencing through a commission. However, it's been 20 years and we are yet to see, although VC rules for evidence have also been enacted. But the major challenge, which I feel, and that's why a lot of clients are also facing a lot of problem, because the case is not proceeding as the evidence is not happening virtually. So I think, yes, there is a silver lining to the pandemic that we all have shifted to the digital era, to the virtual mode. But definitely, I think we all should look forward to it, and positive steps must be taken for making it completely virtual, in the sense that now that the rules are there, it's about the implementation, that the evidence should also be recorded virtually. I leave it to the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Raghav. That's really helpful. And I agree. So the idea is that in addition to all these code crafts and advocacy skills which are there, there's these certain soft skills, like you were mentioning, which is also very important for young lawyers to adapt in how you present yourself, how you present your surroundings. And the idea is that how, even when everybody is stuck at home with everyone around you, you try and clear out the noise and focus on your arguments. So I think that's a very good takeaway from what you've said. Now I would like to call upon Gaganmeet, who's with us, to take the floor with his thoughts.
Good evening, everyone. Since Ms. Ankita and Mr. Sabharwal have already enlightened us, so I'll keep my content quite short. First of all, hoping well-being of everyone and their families. In my opinion, the pandemic and the virtual world is a blessing in disguise, because it has taught us so many things that in the pre-pandemic era we had no idea of. So limiting myself to the challenges and the solutions that we should propose to this virtual world are: firstly, I remember in a matter in 2020, when the situation was very severe. In April 2020, I had filed an Section 9 petition before a judge, and looking for the email IDs and trying to get the file digitized was a very Herculean task for me. And thereafter, there were no specific email IDs for filing of the bills. Bills were being filed physically. Thereafter, we had to look for links. Now, everything is quite systematic, in my opinion. I personally believe that if Mr. Sabharwal might recall, earlier in the High Court cause list also, there was a closed meeting.
That's right.
And thereafter, the links were shared in the cause list. So we have adapted ourselves accordingly, and I believe it's very cost efficient. And it's being lawyers, we cannot appear in 6 courts if the courts are functioning physically. And as far as solutions are concerned, I would suggest all the people who are watching today, or this law students, that firstly, as a lawyer, we should be in a proper uniform, because we have seen that in different courts, the judges have discouraged how people have been appearing in courts. Secondly, another problem, which is a major problem, which is not looked after by some of the lawyers, is connectivity issue. Connectivity issue, see, it can be from both sides. I remember I was appearing in High Court, and the judge always used to say, Mr. Saideva, there is some connectivity issue at your end. Then I got a good Wi-Fi. Then I also purchased a microphone for an efficient hearing. Then after a period of 4 months, it was discovered that the connection issue was from
the end of
the honorable judge's residence and not on our end. So connectivity is also an issue. And as a lawyer, I believe that while in the pre-pandemic era, when we used to appear physically, so the body language of an advocate, or what he's trying to convey, could be seen by the judge very well. But during a VC, we should be very diligent with language. We should be very precise. We should be in a proper uniform. We should keep our judgments handy. And I also believe that there should be a tutorial for people, because as Mr. Sabharwal has just said, that we are very fortunate that we know about the technology and we are able to adapt ourselves accordingly. But the people who have been appearing in court since early 90s and late 80s are not able to do that so efficiently. So I believe there must be some sort of tutorial for them also. And apart from the challenges and solutions, I'll also give some suggestions. Firstly, I believe that being lawyers in the virtual world, we struggle with certified copies. There is no proper mechanism to get an online certified copy. And for that, again, someone has to go all the way to the court and struggle with all the process. So while everything is being done virtually, there should be a mechanism for online certified at least. Secondly,
just adding to what Mr. Saideva is saying, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting.
No, please.
But digitization of records we talk about, there are Supreme Court committees. I think this is a very good suggestion. Because certified copies, if the digital signature is there, then there must be some provision to treat either that copy as a certified copy.
Right, that is what I am suggesting. Secondly, another problem that we face these days, I hope that in the past 2 years, if we exempt the physical functioning portion, nobody has been able to inspect the code file.
Absolutely.
So there, once the digitization completes, there must be a mechanism for e-inspection at least. See, since the High Court has now permitted to to upload files up to 100 MB, so I believe that there can be multiple files like it's done with the High Court e-court system, and at least we'll be able to inspect. I believe in the past 2 years, the final arguments matter. Either have been adjourned due to lack of the correct page number, or they have been deferred for any reason whatsoever. Thirdly, another issue that we face these days is notarization. If I have recently filed a suit for 2,200 pages, then getting the documents notarized and then compiling it is a task in itself. So there must be some provision of e-notarization, because everything is permitted these days. The only thing that he has to do is put the stamp and digitally sign it. It is as good as physical notarization. Apart from this, the only thing that I would, on a lighter note, earlier our office used to have 2 associates and a clerk and all, but during the pandemic era, I have developed 2 more friends. One is the Adobe PDF reader, and the second one comes to the code dealing staff, because we have been interacting with them only for most of the time. So I'll leave the floor to you, Siddharth. Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much, Gaganmeet. And I think right, you've pointed out these very practical problems which everybody is facing, and that is right. These are things, but like I said, these are teething problems, and like you are pointing these out, I think these are out in the open for everybody to discuss and hopefully find proper solutions for all of these to come. And I think one other point which you made and which Raga was also making is also correct, that while for the younger generation, it's still easy to adapt to the new technology which is there, because I don't know, the younger generation has been doing video calls and FaceTime for the longest time now. So they know how, they are familiar with their camera. But exactly, it's the people who've been practicing for the longest time in physical courts who also need more adapting to go ahead with this. Thank you so much, Gagan, for your thoughts. So now I'll open
adding here what suggestions Mr. Sadeva was giving. Another suggestion is also for the training of the court staff, especially if you see the district courts. On a lot of occasions, there is echo happening. There is no decorum being maintained. I mean, it's much better with the Supreme Court control room and the Delhi High Court and even the tribunals. I mean, I feel NCLT and NCLATs are quite strict with their procedures and the way the proceedings are happening. But when you come to the district courts, it's appalling when you enter the hearing and everyone is speaking at the same time. And, the judge has to interject and try to maintain decorum all the time. We used to have the physical days of order. And now it's just, please mute yourself. So, and a lot of times I see the court staff struggling, the reader or whoever is handling the meeting is struggling with all those things. So if they are trained properly, I think the hearings can be much more better and seamless.
I'll just take 1 more minute.
Sure.
Another challenge that I faced in 2020 was, after struggling with e-filing, getting it digitized, filing a Section 9 petition, I received a call from the court staff stating that, sir, please hard copy bhijwa dijiye. I don't know why can't we build a system in which at least they can take out the printouts. They can, I mean, we can pay much higher court fee, but at least this should not be a problem. There should be one mechanism. Either we have to file it through e-filing, or we have to file it physically. This should not be the way that first we file it, first we struggle with getting it digitized, page numbering it, signing it digitally, we file it via email, then we go with the objections, this is not there, that is not there. Thereafter, I receive a call that, sir, we should get a hard copy also. So that is a problem. There should be a tutorial on both sides, for lawyers also and for court staff also.
No, that's correct, Mr. Sachdeva. Like they say, old habits die hard. So even when the pandemic is pushing you towards it. So, but I think hopefully we'll get there. So now we'll open the floor to Tarun. So Tarun, if we can have your thoughts.
Hi, good evening, everyone. First of all, I guess the last points that were made by Mr. Sachdeva and Mr. Sabarwal, I guess everyone will agree with that because everyone face the same issues day in and day out whenever we are in this virtual mode. At the same time, being the last one, I guess I am very disadvantaged here because everything has already been told. Now, there's nothing much left for me to say. But I thought at least, that's what I was thinking, that this e-inspection and some certified copies, what I think I have something to say on it, but Mr. Sachdeva, he was one step ahead of me, perhaps. He has done
No,
everything.
I leave all the credit for you.
No, Mr. Rao, that's just take it. But I do have like two more points to say, and that do we really have to digitize everything or revolutionize everything? That's one thing I at least think as of now. See, the points. I'm not number one. I'm not in disagreement with anyone. I'm a firm believer that VC system is a good system and it should be there. I'm a firm believer of that. But the one thing that I'm saying is, do we really need everything to be digitized? Like the point made was about the e-notarization or maybe something like e-certified copy. Now, e-certified copies is one thing, fine. E-inspection, I believe, or I feel at least, that's my opinion. See, it's my opinion that at least those things should not be put or converted into digital form. And I'll come to the reason later. And number two, the reason I see people like we are sitting here, we are from that generation who have seen physical hearings as well as virtual hearings. So we all know how to interact with the court, how to interact with the judge in a physical form as well as in the VC form. However, and it's not like that, Mr. Marwa, you just said that it's the younger generation, they are more adaptive to this new technology. See, these VC hearings have become, or they are actually as easy as answering a call. So it's not like any generation or people who are elder to us in age, they are not willing, but like they're not able to handle it. I believe it's the lack of intent to adapt. That's what I feel. Because some people, I say, they have this thinking that when we interact with the lawyers, we get to hear a lot of opinions as well. So they feel that, see, because the moment it becomes VC or if it goes everything to VC, then they lose the edge. However, I feel a little differently. See, that is one thing. Like I've just encountered one problem because this hearing was not even, this panel discussion was not in my schedule at all. It was like the mail I received after I've already made plans for my vacation somewhere. So right now I'm sitting at some other place. I'm not in my office. I'm nowhere. And I'm just hoping, I was praying to God that when my turn comes, there was some background noise coming from the outside. Now I'm sitting at someone else's place. And I was hoping, please, that noise should get over. And that is one challenge which anyone can face if something critical comes at a last moment to a lawyer. Now, in that case, see, I know how to blur the background. I know how to interact with the court. But can I help with the background sound? And let's say my argument is going to happen right now. Then there will be a problem. The judge will not be able to hear it. Or even I won't be able to convey what I have to convey. So these are few things we can, I don't know, sometimes you can foresee. I never foresaw it. This happened with me today. Therefore, I got to realize what is happening with me. Like this is a genuine concern. So we move so easily and so fastly to judge someone. Look, there's some background noise coming from that side. Something's happening in the background. This and that. So that is something which, and include in this sphere only, that part of training the code master, reader, and everything. I feel it's not just the training of readers and code masters. See, they can only do so much. We lawyers also have to do our part. And number two, I was talking about this VC system. I feel is very good as far as constitutional courts are concerned. Any kind of litigation practice in constitutional courts, you can definitely do anything and everything via VC mode. But as far as recording of evidence is concerned, especially I'm focusing on the criminal trials, not the civil trial. Now that is something I feel cannot be done in a VC mode. No matter how many guidelines will be there, no matter how much rules the courts can lay down, it can never be done. Because in criminal trials, it's not just that you have to hear or record what the witness is saying. The judge has a responsibility to record the demeanor of the witness as well, and what exactly is happening around him, or specifically how he is answering a question. All of these things play a very crucial role in criminal trials. So my solution to that, or not just a solution, but my opinion on that is, we can definitely convert everything to VC, especially the practice of constitutional courts. However, we can keep the criminal trials, at least the evidence part, in physical form, which has been happening ever since. And only for that limited purpose, only open the courts, or maybe just fill the vacancies which are there, appoint some more judges. As far as though that part is concerned, the only lawyer, the prosecutor, and the defense counsel with this team will come, get the evidence recorded, and then leave. And for that, we can follow social distancing protocols. But that part, once taken care of, then we can proceed to the trial in a VC mode. That is one thing. Number two, I feel there is going to be a problem if this VC system, let's say, today we are advocating that it should be made permanent. However, I somewhere feel that this is not going to happen, because we are, oh, not we, I am, at least people like me, we are nothing in the industry as of now. So we cannot do anything. But there are people who are much influential in the industry, and I feel that this system is not going to run for long. The physical hearings will resume. And you know what? I personally love physical hearings as well. But the problem will happen, or the problem will come to the younger generation who have graduated and started practicing in the last 3 years, because they've only seen VC hearings. They have not seen physical hearings. They don't know how to interact with the court, how to address the court rather in a physical form. And what they are used to, a very comfortable environment. They will be the one who will be most disadvantaged position at that time, because they don't know how to interact with the court. And I just don't want these young generations, to get charged with contempt and anything simply because they don't know the court craft. So for that, I feel if we combine this VC hearings as well as physical criminal trial, physical evidence recording part, these new generation as well will get a hang of both the forms. And once, if let's say everything goes back to normal, everything gets physical, at least they will not be in a disadvantaged position. They will be at least somewhat better than they will be if everything goes to VC. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Gaur. That's good. I think, but the only silver lining in the VC culture is that you can fit in speaking in a conclave while within your weekend getaway. So I think those are two things which you can add within your schedule in the same day. So I think that is
on
also
a lighter
one of
side,
the silver linings which we have.
Right. See, that's a silver lining, but that's what I'm saying. Because it is a silver lining if everything's fine. See, thanks to God, everything has been fine as of yet. Because just before I unmuted myself, there was a lot of noise. Some function was happening outside, and I couldn't do anything about it. I cannot do anything. This is unknown to me. So, and I was just hoping, please just get it quiet.
But
they can't do anything.
At least we got to see your face. I mean, even if the even if the background would have been a problem, I think what Siddharth is also trying to say is at least you could join in the meeting. Had it been the physical form, I think you would have to cancel the meeting, and we would not have got an opportunity to see you.
I believe only people have been appearing from vacation locations during these times.
Mr. Deva, at least I have never done that. This is the first time I'm doing it, and I'm feeling very,
very
weird about it. I've never done this sort of thing, but this was just, at the last moment. I was trying to reach my office as soon as I can, but the traffic situation is still same. I don't know what kind of curfew is it. I mean, I get it, Delhi curfew hurt gaya, but the place from I was coming, there was a weekend curfew. But it doesn't matter. Everything is still chock block. But okay.
Okay. Thank you. But thank you so much, Raghav, Ankita, Gaganmeet, Tarun, for all your thoughts on this. And it's been very enlightening. And I'm hoping that all the young lawyers and everybody who's watching it, they would have learned a thing or two from it. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our esteemed panelists. A big thank you for being with us. And of course to you, Siddharth, for moderating this session so well. And I'm just looking at if we have other session speakers or a panelist joined with us or not. They are going to be taking some time. Well, I think we have 10 minutes before we begin the next session. May I request my team, do we have time for a quick see-through to the AV, or you wish to begin with the next session?
Yes, absolutely, Aditya. I think it would be a good time to queue in the AVs and have our audience take a look at it.
Lovely. May I please request my team, can we have the AV, please, before we begin with the next session. Okay, I guess the AVs would take a while because the team is busy preparing for what's in the evening, the awards ceremony, the highlight of our events. I won't really trouble the team as of now. We'll just give you a glimpse of what we've seen throughout the day. I mean, I would just read out the sessions whom we've had, and then, of course, we will proceed with the next session. Well, before we move on, ladies and gentlemen, Ashima, you're here. You've got something to say? You've been moderating a few sessions.
Thanks, Aditya. I think it's a good time to catch up throughout the day. It's been so busy. We haven't even had the chance to thank you for staying put. You've been glued to the screen as well throughout. So thank you so much. So grateful for that. We also have some of our other panelists joining in. I see Jatin. I see Garima. Could we please have you join your videos?
Well, I think the Ashima, the AVs would take a while. So how about I introduce the next session? Yeah. And then we can have Jatinji is here. And so is the team.
Yes, absolutely. I think now that we have them, we can go into the next panel. Aditya, over to you for the introductions.
Thank you so much. Well, you're back, ladies and gentlemen. The last session that you witnessed was on honing the court craft and advocacy skills in the virtual world. And now we're moving ahead with a little more younger topic, I would say, but we also discussed crypto and its law. It's young, old for everybody. But the next one is young lawyers take on the evolving legal landscape of India. And joining us for that, we have with us Mr. Jatin Arora, lead Legal and Compliance, Digital Health Reliance Industries Limited. Ms. Richa Sandalia, Senior Associate, Tandon & Co. Ms. Asta Bajaj, Associate, L&L Partners. Ms. Shivika Upadhyay, I'm very sorry, Shivika ji, Senior Associate, Kocher & Co. Ms. Garima Sharma, Senior Associate, JSA, and moderating the session, we already have with us Ashima Ori, Managing Editor, PW Legal World. A very warm welcome to all of you.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aditya. Hi, good afternoon, good evening, everyone.
A very warm welcome to the panel. We're waiting for one panelist to join, but in the time, in the time being, we will start the session. Requesting my team to check with Shivika if she's able to join. But a very warm welcome to you, Jatin, Garima, and Asta. It's so wonderful to see you. We also, I can see Shivika joining, so we'll just take a moment to wait for her to join. Hi, Shivika. Welcome to the panel. Are you able to hear me? I think Shivika is joining, so I won't, one second. Yes. So we'll just carry on with our session. Thank you all for joining. So this is a very young panel. Throughout the day, we've heard stalwarts speaking about their experiences, decades into the profession. Now, the thing is, with your profession, with your experiences, we like to take the other side of the spectrum and see what are some of the things that you are seeing in your time now in the virtual world changing. You may have also seen some of these legal luminaries in the courts. Now that you watch them on a virtual screen, how has been your experience? That's something that I would like you to include into your points while you're also taking us through the various perspectives that you shared with me offline. I'll start with Jatin. Jatin, you have an in-house background. You're in the healthcare sector. I'm sure you've seen transformation in the technology taking, increasing by leaps and bounds. Please take us through your experience and throw some light on how digital transformation is taking place in the legal landscape.
Thank you, Ashima. Hi, Aditya. Hi, everyone on the panel. It's indeed a great opportunity to be the part of BW Legal World and share my views. So, as an in-house counsel, we play a very strategic in the business role in the company. The level of engagement and the collaboration within the internal teams across multifunctional teams have evolved over the last period of 4 and 5 years. And with this evolving sector-specific regulations and the legislations which are coming day by day, minute by minute, so we basically need to, our role has evolved and increased from purely from a legal team in-house perspective to a business perspective also. And also, I see 2022 as purely a legal digital transformational year. It would be keep all the in-house counsels very busy to ensure the compliances with less reduced liabilities from company perspective. I would categorize few critical items from in-house role perspective, which I believe every in-house counsel should take care of. So streamlining and standardization of process within the teams, preparing effective SOPs and within the company to ensure the compliances, drafting customized legal and regulatory checklist would definitely help us in evolving the company and effective growth of the company. So this year would be totally digitized and it will be a legal transformational year with all the data privacy law coming in. There would be so much focus on AI, blockchain technology within the data which we captured, starting from capturing the data till storage, retention, sharing of the data. Basically, all the cross-functional teams within the organizations needs to be updated, and our role would definitely evolve and will keep this year all of us very busy as an in-house counsel. This is my personal view, how I take this year from a legal trend perspective. But this would be certainly a great year for technology and digital transformation, specifically emerging technologies coming into the picture.
I'm sorry, yes, I'm sorry. Thank you for your opening comments on data privacy. 1 second, I'm sorry, my screen is actually becoming a problem. I can't see anyone at the moment. Please allow me 1 second. Yes, thank you. My screen is restored. Coming to you, Garima. Garima, you've also mentioned some, how do you facilitate business, ease of doing business in India, and you have some factors there to throw light on how we can make this change and take India on a higher ease of doing business index. So over to you for your thoughts.
Thank you, Ashima. It's an honor to be on the panel, yes, and hello to all the panelists as well. Taking off from what Jatin actually said, Ashima, digitization, of course, is very important. And I'd just like to start with like a positive note on the ease of doing business that you just referred about. So, India in 2014 on the ease of doing business index was ranked 142. And in 2020, India's ranking has come up to 63. Now that I feel is a great improvement within a span of 5 to 6 years, where while deciding the rankings on this index, the World Bank essentially takes into picture factors such as, how easy or difficult is it to start a business in a particular economy. It's economies, put against each other to come to a particular ranking. So in that, now, the factors that they look at is how easy is it to start a business? How easy is it to have international transactions with a company? How easy is it to get certain permits and licenses that are basically required for industries to start up? Or, how difficult is the taxation system of the country, and so on and so forth. So taking all these factors into picture, if India has come up to a ranking of 63 in the year 2020, I think one of the main reasons behind it definitely has been the evolution of the legal framework. We've seen some great changes happen over the last 5 to 6 years to a decade roughly, and we've seen so many schemes and so many laws come into play, or so many laws get amended suitably to attract more business into the country, whether it's foreign business being attracted through FDI into the country, or whether it's domestic businesses being able to grow more, or whether it's the entrepreneurial mindset, which is getting a lot of encouragement in the country with the changing laws. For example, now the winding up of a company has been decriminalized in India, subject to, of course, no fraud and public interest being harmed. But that's such a huge step, because now I don't have to be worried when I start a company in India. I don't have to be worried that if I have to shut it down, I can go to jail. It's just shifted to civil penalties, which is a huge thing that India has done. Similarly, we get to see, like Jatin mentioned, the laws are constantly evolving. They're very fast-paced in the terms of their change. So what we realize is now, for example, when there was COVID, there were a lot of tax benefits that were given to the companies in India. There were a lot of tax benefits given to, or filing rather, reporting benefits given to foreign companies in India, because it was difficult for them to manage all that. Having said that, the business in India did not take a huge hit because we digitized everything. Most of our filings are now digitized. Setting up of a company is all digital. Labor compliances have been digitized to a huge extent. Property-related compliances, which were a huge headache, have now been digitized. So all of this put together has really helped not just boom business, but also sort of come to a standardized regulation and try and match up to what's already existing in the international market, so that we can attract more business into the company. We also have had, I think, we currently have 85 unicorns in the country. And I mean, that's a huge this thing. We're talking about young lawyers. So if we talk about young business people who are starting up with startups, and you have 85 unicorns, out of which 48 have only actually come up in the last 2 years, that definitely talks a lot about the legal framework changing in the country, because we have now set up a sort of environment which is friendly for people to be able to start up businesses. We have so many advantages coming in for startups with, it's easy for them to set up because they have a simpler form, they have simpler filings, they have a tax holiday for 3 years. It's easy for them to get intellectual property registrations. So there are a lot of benefits that way that are going. So I think these changes that have happened in the law, more specifically in the last 5 to 6 years, has definitely helped business grow. It has definitely helped the lawyers also try and explore more different areas of law that we were generally used to, and we don't have to, sort of get stuck with what we have always been doing, because now when you see the kind of industries that have come in, we have environment protection companies come into India. We have labor-intensive companies, of course, always been continuing in India since decades. But because of all of this, I think, at least as young lawyers, we are able to see more areas and more fields of law gain more prominence, which was probably not there a few years ago. For example, project finance is a specialized area of law now. Intellectual property is a specialized area of law. Environmental law is a very fast gaining law. Taxation, of course, is also gaining momentum now. So these kinds of things help young lawyers like us, sort of figure out what we want to specialize in while doing what we are doing in our respective fields, and create a niche for ourselves and sort of grow in that, So that's definitely helping us lawyers as well. And on a personal note, I think I'm a corporate lawyer with JSA. So I, of course, deal a lot with M&As and Ps and those kinds of things. But when I see now, for example, competition law, because of the scale of mergers that are happening in this country, competition law is becoming more and more important for me to understand at a very personal level and deal with. So that, I think, is helping me also to understand the business side of the transaction, the legal side of the transaction, and then help advising clients in a more molded way and not a generic advice sort of a thing. And I think that is my biggest takeaway with the evolution that I've seen in the law in my career so far of 5 to 6 years.
Thank you, Karma. Certainly a time for more business consciousness in the country. Shivika, are you with us here? I'm not able to see you yet. So if you could just turn on your video, that'd be great.
Hi, good evening. So I think there is some slight technical issue here. I am very much here, but there's just I just keep getting this error. Nevertheless.
I think, I share in your grief because I'm losing my screen and video as well in between. So completely understand. We have you on audio, so, that's great. Wanted to know from you as well, Shivika, you've also mentioned factors that are driving growth in the legal landscape. What are your thoughts in addition to what we've heard on the panel so far?
Right. Okay. Good evening to the fellow panelists. You're not able to see me, but nevertheless, see, looking at the topic itself, so change is inevitable, Ashima, and technology is definitely the driving force for that change. And we've seen that in the last 2 years. So what was traditionally happening was that businesses were always, they had to be geared up to be adaptive to technological advances. And the legal world was, for the longest time able to stave off from that change, right? What the pandemic really did was it showed us A, that we were no longer immune from that change, and B, that it didn't catalyze it, it almost literally forced us, whether it was law firms or lawyers, both senior and junior, in terms of the tools that we have to start using in conducting our day-to-day practices, right? And in the pre-COVID time, we did see some of the law firms, pondering with technology in terms of data management and timesheet generation, etc. For our routine work and day-to-day activities. What the hybrid system did was, and the major shift that happened was that law firms had to make sure that data is available for their lawyers sitting at home, working from the work from home environment. And you have a greater accessibility to tools in terms of interaction, whether with clients or with your own team members, right? One of the biggest transformations, like Garima mentioned, that has been in terms of litigation management and document automation, where we can see today that a lot of lawyers are able to appear before courts across various jurisdictions in the same span of about 12 hours or so, right? But while all of these adoptions are definitely they'll go a long way in terms of increased accessibility, etc. But I feel that purely in terms of the legal world, a lot of work still needs to be done in terms of adopting technology in our industry. Why? Because the truth today is that these tools that we've started using, they're not new. They already existed. They were always there, even during the pre-COVID times. It's just that we were forced to use them more, right? We're still not seen, the industry is still not seen as a stakeholder in terms of technology. If you compare it with a lot of industries, right? The legal industry at the end of the day is what? A business itself. Okay, so it's still not seen as a stakeholder. We're still not seen as direct consumers in the sense that we have a research being, driven for us, right? Definitely we've started using these tools, but it's something that already existed. And so I feel in terms of advancements, something that needs to happen, and this needs to happen at a management level, right? Not our level. And maybe we can become the driving force at our young age. That law firms need to come together in terms of data sharing. And why data sharing is important? Because that will become the driver for specific researches that can be undertaken so that we can have certain solutions in terms of AI that we can adopt and that can help us augment our day-to-day work, right? So that we can literally say that the use of technology has revolutionized the way we carry out our work today, right? So I feel that yes, work is happening, but the pace is going to be slow. It's definitely the future and definitely the way to go forward, but it's going to take a long time. And it's not something. It's not an overnight, advancement that has come. These tools were always there.
Thank you, Shavika. Certainly miles to go before we sleep and much to work on the legal tech front. We also had a panel earlier on telling us how tech tools are only business or work enablers. They're not here to push away the lawyers. They're only here to make life easier. But I continue to believe that our legal tech awareness capabilities are far from what they should have been in 2022. Maybe it's time for people who are, the next generation to take on and make that happen. Coming to you, Astha, what has been your view on, the shift from our physical courts to our hybrid system? What have been the stark changes to you in your perspective? Over to you for your thoughts.
Thank you, Ashima. Very good evening to all the panelists and everyone who is watching this right now. So, Ashima, like as my fellow panelists also pointed out, I would just like to see, first going with the topic evolving legal landscape in India. I think we cannot see it in isolation. We need to see it holistically, like while we are looking at how workplaces are changing, how the hybrid system has come in, we also need to see how it has impacted hirings. We also need to see how it's impacted education and academics. And we also need to see how it has impacted networking, because all of this together formulates the legal fraternity and, takes forward the entire legal fraternity. So, I would like to take each of these topics separately as to how it has changed or evolved. So, obviously going in line with what Shivika said, that after the pandemic, there's been a major change. And even though, social platforms such as LinkedIn, I would say mainly was already available with us since a very long time. It's not like, we were not aware of it or people were not using it. But I think the full potential of these media platforms have only come into being after the system has come into being after the entire pandemic scenario. And nowadays, I also heard a few panelists before us saying that now the only hirings that they do in companies is through LinkedIn. I've also seen people just replying to LinkedIn posts and getting hired. So I think that's a major change from what kind of hiring systems that we had earlier, which was a very traditional system, to go through maybe headhunters or HRs, etc. So obviously it's, the opportunities have increased and it's much more feasible and easier for people to get through. That is one. Coming to the second point of, networking and making relationships, I think that has also changed a lot. Earlier people were together in one working environment for a very, very long period of time, having like hour-long discussions, maybe sitting on a draft together. I think that has completely changed. It's purely based on calls or, calls scheduled, or maybe like 2-minute phone calls that you have. Like on a lighter note, I would have barged into my partner's cabin at any point of time to have a discussion, but now obviously that's not the case. So networking, but at the same time, like you get opportunities like this today, like thank you so much for this opportunity, where you come together with young lawyers, with eminent lawyers, where you discuss, and maybe something like this would not have been organized otherwise. It's way easier to organize and get people at one place virtually than to arrange for them to be present physically. So this has changed the entire networking scenario in the legal fraternity again. And then coming to the workplace, I think as Jatin earlier pointed out, even I would like to say the same thing. Firstly, the laws are evolving like at a very, very fast pace, given the new developments. Like every day there's a new sector altogether coming in, like something like hydrogen, something like cryptocurrency, something that we had never heard of in the past has now come in, and we have to keep up with pace with all of these things. And I've had the opportunity to work in a law firm. Like I'm an associate with a law firm, but at the same time also seconded at a client's office. So I also have a little bit of an insight into how an in-house legal counsel has to contribute. And what I've realized is that during this entire hybrid system, during this pandemic period, people also have become compassionate. Like lawyers also have to look at compassion. They have to understand the commercial, the business aspect, move beyond the dimensions of legality and look at, what's happening. I'll just give you a small example. Like, for example, we had already entered into a supply agreement, and because of the supply chains getting hindered, obviously the prices of the raw materials keep shifting, right? But it's not always the option that your company wants, that it wants to look at dispute. Sometimes you have to renegotiate, you have to get back to the table, renegotiate the contracts, and, come to an understanding, because this is obviously an unprecedented thing. Or, so it's not the time anymore where you can just go ahead and apply straitjacket solutions. Like, it's a time to brainstorm, time to come out with alternatives. So I think that is how, things have evolved a lot over the period of time. And, lastly, just to touch upon, very likely for, students who are now studying law, or, who are just getting, as lawyers, actually, we never stop learning. We have to keep studying throughout, you never stop, especially with the changing landscapes. But, especially for students who are coming out, I think earlier, in-class learning was considered very indispensable, and it was more about the curriculums which were set around by the colleges. But, I don't think so that's the scene anymore. Like, there are n number of websites offering such specialized courses. So if you have an interest in a specific course in an upcoming, legal sector, you can just go online, and most of these are also available free. So, there is an array of things what people can learn, and, how students can just expand and maybe explore, and they don't have to choose at the very initial stage as to what they want to do, or go with a very mainstream or a traditional way of getting into the industry. So, yeah, I think that would be my bit on how, the legal industry, or, has evolved, and, the landscapes have changed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, please go ahead.
If you permit me, I just Asta made a very interesting point in the end. How for the law students currently, it's changing because they don't have to go through the traditional way of getting into a job, and that actually just brings to mind. There's so many more opportunities coming up in the legal fraternity where you don't have to necessarily be a lawyer. Just because you studied law. For example, I know of people, and I have friends who have, they've studied law and they've practiced law for a while, but now, given the changing scenarios, they are becoming more of, facilitators between law firms, between companies, and between the law students or lawyers looking for jobs. So in that, what happens is, of course, we study the theory of the law in law school, but the practicality sometimes obviously differs, like in any other industry. It's going to differ, the practicality from the theory. So getting that a little bit of extra edge by sort of getting some specific skill training, whether in law school or right out of it, gets your chances a little, it gives you an edge, essentially, to sort of get a job of what you would like. And when you have these kinds of facilitators in place to, connect the employees with the employers, then I think everybody sort of gets a custom-made job profile for themselves, and the employer sort of gets those kinds of people that they are that they are looking for. So that actually, Ashima, Asta, that was a great point to end on, and I just thought I'd share my 2 bits on that.
Thanks, Karima. And like you all said, that's true. Many more opportunities and avenues are opening up for lawyers. Some things that a while back weren't considered. Traditionally, lawyers would go into either corporate law or litigation, which is now turning into people taking on mediation courses. There's more recognition for, doing out-of-court mediations and counseling students, and all of these, some of these law firm management agencies that have come up and are now advocating for some of these soft skills. Also bringing in Jatin. Jatin, what are your thoughts on how trends have changed? Like Asta is playing a dual role here of, also bringing us insights of an in-house role. Sorry, you're already in the in-house legal department. Please tell us more about the kind of trends that you're seeing with the talent coming in?
So basically, we are seeing a massive level of improvisation and involvement of technology in the in-house legal teams here. And to set the foundation right, and to start this year on a very, very positive note, I would like to categorize only 3 points basis my learning as an in-house counsel for effective growth of a company. So Ashima, since my fellow panelists are all from law firms, so they would echo with me, I believe. So if depending upon business to business, drafting effective, customized compliance in the regulatory checklist as per the requirement of business has become a very mandatory requirement, considering the evolving nature of regulations and the notifications which are coming on day-by-day basis. We are here doing this conversation. You never know. There's some IT Act amendment has come into the picture, and we need to update our teams internally. Followed by that, maintaining all these digital repositories, keeping them updated, sharing it with team on regular basis, on weekly basis, conducting seminars, trainings in-house to, let's say, to update business teams, to update finance team, to update marketing team, because in every cross-functional sector within the in-house role, the law plays a very important role. Sometimes the technology people will not understand a particular clause of a data privacy law, let's assume. So we have to convince them. And if we are not able to convince them, my fellow colleagues are here from the law firm. So yeah. So keeping all these cross-functional teams updated of the sector-specific regulations definitely would help us to ensure the growth of the company this year. And this year, as I categorized, as I told earlier, this is a completely legal transformational year. It's a great opportunity for all the lawyers to contribute to the growth of the company, and with these evolving technologies coming into picture.
On a lighter note, but on a lighter note, just echoing what Jatin and Shivika had said, if we share data, we might as well just get to have, a few lesser late nighters and 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. that we're so used to in law firms.
I was thinking to come to that. If you bring in Shivika on this as well. Shivika, and it's an open question to all of you, but I'll start with Shivika. In the beginning of the day, we had panels coming in and also sharing their own strategies on hiring talent, and their guess with the young lawyers was that the code craft is getting lost through this virtual mode. And again, that connectivity, the shadowing that once was the way, the osmosis that happened organically when you shadowed a senior, all of that is getting lost in the virtual world. What has been your experience? How are you keeping yourselves updated and abreast with the code craft or the negotiations or the drafting? We've heard some of your suggestions on taking these courses, but how would you tell yourself, say a year or 2 or 3 back, something that you should have done differently, starting with you, Shivika?
Right. So something that I'll give you a personal example, and it's a mistake I probably made 3 years back, right? And actually, I'm very thankful to the pandemic that it gave me that opportunity. So, while interacting with some of my junior colleagues at my firm, something that I've seen with young pass outs is that they have become very averse to certain practices of law. And why so? Because it doesn't sound so vogue for them, right? And for example, I'll give you an example of real estate or taxation, right? And so I did the same mistake. I was very, when I joined my law firm, I was very averse to real estate, right? So, during our formative years, and this is probably why our seniors continue to say that we are losing that touch. We don't have that enthusiasm, and we don't have that court craft, or we don't have those speaking negotiation skills. during our formative years, I don't think young lawyers need to get very restrictive, right? We need to be very open to absorption, right? Sometimes when I interact with my junior colleagues, all that I hear in today's time on a very lighter note, everyone wants to work on commercial arbitrations, right? Because that term is so fashionable and woke, but nobody understands that. For example, I work in the real estate team, right? That real estate is not just about your mundane leases, whether residential or commercial. It goes much, much beyond that, right? It goes much beyond your today. For example, we're working on something that's closely related to technology. We know that technology, there's so much advancement that has been done, and we're all talking about localization, but something that you don't realize that you'll end up working on building that infrastructure that is your data center, right? So never be averse. That's one say a suggestion or a lesson learned. Never be averse. I wasn't averse to it when I got the opportunity, and you never know what really takes your practice, whether as a litigator or a commercial lawyer in the future, and where it takes you. So that's my take on it.
I think that's also something we heard earlier today. That's also coming from more experienced people on the panel. They say the same thing, that don't try to specialize too early on in your careers. Garima, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, Ashima, I think the virtual work environment, while it's sort of had its own advantages, but again, if I give my personal example, when I had started off, we were thankfully in a pre-COVID era. So I had started off with physical offices, and the learnings that you take away while working with your senior partners or your senior counsels is obviously going to be very different from whatever you're able to learn online, because there's only so much that technology, like we've all been discussing, there's only so much that technology is being used in the legal sector so far. We've not yet utilized it to its full potential. So of course, the initial learning does get impacted to an extent, I think, because look, there's another thing. Law as a profession is one of the oldest professions in the world, so there are certain nuances to it, which the new lawyers today, maybe who've only started virtually, don't really see a lot of sense in, because they seem outdated, they seem redundant, so to say. But those are the small nuances of law that make it, we call it a noble profession, we call it an honorable profession. And that's why it has those small knickknacks to it that sort of differentiate it. So of course, it has had an impact. We're not getting that first-hand learning. We're not able to, like for example, in litigation, we're not able to shadow the seniors to sort of not just learn the law. Law, because it's a very people-oriented industry. Whether it's litigation or corporate, it's a very person-oriented industry. So knowing the law is one part of being a lawyer. The other part of being a lawyer is trying to know and understand and read people and situations and matters at hand. So that only comes with experience. That you cannot sit and learn in a classroom. You can know your law, you can be the best at that, but you will have to get that personal experience. Yeah, Shivika, just sorry. You'll have to get that experience to try and connect with clients, connect with people, connect with the court, connect with the judge, connect with the opposing counsel. And that will sort of set you a little apart in your game.
Absolutely right, Garima. I think the knack of reading the room only comes from being in the room with people. Asa, your thoughts, and we're short in time, so requesting you and Jatin to weigh in on this very, very quickly.
Right, Ashima. So, I completely agree with what Shivika and Garima have been saying, and, in line with the same. I think when we were physically present, I think I've already quoted this, but, like your discussions with your colleagues, with your partners, and, like it gave you a lot of insight, and maybe you could come out with 2 to 3 alternatives on the point itself, or maybe just get to know if you're making a mistake at that very point in time, like sometimes that get delayed now. And, as Shivika pointed out, sometimes sometimes you end up making mistakes and you don't even come to know till a certain point in time, because you have to get on a call for the other person to point it out, or like do something of that kind. And plus, maybe I think like high court canteen discussions cannot be replaced by a Zoom call. I would just like to put it that way, like the kind of things that you learn there in that environment, I really don't think any kind of phone call or Teams call or Zoom call can, ever replace that. I think that kind of learning only comes, and most of it actually, if you see any juniors going along with the seniors also, what they learn is through observance, like you're observing and learning. So I think that gets taken away. So, going in line with everything that my fellow panelists have been saying, even I agree with it that these nitty-gritties have been lost in this entire digitization process.
Before just Jatin comes in, a very small point to what Garima and Asta both said was, another thing I think some of the young pass outs need to do is that, you need to reach out to your seniors for mentorship. You literally don't expect them to come to you. Nobody is going to pick up the phone call and say, hey, I'm going to start mentoring you from today onwards or from this transaction onwards. It doesn't work out that way. If it doesn't work with one senior, because of course they don't have time, reach out to another member in the law firm, right? Or whichever organization that you're part of. You need to kind of exuberate that energy that you want that guidance. And this assertion kind of needs to come irrespective of whether your organization has a mentorship program or not. So that really goes a long way, because the learnings that you'll get from your seniors is an asset. It's an invaluable asset that will go a long way with you.
Thanks, Shalika. I think a great point there. You have to consciously make an effort to get the mentoring that is getting lost, and there's no harm in doing that. Jatin, your last thoughts on this?
So purely from in-house perspective, I agree that the face-to-face meetings which we used to conduct with multiple teams compared to the Zoom meetings or team meetings are not that effective. However, most of the in-house companies have created their own work-from-home policies, which regulates certain things around it. And I've read it somewhere that the central government is also coming up with some work-from-home policy, which will eventually, this is the need of an hour. And obviously, most of the companies are switching to hybrid modes, depending upon the state-to-state restrictions, which basically allows us to, go office once a week, twice a week to meet our colleagues and all. So as an in-house counsel on daily basis, we have 7-8 meetings and everything. So there is no option to, my colleague is sitting in Bangalore and I'm here in Delhi. I cannot go there to meet him. So this has also given us the opportunity to interact with multiple people. So I would not say that this is completely not in favor of lawyers, but yes, considering the pandemic and the other factors, and the technology involvement, it's a bit more opportunistic time for us. Yeah.
Thank you, Jatin. Thank you so much. Some great points there, panelists. Thank you so much. While the exposure seems stunted in some practices, say litigation, it's also true that you're able to get in touch with more people. They have more time to interact over Zoom calls and who may be placed across the globe. So I think pros and cons there weigh equally as of now. So thank you so much for joining us today. What a great discussion. Thank you for sharing your experiences with us. It's so lovely to have this young panel with me today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for
Over to you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists once again for being a part of a community. And of course, a big thank you, Ashima, to you once again for moderating this session and of course for finishing on time. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to an end with our panel discussions for today. Moving towards our next keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, it's on future of socio-economic laws and the importance to corporate organizations. And to deliver that, please help me in welcoming on screen Debolina Pratap, General Counsel, Walker. Good evening, ma'am. How are you?
Good evening, Aditya. I'm fine. And how are you doing?
Very well, ma'am. We've been having an amazing day. Lots of learnings to take back, lots of anecdotes, experiences to listen to. And now we can't wait for your address, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I think it's a very exciting, chilly January evening, and just one more day, and suddenly we see a month of 2022 over. Things are flying, and we just thought, the pandemic started some time back, and we are already almost 2 years up. In all this, you have been listening to various panel discussions during the day in terms of how the industry has been coping up with the pandemic, what have been the new set of laws, be it in the corporate sector or be it for, capital markets, regulatory disputes, court laws. There's been a lot of new set of, guidelines and new set of regulations, and a lot of unlearning has been done. But somewhere down the line, while so many new things have happened, so many unlearnings have taken place, uh, somewhere down the line we have missed on the socioeconomic part of the laws, which is actually the fundamental basis of law. And as I just heard, in the previous panel, one of the panelists said that law is one of the most honorable and oldest profession. So it goes back to the socioeconomic genesis of the globe. And in this, before, I get into some of the important trends I feel, which will, take a lot of importance in the coming years in 2022, 2023, I would just like to, go back to one of my favorites, John Grisham, and one of the books I read about on the socioeconomic background. And basically, Grisham's book, they are very hard hitting. They don't deal with any glamorous laws like, the corporate laws, or, of course, they do deal with a lot of litigations and all, but in very, very hardcore sectors, which, are not the glamorous sectors. And one of such book was the Sycamore Row, where, it was a real estate issue. It was a testamentary issue, and most importantly, it had an ethnic equality message in that, in terms of how racial discrimination was abhorred in that book. And I really appreciated, being one of, I think it's one of its kind of John Grisham, writing such a book. And if we go to see, all our Constitution of India, Constitution of US, Constitution of all the Commonwealth countries, socioeconomic justice has been the fundamental genesis of all laws. And somewhere down the line, in all this, pandemonium of the pandemic, if I can say, importance to this has been not up to the mark. But the effect of these laws will be seen going forward, because the population in general are getting affected in a socioeconomic. And when I say population, I also mean the corporate population. So I feel, laws which deal with equality, white collar issues, white collar crimes, please don't, take me amiss. We don't talk much about it, but there are pink collar crimes, white collar crimes, a lot of digitization in healthcare and healthcare laws. And of course, very important are, the ESG factor. Corporates are now very, very strict, and they have to be stricter in terms of ESG compliance, socio-environment governance compliance. It's very important because what now the corporates across the world are stressing more, and investors are stressing a lot on transparency. How corporates are transparent in their disclosures, in their reportings, in their business structures, in their compliance of supply chain, procurement, environment compliance guidelines. These are gaining, I think 88% of the investors are concentrating on this transparency in the corporate sector. And associated with this, I feel laws trending in the cyberspace, cyber fraud, how to tackle cyber fraud. Right now, we do have the laws. but there is not much of enforcement. There's not much of, straight guidelines in terms of, compliance of this laid down in the country. The privacy laws, we still don't have a proper privacy law. So a lot of work is going to get done in this field, and I feel that's going to be the trend, because uh, compliance, transparency, socioeconomic development, gender sensitivity, very important. Uh, these are the things, where the country, as well as we as lawyers in-house, as well as practicing lawyers, there's a lot of scope. There's a lot of unmet need in this. And there's a lot of scope to develop either a practice or to develop expertise in-house also in these areas. Because today, people are, they are just after corporate, complex structures, M&As, complex disputes. Somebody spoke about, real estate, I heard. Even real estate has become very complex today. So while, there are a lot of people who have been concentrating, lawyers have been concentrating on these fields, but the socioeconomic area is still, it's unmet. And there's a lot of thinking that needs to be done, not only at a corporate level as in-house counsels, but also as a policy. So I think, the policy practice is, I see there's a lot of future in the policy practice, in the socioeconomic. And no country or the legal system of any country or the legal jurisprudence of any country will grow or will reach its pinnacle unless, this system is strengthened and is given importance. Uh, many years back in the US, the litigators or the ambulance chasers. I'm not saying, you don't have them today. You do have them today, but things have changed. Today, if you see the world, you see the world economics, you see the world politics. It's a totally different way of looking at things. War crimes. Again, it has a socio-ethnicity, socio-ethnicity background. You see the policies, the intercompany policies, inter-country policies. They are so much based on what the country's economics is. Today, a corporate is able to negotiate in any field, whether it's a cross-border M&A or raising, a sovereign bond or raising a near sovereign bond. A lot of it not only goes behind the financials of the company, but also goes behind what is the company's social culture. What is the company's ethical culture? It's a lot of importance is placed. And this is also read, or it is also considered along with the country's socioeconomic environment. And I think in terms of the laws, at least in India, a lot needs to be done. And it's an area which is wide open. Very little work has been done. Though, the government, the Prime Minister's policies, there are many schemes, for women, for the underdeveloped, for the poor and needy, but, they're all on paper. It's we as lawyers, we need to raise above the bar. We have to raise above the bar, and we have to make these, these laws meaningful, these laws implementable. And if, as lawyers and as even new lawyers, I would say, college freshers, when a college fresher or a law graduate looks for a job after college, depending on the college, you go for your interviews. You go for your, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, whether it's the company or the law firm. But at the end of the day, what are you looking for? How many of us have the guts to do something different? But this is where, I would want to speak to all my friends, my young friends across the fraternity, is just don't go by what is there already. What is already, what is already there. Don't try to get things on the platter. A lawyer should never aim to get things on platter. A lawyer should never say, okay, yes, I have got, this job in this law firm with this X salary, or I've got this job in this company at X salary. That's not a lawyer. A lawyer has to do beyond, because lawyers are the thinkers. Lawyers, if you see all the old thinkers and the Democrats, they all are socio-economists. That's how they have developed. And that is where somewhere I want to tell all the young people here that please think, beyond your, corporate M&Es, your investments, your capital markets, your pref allotments, your cross-border disputes. I would say definitely do think about, your compliance of your company, but don't just restrict yourself there, go beyond. Try to develop a culture first within yourself of a socio-economic, ethical culture, and then try to share as youngsters or as seniors, try to share and imbibe first within your group, within your team, and then slowly, I am 100% sure you will make that impact on others. And as lawyers, if we stop thinking beyond what is already there, if we stop thinking beyond the existing, the work, the legal work which we do, then we just die out as lawyers. So, my when I speak or when I think, the new trends, I feel, this is one trend where a lot of work will be done, needs to be done. And as I said, social laws, environmental laws, governance, special crimes, a lot of digitalization of health laws. These need to be developed. The entire healthcare is changed after the COVID, the pandemic. And it's not, this particular virus somehow has got a lot of limelight. It's not that there have been viruses earlier and there have been more dangerous diseases. And I mean, I can tell you even today, because I come from a healthcare corporation, there are more number of people dying in tuberculosis today than number of people dying in COVID-19 today. At least 3 times more per day statistics. I can tell you that. So, let's go beyond, let's think of, when we think of a social development in the law of healthcare, let's think comprehensively. So that is something which, I always feel, we should work towards it. There's a lot of scope. My fraternity, my GCs in my industry and GCs, of other industry, my brethren in the law, the legal profession. I think we should all, rise up to the bar, and that as a country and as a cross-border legal political economy, we can put ourselves in a much better position. Aditya, is there anything? Is there anything else you would want me to speak?
Good evening, Ms. Pratap. So wonderful. What a wonderful session. Thank you so much. We heard you, asking us to instill some sort of consciousness in us and, go beyond the call of duty to, prove yourselves as a lawyer. I'd really like to ask you, we are today hosting this for our young lawyers. Some of them may switch to in-house roles if they are currently in litigation or corporate, in corporate law. What would be your message to them? What can they do better to become business accelerators, to become, more socially and more conscious of, some of these ESG factors and sustainability? These are some of the jargons that we hear, but at some point it has to come from really realizing that why climate is important, why carbon footprint has to be reduced. It's for the world, and it's not just for, for the sake of an organizational compliance. Your thoughts, ma'am?
Yeah. So, see, ESG is not actually a very new concept. It's always been there, environmental compliance, corporate governance, and of course, socio-ethnic transparency and socio-ethnic issues in corporate is relatively a new concept. What I would like to tell, the young lawyers, and yes, I know, today is an award ceremony, and congratulations to all of them, is firstly, just when you are joining a new law firm or you're joining a new company, just forget whatever you have learned, or uh, you know, forget about your expectations. I think that is first thing. Um, a new joinee or a fresher, or somebody who is junior, should keep in mind, because a wet clay is very easy to mold. That is one thing. But simultaneously, not to forget the fundamentals, you know, so what you have learned, or what is the ethos beyond learning. It's not, just learning the law and the sections and the provisions. Why is this law there? That is something, the person should not forget, and not forget throughout the life. Because if that is there, then the person progresses, thinks more, and also, is more welcome to any new laws in that area, or any new law. Because the fundamentals and the reason or the object behind the law becomes important, and you move with that. I think that is what I would like to tell all my young colleagues who are there in this event.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pratap. What a great tip to our young lawyers. I'm sure it's going to augur well for them to have heard this. Thank you so much for your session today. Such wonderful thoughts, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pratap, for your session, and of course for all the tips and tricks that you had for young lawyers, especially, and to tell them exactly what is needed. We've had this run through since the morning, where we've been told that it's not a race, it's a marathon, and nothing will come easy to you. Kuch aasani se nahi aane wala. You will have to work for it and go out for everything. It's a big world. So thank you so much, ma'am, for adding to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Ashima, for chipping in at the last moment, and of course, with the questions that you had for ma'am. And ladies and gentlemen, that was Debolina Pratap with her keynote address. And now moving towards a next keynote address for today. It's on fintech and crypto, laws and trends to watch. And ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming on screen Mr. Mukesh Bhutani, founder and managing partner, BMR Legal.
Thank you, Aditya. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. I don't know, somehow my camera is not switching on.
What, does it require permission? There you are, sir.
There. Okay, thank you. Well, I mean, congratulations to all the award winners, and thank you very much for inviting me for this special session. I must congratulate for choosing a very inspiring topic. As I was hearing a general counsel speak from her perspective, I was recalling, what am I going to talk about? But nevertheless, let me try and just make good use of my next 20 minutes to share my perspectives. The younger generation of lawyers, which is what we are currently dealing with, should undoubtedly, as it was mentioned very clearly, embrace not just the new developments, but also the manner in which you go about with the job of advocacy. As was correctly again pointed out, that recent changes, whether they are on COVID front or the geopolitics front, has, in my view, fast-tracked fairly the entire regulatory environment. More importantly, we see a big change in the day-to-day work that we do, which is the justice dispensation system, whether it's e-filing, e-servicing, e-hearing. We hear about it every day. And the young lawyers are responsible or more attuned to the innovation to boost this new way of advocacy, I would say. And lastly, it is more important for the new lawyers to recognize that they would be instrumental in contributing to achieving India the $5 trillion economy target. Well, let's try and look at what the laws and trends I see in 2022 and beyond. Well, there are a flurry of legal developments spread across a host of sectors, but I just thought I will touch on three important themes. Let me first touch on an important theme which is close to my heart, which also happens to be my area of practice, which is tax. Well, the most important event that typically tax practitioners look out for is the presentation of the budget. I'm not going to go and speculate what the budget is going to contain, but I'm just going to take some guesses over here, more from the point of view of the keynote session that you have, which is trends to watch out in 2022, and those trends would be visible in the budget of 2022. Well, for the first time, the world has recognized that the 100-year-old tax treaty system needs to be redefined, reoriented. Many landmark developments have taken place, including in 2021. India, for the first time, is a part of a major multilateral network, which is working under the aegis of OECD and supported by G20, including India, to align what is called taxation of digital commerce or digital businesses. It essentially moves away from the concept of what are the contractual responsibilities between the parties to look at how do you align value creation in market jurisdictions. Simplistically stated, is it important to tax digital transaction based on the number of subscribers that market jurisdictions such as India would have, given its large population, or should it be based on some other contractual obligation, the latter being a determination which was made under the erstwhile law? Well, 5 years back, if somebody had asked us, is this likely to change? I would have said, this sounds like a mere mirage, but it's changing. And you will see some of the announcements possibly in this year's budget. We all know the landmark equalization levy law, which though legislated in 2016, broadened its horizon in 2020, just as the country slipped into the COVID era. A lot of criticism. The equalization levy law, which was in lieu of income taxes, brought about a lot of reaction. The most important reaction came from the US trade representative, and they initiated what they call it as a 301 investigation under the US trade laws. These 301 investigations are initiated under the trade laws on the ground that these forms of levies are discriminatory against US enterprises. Well, in the middle of the 301 investigations, we saw just a few months back an important truce that was called, or I would say a ceasefire between India and the USA negotiators on trade front, which would restrict the application of equalization levy to as it stands now, including the rate of tax. And more importantly, it will mean that suitable credits will be given to US residents in their parent country. Well, many changes to look forward to the budget. The last important one that I wanted to make a mention about, as you know, the budget exercise is also an exercise wherein the finance minister announces important policy changes. What is expected again in 2022 is a future of free trade agreement. We all know that India withdrew from the RCEP, the Regional Economic Cooperation Agreement, last year. And hence, one-on-one country negotiations have taken place for what is called a limited free trade agreement. United Kingdom, EU, Australia, US, UAE, Israel are some of the countries with which we're expecting reviewing of our existing bilateral and multilateral trade relationships. And some directions will emerge as a part of the policy announcement, along with the budget, which the Ministry of Commerce will take forward. Let me try and look at now a few themes on the topics, the regulation of cryptocurrency. Well, the government of India, with the most awaited cryptocurrency and regulation of official digital currency bill 2021, is expected to be tabled in 2022. Finally, in my view, it will lead an element of clarity if crypto assets can be strictly regulated or completely banned. The argument is very diverse in our country, and the views are divided. Depending on the stand of the government, questions could get raised insofar as the cross-border nature of transactions of crypto assets are concerned. The tax impact the ability to raise funds using crypto as a collateral, the penal provisions, so on and so forth. Blockchain should be, as we know, increasingly used for public and private enterprises, irrespective of the regulation of cryptocurrency. Sometimes cryptos and crypto business are often misunderstood. In December 2021, celebrating Azadi Ka Digital Mahotsav, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who happens to be, before he became a politician, now he's a Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology. He was a businessman. He was an entrepreneur, and he is a techie. He released what is called the National Strategy on Blockchain. And the blockchain technology he clearly emphasized as application in healthcare, governance, ability to provide government services, cybersecurities, automobiles, media, travel, logistics, energy, legal, so on and so forth. So you see the potential for blockchain is very, very wide. And hence my personal conclusion was that it is in national interest to look at crypto as an avenue for important medical services, particularly in a country like India, farm insurances, public delivery services, electronic voting, vehicle life management. There are so many applications for which cryptocurrency regulations will make sense. That's a very important trend I'm looking forward to, and it's likely to happen, and it will happen in 2022. The second point I wanted to touch was on data privacy and cybersecurity laws. I'm not a data privacy and cybersecurity expert, but I have been very, very keenly, interestingly watching at the development. Well, the background is that the Joint Parliamentary Committee on Personal Data Protection Bill of 2019 was released in December 2021. There are groundbreaking developments which are anticipated in 2022 surrounding data privacy and protection. And the bill has a cross-border reach insofar as application to entities outside India is concerned, as if they have a business connection in India, as we say, for tax purposes, or they are carrying out some profitable activity in India. Well, this will raise many questions for lawyers about the extraterritoriality, and obviously large technology companies who are concerned about it could see challenging some of these provisions. Interestingly, the scope of the bill clearly suggests that it extends beyond the ambit of data protection. For example, the bill covers an overarching extension on social media intermediaries, publishers of data in certain instances where they lose money, their immunity, or are mere hosts of content. The requirement for social media platforms operating in India to have local offices, setting up of a statutory media regulatory authority, and the recommendations of the framework need to be established for the monitoring, testing, and certification of hardware devices, a provision which is not usually in data protection laws, particularly in the EU and in the United States. In my view, the data security and cyber laws is an attempt to grant users more control over the data and introduces a provision called data portability, wherein the data principals, people who own the data, may seek from the data fiduciary consumers their personal data in a commonly used and machine readable form. Well, there is a health angle here as well. And the health data retention policy, which also finds a very important mention in the Cyber and Securities Protection Bill of 2019, will help build massive data which will be collected pretty much after the COVID-19 vaccination. This policy will ensure in recording data across a host of facilities in India and can be used as a very, very important point of reference for any kind of a health crisis that breaks out in the future, in terms of making sure that citizens in the interiors of the country are appropriately treated. So this is the health data retention policy is a very important mention in the 2019 bill. Well, I'll just add by throwing in some other important trends that I see on employment laws, besides the new labor codes becoming applicable from 2022, a robust framework surrounding work from home policies and gig workers is needed. Many countries are talking about it. We haven't, but I'm hopeful that this would be a future trend. Let me very briefly also focus on the importance of ADR, and I'm not going to talk about the arbitration law. My focus is on the mediation bill of 2021, which was introduced in the winter session of the Parliament. It is the most comprehensive institutional mediation, not arbitration, recognition and enforcement of domestic and international mediation settlement systems. I have no doubt in my mind that it will undoubtedly prove to overcome the notorious delays that we see in dispensation of justice with use of advanced technology, new inputs and inventions. As per the statistics revealed by the central government, the number of pending cases as on December 2021 has now crossed 4.6 crore mark. That's a whooping 46 million cases. So that's another trend that I see. Finally, on insolvency, we've heard the setting up of the bad banks. I anticipate this will come as a policy announcement. It's being sponsored by large lenders and backed by the government of India. And it is a remembrance to a very big problem that the country has, which is the bad loans or the non-performing assets, as we call it. The new entity which is being talked about, the National Asset Reconstruction Company, is very important. We just saw the largest bank in India, State Bank of India, Chairman Dinesh Kumar Khara, talking about this very passionately. He said that he is looking at this as a bid to clean up the books, and State Bank of India just is likely to transfer 15 major stressed assets aggregating 50,000 crores. This is just one bank, and they are likely to do it before March 2022. Well, lots to look forward to. I'm going to end over here because I've gone past my allotted time. I'd just like to say in closing, are these general trends here to stay? Well, yes, India should focus on building robust infrastructure by enhancing the voice and video capabilities, and thereby converting courts to provide what, in my view, is visible and audible justice. That is going to be the demand, not just from people who are seeking justice, but also lawyers who are regularly advocating in the court. As a concluding message for young lawyers, well, I would say the key here is learn, unlearn, and relearn. This is our biggest takeaway from the pandemic as we come out of it. I'd like to quote the Honorable present Chief Justice of India when he said, "We must all strive to protect the reputation and the integrity of the profession, and the responsibility to a larger extent lies on the younger lawyers." Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhutani. Really, so many trends to watch for. And you mentioned the mediation bill. I thought the question comes to mind, and who better to ask than you? Tax has been kept out of the purport of the mediation bill. What are your thoughts on that? That is not something that is happening the world wide over. There are jurisdictions that allow tax disputes to be settled through mediation. How soon do you see that trend coming to India, and what are your thoughts on this?
The question has two elements to it. One is domestic disputes, where second is cross-border disputes. As far as domestic disputes is concerned, we made one small start in last year's budget by setting up BAR. BAR is Board of Approvals, and a mechanism, but the threshold to apply is for income less than 5 million rupees. That's an experiment. I'm hoping that that experiment will go forward and it will apply to all forms of disputes. I think the question is a bit more complex when it comes to cross-border disputes. India believes, rightly or wrongly, that tax is a sovereign function, and cross-border disputes should be settled between governments under what we call it as a mutual agreement procedure under the treaty. And if that procedure fails, there shouldn't be any mandatory arbitration. Well, the world is moving in a different direction. They are calling for mandatory arbitration, which was also what the OECD prescribed in the 2017 Model Convention. I'm hopeful that India will move. Again, a small start has been made. If you look at the entire inclusive framework under the two-pillar solution, the determination of allocation, India is submitting itself when it comes to digital taxation. But I think we are a bit far away from having tax arbitration in our treaties. Hopefully, we will get over our definition of sovereignty of the tax function and look at arbitration in a much more active manner.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhutani. And your message to the young lawyers, of course, you've shown light on so many new avenues that are coming up. Crypto is to watch for in that discipline of law, certainly. Any other, words of encouragement for a young 30 under 30 brigade of lawyers?
Well, I liked what the previous speaker spoke about. Lawyering or advocacy is no longer what at least my generation grew up looking at it, where you are supposed to go to the, look at the statute and defend your client. It's all about, understanding deeper the client's business process. It's all about the focus on policy. So I think that's what gives a 360-degree view to a lawyer. I think lawyering is all about multifaceted experience on how the policy evolves, how the policy is implemented, what is your understanding of the client's business, and then, of course, the core, which is the advocacy part of it. So I think lawyers are more like now multidisciplinary professionals than merely lawyers.
Thank you, Mr. Bhutani. Always a pleasure to meet you and learn from you. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for inviting Ashima. Thanks and good luck to everyone at the Business World Legal, as well as all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhutani. And of course, a big thank you to you, Ashima, also for helping us with that. And ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Mukesh Bhutani with his keynote address. And now, before we begin with our awards ceremony, I would request the BW team to play the BW Legacy AV before we proceed with the much awaited awards ceremony. Well, we are back. My name is Aditya Malik, and once again, it's a pleasure to be saying this that I am going to be your host. Of course, I was the host for the afternoon and the morning and the evening, and now for the events and the awards ceremony as well, I'm going to be a host. And now the time has come that we kickstart the most awaited part of today, the inaugural edition of PW Legal World 30 Under 30 Awards. BW Legal World 30 Under 30 Conclave and Awards, as the name suggests, among other things, this initiative of PW Legal World celebrates a culture, leadership, and future growth, celebrating top 30 legal influencers and lawyers of India under 30. Launched in 2019, BW Legal World is an offshoot of PW Business World with a view to bridging the gap between the business and the legal sectors across the and get a relating decision or discussion on the road. BW Legal World brings business leaders and legal doyens from all verticals of the legal fraternity, law firms, in-house departments, jurists, independent practitioners, writers and researchers, law institutes, legal tech innovators, and more together on one platform. Launched in 2019, BW Legal World prides itself on covering the revolution in the legal landscape worldwide to bring to its readers latest news and developments and being the common thread that ties them all in opportunities to build a brighter future. Now, as we flag towards the first award of this year and towards the awards ceremony, I encourage everybody to join in the conversation by using the hashtag BWLegalWorld30, U30, that's 30 under 30. I repeat, hashtag BWLegalWorld30, U30, that's 30. You can also watch us live on www.pwlegalworld.com and on all our other social media handles. With this, may I please request Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group, to join us and give us the inaugural address for the awards ceremony.
Thank you so much, Aditya. Our jury chair, Dr. UK Chaudhary, has joined, and a special welcome to you, Dr. UK Chaudhary. Our gratitude and acknowledgement of the fact that you led the jury well and with full involvement to come up with the 30 under 30 in BW Legal World. So with your chairing the inaugural jury, the first list or the BW Legal World 30 under 30 young achievers will be unveiled, and you will be presiding over that function. So thank you, Dr. UK Chaudhary. I just want to say that like all our processes, while I was very much part of it, and I did vote, but I only had one vote, and most of these were done by a discussion, and we had a very transparent WhatsApp group on which all the jury members were voting. So every jury member knew what everybody else was voting. So it was there for record, it was there for tabulation, and then a final list were done with all the jury members, and finally Dr. UK Chaudhary approved that. So I can only say that's a very honest process. The quality of entries, even in the first year, has been very good. And I will leave it at that. And I'll just say that the age of achievement is getting younger. At less 30 or less than 30, the young professionals have big dreams. Second, they're all-rounded in their personality, which means they're grounded in the legal nuances, but they're good in communication, they have personality, they're problem solvers, they're building the personal brands, they're contributing to community. So they are, as Paridhi in the morning said, the Delta lawyers. We have some legal influencers also, legal tech winners. So first, the age of achievement is getting younger. Second, they're lawyer plus, if I may use that. And third, I'd say that already at 30, some of the young achievers have built a recognition for themselves. I would also say there are decent number of women in the list, though I would have liked to see more, but it's a fair representation of what's happening in the community and fraternity. I will leave it at that, and I'd welcome Dr. UK Chaudhary to make his jury chair address before we get into the awards. Dr. UK Chaudhary. Aditya, I hope I'm not skipping the AV. Would you like to show the AV after Dr. UK Chaudhary's address?
No, right? Sir. That's was address first and then the AV.
All yours, Dr. Chaudhary.
Dr. Chaudhary, very warm welcome, sir.
Thank you, Adit. Thank you, Dr. Anurag Batra. You have been very kind to me to say some good words about me. But the fact remains that the process was self-operative, and you made a good choice of the jury, and it was fairly represented by various professionals all across the area, like the practicing lawyers, like the in-house counsels, and also the influencers. So jury was consisting of very eminent people, and I think you made a very good choice in finding out the jury for this process. My topic for 15 minutes, which is given to me, says that why I admire young professionals. Now, this is not certainly ended with a question mark. There is a full stop. So please do not question that why I like I like them, and there is no question of why. I love young professionals. And I have, though, dozens and dozens of reasons that why I admire and love young professionals, and other than the lawyers also. I particularly zeroed in on the 5 large reasons that why I admire the young professionals, and particularly in the choice of becoming a lawyer today. The first and the foremost is that all youngsters are well-informed choice of their profession today. It's not like that it was in our period. Like, I have no hesitation in saying that I became a lawyer because I failed to become a doctor or an engineer. So I became a lawyer, but today I don't regret becoming a lawyer. I possibly could not have aspired more from the life what I have achieved to be a lawyer, even if I would have been a doctor or an engineer. But this was a choice which did not come to me by a well-informed process. Today's youngsters are very well informed. They know what their capabilities are. They know what their acumen is. They know that what they wish to achieve in life. They know where their passion rests. And therefore, when they become lawyers, after passing a very, very difficult test, it's an informed choice. We were, as I say, came to the legal profession. Like my case, I came to the legal profession by default, not by a choice. So the first important factor today is that the youngsters really know that what they wish to become in life. If they wanted to become a lawyer, they will become lawyer. They will appear for the test, they will work hard, and then it's a choice which they have made after well informing themselves of the various other professions. The second issue is that today's youngsters are very focused. I see my own daughter and my son, and I have found out that I have no choice in finding out their careers. Like, I wanted my son to become a lawyer, but he refused steadfast. And he said, no, I wanted to be a banker. I wanted to be a financial professional. So it's that they are very focused from the day one. The moment they come out of the school, they start making their choice and they are focused on that profession. If they are the lawyers, they are focused all their energies, all their resources, whatever is at their command or at the command of their parents, and they are focused to succeed in that profession. So that is the second reason that I love about the youngsters, that they are very focused on whatever the profession they choose. And I'm not saying necessarily to be a lawyer, whether they are the doctors, engineers, software professionals, or even the artificial intelligence, wherever they go, they have focused their energy in succeeding in that particular branch, and they do not wish to be seen or meddling with any other profession side by side as the earlier generations used to do. The third, which why I admire, is that they are well prepared and researched. I can particularly watch about the today's lawyers that I sit into dozens of moot courts every year. I myself address not less than about 50 to 60 webinars now, and earlier the seminars in a year. And I know that how well prepared and how researched the young generation is. Possibly the reason is that they have not to go through so many books. They have not to go to the library. They have not to go to, like we used to run through the various journals. We will find out the topic, then we will go through the books. From the books index, we will find out the citation. Then we will go through to the library or to the father's library to find out that where that citation is, whether it is in the Supreme Court cases, whether it is in the company law cases, whether it is in the AIR, whether it is in the ILR, wherever they are. We used to spend a lot of time in finding out and doing the research. Today, they are well prepared in research because everything is at their command of a button. Most of them use the gadgets, and those gadgets are very well prepared. There are the sites, there are the particularly specified cites about the citations. And I think that is the third reason that I admire, that this generation know really that how to prepare themselves and how to do that research. It used to take us hours and hours and hours to find out the one citation which may be relevant. Today, you need not to go through the whole journal or whole of the book to find out the citations, particularly for the lawyers. You just type out in your computer that this is the proposition of law, and the site will give you hundreds and hundreds of the cases on that proposition. So this is how that they are well prepared and researched, and I admire them for that, that when they take up the topic, like I have seen very young lawyers in the second year, third year, fourth year of the law school, and they are so well prepared and researched like a true professional arguing before a court. And this is how I admire about the young generation, and particularly because I have not seen many other young professionals in the other areas. But I'm sure that if the lawyers are doing so much of research activity, the other young professionals in any other profession must be doing the same thing. The fourth reason that I admire them is their passion. I particularly advise in all my webinars and seminars that if there is one tool which will make you succeed in any profession, is the passion that you put into that profession. You must put that profession over and above everything. And that is what your passion is. It must be that you are wedded to that profession. That is what we say, that your profession has become possibly your second wife or the first wife, and your true wife has become the second wife. And this is how I see the young professionals. I see the young professionals who are under my wings, that they are prepared to work, not up to the timing of their working, like they don't work up to the office works of 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock. I have seen them working overnight. When there is an urgency, I have seen the youngsters working out in the office throughout the night. And in the morning, I tell them that this is what is required. They say, yes, sir. And with that one note, I'll find them that they are prepared to work. It is their passion to succeed. And this is what I like about this generation, that they are really passionate about what they do. Because most of us who came to this profession by default and not by choice, we also succeeded because once made a choice, even by default, we ensured that I put everything what I have in this profession. And that is what the passion is, that you must not think of any other thing except the profession of law. If you are a lawyer, if you are a doctor, nothing else. And this is the one trait that you will find in most of not only the young professionals, but all professionals outside India. The scientists work all the night in the laboratories. The lawyers are prepared to work if they leave the office, because the office will not permit them to remain there before 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock. They take all the work home and work up to 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. And that is what the passion is. So this is the fourth reason that I really like and admire the youngsters, because the passion which is missing, particularly in the old generation, is available with most of the youngsters. The last but not the least, I will say without any hesitation or a blink of my eyes, that the young professionals today keep a more ethical and honest approach to the profession. I have not seen that kind of an ethical behavior from my generation, or even the generation which are 5 years or 10 years even younger to me. But I have seen that the youngsters which have come to the profession, particularly the lawyer's profession, I have seen that they are very highly ethical. They are so ethical and they are so honest with their profession that I sometimes admire that whether at this stage, at his age, whether to be so honest with the profession will deprive him the benefits of money that the profession will give him. And then I do not hear anything against their ethical and honesty in the young professionals. I can share something with you that I was at a seminar when there were no webinars. Webinars came because of the COVID, but we used to have the physical seminars. I was addressing a seminar, and the last point in my seminar was that please keep your morals very high, because it's your morals high in the profession which will bring you a good name and success also. And somebody from the audience raised the hand and he says, sir, it's very good for you because you have everything now. You have succeeded in the profession. But please understand one thing, that if I keep my morals high, my living standards will be very low. And this is what surprised me today, that I don't hear this attitude from the young professionals. I find them that they are so good that you give them any kind of allurement. You can't allure them to anything if it is not an honesty and it's not an ethical behavior to the profession that they are attached to. Ladies and gentlemen, I think, as I said in the beginning, that there may be dozens and dozens and dozens of reasons that I admire the youngsters, but I feel that these are the 5 intensified reasons that I feel that the young generation possess. And that is why we have seen that at a young age of 25, at the young age of 26, my experience as a jury chairman with the people that I interacted during this interviews, within a very short span of 2 minutes or 3 months, I could see the honesty, I could see the passion, I could see that how prepared and researched they are, and they are not afraid to take that risk. I have heard some of them which are in a branch of law, which in my lifetime I have never heard. Cryptocurrency laws. Who knew that legal professionals will concentrate on the cryptocurrency laws, and that how this particularly branch of finance and currency will be handled throughout the world. Now, these, ladies and gentlemen, are some of the aspects that I really admire the young generations, and I wish that my generations and few generations coming after me could have kept the same attitude, because all these things which are available to the younger generation, of course, are easily available now because they are well cared for and they are well provided for by their parents. So barring some exceptional circumstances, majority of them, rather a vast majority of them, I have seen them keep very good ethical and honest behavior than my generations. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And I must appreciate and I must thank the BW Legal for giving me this opportunity of sharing my thoughts, which have nothing to do with law, but I feel that these are the cherished points that the younger generation possesses in them, and that is the reason that nobody can stop them from doing the successful journey which they have started now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chaudhary, for really giving the virtues that the young professionals of today have. You're being very kind. I can only say that what has been the legal profession's gain has been the healthcare and the engineering profession's loss. I'm sure you would have done equally well. And having been on the receiving end of your advice in a particular matter over the years, which you helped us solve successfully, I can tell you how professional, business-like, meticulous and prepared you were every time we engaged with you. And, you know, I remember a particular incident about 10 years back when you were representing us and, you know, you spent a 15-20 minutes with us preparing for the brief, and next day, the other counsel had not even prepared. And, you know, that, I mean, even if possibly he would have prepared, we would have won. But the fact is the other person was not nuanced. We can't say whether he had prepared or not, that I have no knowledge. But your preparation was such that you were able to instill the confidence in the client, as well as when you presented the case, you represented you were able to build in on a simple point. And so I'm sure the loss has been of the medical profession and the engineering profession. And I'm sure with the dissection of what the qualities of younger brigade are today, they will feel happy, they will feel motivated, and I'm sure they're worthy of your appreciation. And going forward, they'll continue to hone the traits that have brought them to this junction. So thank you so much for being kind.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chaudhary and Dr. Batra. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a jury chair, Dr. UK Chaudhary, and of course being joined by Dr. Batra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would request my team to please play the jury AV.
It's a good initiative by BW Legal to organize this 30 out of 30 legal award for young lawyers, budding lawyers who are in their 30s. And when we were judging the lawyers, the young lawyers, it was very different kind of experience. They were so good, thorough with their case law, their brief, their facts, and the latest technology. I really enjoy by judging them, being the one of the jury members. And it was really good experience for judging them, and it should continue. I wish them all the best.
First is, it was a great experience as a jury member to be with my learned colleagues from the fraternity. It was a best forum wherein we could bring out the best during our interviews with the under 30 candidates and our Gen Next lawyers in terms of evaluation of basic knowledge, experience during difficult situations, their vision and excellence in their professional capabilities. What stood out about the candidates was their learnedness, talent, vision, mission, passion. Being under 30 candidates and our Gen Next lawyers that had accompanied the experience towards exciting and futuristic legal issues and challenges which they were facing in their professional career in terms of the legal and the leadership aspects of it, and their visualization and immense contribution to the development of law that accompanied their professional growth and success in the legal profession as on. My message to the winners and all other young brigade of lawyers is that your learnedness, vision and passion in the legal profession is a combination of technical and legal qualities, wherein your technical qualities is the knowledge of laws, interpretation, local and international judgments being part of your research work, including the intent of the parliament or parliaments when it comes to data privacy, etc. we saw. And leadership qualities would include your approach in terms of leader representing a larger fraternity, strategy and planning in every case, execution of the strategy, culture and professional ethics and integrity, and contribution to the society on legal issues while you professionally excel as one of the renowned lawyers of the country. Thanks very much.
It's a great pleasure to be one of the jury members for Business World 30 under 30 Legal. It was interesting, I think, for the jury members as well, because we came to see the face of our future and decisions which brought us into the legal sphere so many years ago. What was outstanding among the candidates that got selected is that many of them put service to the concept of justice and the legal profession above their personal constraints, and there was a certain vision and a dream being followed to pursue new frontiers and explore new areas of law. This is what made us very decisively select certain candidates, and a couple of them, there was no doubt in the minds of the jury that it was 100% yes or 100% no in the cases where awards were not given. All in all, it was a process of soul searching for us, and I compliment Business World for putting together such a wonderful group of young people. We had to keep reminding ourselves that some of them were so young, just 25, and barely a year or two out of law. But in spite of that, we found some exceptionally bright minds, some exceptional commitment to the legal profession, and an absolutely wonderful approach. I was very happy to think that my beloved profession will be in the hands of such capable young people going forward, and the concept of justice that we have all devoted our lives to will be well looked after by people who value the importance of the whole process of discovery of evidence and justice and the evolving nature of law above all other factors. My compliments to Business World and to the wonderful stars in the 30 under 30 selection who will be getting their awards today. Thank you.
It was a great experience for me personally to interview the best legal minds in the profession under 30. Some of the candidates were very good, very deserving, but sadly only 30 have to make to the top. What prevailed upon the jury to decide the best 30 was first their confidence, their knowledge on the subject, and what they could achieve till now. My advice to the legal professionals and the winners and those who have not been able to make it, look, everybody will not make it. I think it was a great thing that you participated. Participation, if you ask me, the key. My congratulations to the winner. And to all the young legal minds, I'll say there's nothing like hard work in our profession. This is one of the most promising professions in the country today. Take my word that hard work will pay off. Just be patient and see the results. My best wishes to all of you.
It has been a wonderful pleasure for me to be a jury member for Business World Legal's 30 under 30. I must say, it was a truly transformative experience for me, for the simple reason that I am so excited to see the wonderful talent on the legal field that is coming forward, to take India to the next level. It was indeed a very difficult selection for us because all the candidates were so close to each other. It was very difficult to decide the final list. But when you decide on a final list, the most difficult task on the jury members is to analyze each candidate by their capabilities. And I'm so proud that we were able to decide one such list. My message to youngsters is that there is a very strong requirement for lawyers, to follow integrity and ethics and hold businesses and clients to a very high value of credibility and integrity. As businesses become more complex in future, this task will become more burdensome. But I am sure the young talent that we have for our future, we are leaving or we will be leaving the future in very safe hands. I wish you all the very best and congratulations to all who have been a part of the 30 under 30 list. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to all the winners of BW Legal World's 30 under 30. I'm grateful to BW Legal World for giving me this opportunity as a jury. Personally, it was indeed an enriching experience, and interacting with these young members has opened new thought avenues. I got to see so much enthusiasm in these young lawyers that it is overwhelming, brimming with thoughts and new innovative ideas. I can say for sure that the future of the legal profession is in safe hands. I would also like to mention that what struck me most in the participants was their passion for their work. Their passion, coupled with clear and objective thinking, helped me as a jury in casting my vote. The way the candidates projected their candidature, I'm sure they would be doing wonders in their professional lives. I would like to convey to all the winners and young lawyers, love what you do because your love and respect for your profession would determine best from amongst batters. Once again, my heartiest congratulations to all the winners as well as to all the participants. Many congratulations. Thank you.
It was a pleasure to be a part of the BW World 30 under 30 awards. And as a part of the jury, I got to, in a sense, see presentations by a very good set of fine young professionals who are making a mark in the field of law. And the way it was conducted and the whole process, though digital, was so well, in a sense, seamlessly going that it was a pleasure to, in a sense, watch all these people presenting. And in the way it has just flowed in the past few days, all those jury presentations, and then when we got and huddled and discussed, all of that flowed very wonderfully. And my best wishes to BW Legal World for this initiative, and I hope that they continue doing this year after year and encourage a lot of young professionals in the field of law. Thank you.
Let me congratulate BW Legal World for shortlisting 70 candidates out of hundreds of people who applied to be among the top 30 lawyers at the age of 30. This would have been a very difficult task because each lawyer was better than the other. Even for the jury, we had 70 candidates to interview, and it was very, very difficult. I think the people who made it to the list and the people who did not make it to the list, there was very, very little difference. As each lawyer was determined to excel and create a niche for himself at a very early age. When I started my legal profession, I always believed that to build a name in a legal profession, it'll take years of work, and at minimum by age of 50, I will be able to build my name and fame in this market. After seeing all these young lawyers, I've been so delighted that next generation top lawyers will not be at the age of 50, but the age of 35. All the very best for the event.
Great. And now, okay, my camera's off and here we are. Lovely. So that was the jury AV, ladies and gentlemen. And now to kickstart the awards ceremony, I would request our fellow jury members and Dr. Batra, our jury chair, Dr. Chaudhary, Rup Lamba, General Counsel, Head of Ethics, India and South Asia, Rolls-Royce, and Zamir Nathini, General Counsel, UFO Movies, to felicitate the first set of winners. May we please have you on screen there. We have Dr. Batra, you're on mute. Are you saying something, sir? You're still on mute, sir, if you are talking to us.
So I'm saying, are we doing this alphabetically? I would like you to.
Yes, sir. We are.
So that you know that this is alphabetically. And I really want to say that Dr. UK Chaudhary and each of the jury members said that it sounds like a theoretical statement that there was very little difference between the 30 we selected. Actually, there was very little difference. I mean, it was how you presented on that day, luck. I mean, it is a roll of dice in some way. It's a process of elimination. So you take the best 30. So really, there were at least 2 candidates that I would have wanted to be in the list. Because I don't know them personally, just looking at their profiles and their presentation, but they didn't. I'm sure there were some jury members wanted because they believed in the presentation of that candidate. And eventually it boiled down to the maximum number of yeses. And finally, the jury chair attesting to that. So clearly, it is a very, very honest process. It is very, very transparent. Each jury member knows who voted. The tabulation has been shared in front of them, with them, then finally attested by the jury chair. So clearly, I just want to say that some of you who may be expecting to win, because I know a lot of you called Garima yesterday saying that you'd like to bring your family members and so on and so forth. And, so we couldn't tell you, but if you haven't, some of you are less than 30, so you still have 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years to go, so you could make it. And honestly, the next 30 after 5 could have easily been in the list. Really, I don't say it as a theoretical construct. I really mean it. And we tried to bring some of you to speak in the day, so at least in some way, we could engage with you. So just want to say this again. I have 2 young children who are, apply for awards, and they're not yet 30. And I can tell you that winning or not winning means a lot to everyone who participates. So I'm we take this process very seriously. So I again emphasizing this fact that only because it's called 30 under 30, so they're only 30. So I just want to emphasize that. So we can get on with the first.
But I just wanted to say, Dr. Batra, that those who have not made it to the list, actually their performance was not bad. And that is the reason that not that they are out of the list, but I'm sure that everybody has an outstanding performance. And it was very, very difficult, even for me as a jury chair, to say that who should be in and who should be out. And it is on all other my colleagues on the jury that ultimately boil down then how many yes that one has, that it made it to the list or not. But for me particularly, there was no difference between the people who have not made it to the list or the people who have made it to the list. According to me, all of them were wonderful, and all of them have left an impression on me, which is very difficult to erase in the coming years.
Thank you, Dr. Chaudhary.
And on those positive words by our jury chair and Dr. Batra, ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin with the awards ceremony. Also to remind you, you can join in the conversation by using the hashtag BWLegalWorld30U30. That is 30 under 30. Repeating it again, hashtag BWLegalWorld30U30. You can also watch us live on www.bwlegalworld.com and on all our social media handles. And as Dr. Batra had mentioned, that the winners are in order of the alphabets. So ladies and gentlemen, the first winner in alphabetical order to join the power list of PW Legal World 30 under 30 2021 is... Congratulations, Mr. Ray.
Hi, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I would.
How does it feel like to be a member of this under 30 list?
It is a truly humbling experience. The interaction we had with the jury, that was an eye opener, I would like to say. And obviously, you had so many people, the biggest legal luminaries of the country, as a part of the jury. Presented to them was, a truly humbling experience, and I'm really glad and proud that I have managed to make it to the list.
Congratulations, Dr. Chaudhary. Words of encouragement.
My heartiest congratulations to Adib and all others also, as and when they will appear on the screen, we will congratulate them.
Roopji.
Thank you so much, sir.
My heartiest congratulations to Habib and all the rest of the winners, and keep working hard and keep rising and shining. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
Zamir, something for the winner?
Yeah, congratulations to you, Deep, and you were focused, you were learned during our discussions. Keep prospering in the professional life. All the best to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Thank you so much, sir.
Dr. Batra?
I just want to ask Adeep, how are you going to celebrate tonight?
So right now, actually, I'm at home alone because of COVID and everything. So I guess I'll have a call with my parents. They have joined and they are online. So
Congratulations to you and your family, especially your parents.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Feel special.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Congratulations once again, Adeep. And moving on towards a next winner in alphabetical order, Legal 30 under 30. Can you please have the AV? And the winner is Aditya Malhotra, Managing Partner, Malhotra and Malhotra Law Firm. Congratulations, Adi.
Thank you. Thanks, Aditya.
Well, a few words from you. How does it feel?
Well, I'm feeling quite gracious, and I would like to thank Business World for this opportunity, for this opportunity that is 30 under 30. It motivates me to work harder, and I'm quite looking forward to the opportunities that this is going to bring me. And I just lost my father recently, who was in this profession, and I would like to thank my parents, my grandparents, my sister, without whom this wouldn't have been possible. And I would like to thank for the constant support, my support staff, and it's overwhelming. I'm so grateful for this opportunity.
Congratulations. We're very sure your father is extremely proud of what you are achieving today, and there's much more to come for you. Dr. Chaudhary?
Congratulations, Aditya. I think you have done well, and I look forward that you will carry this flag further and contribute not only to the society, but to the nation at large. Thank you very much. Congratulations again.
Roopji?
Congratulations, Aditya. I'm sure your father will be very proud of you wherever he is. So keep making him feel proud and keep writing and shining to all the best.
Thank you.
Zamir, sir?
Yeah, Aditya, congratulations to you. I mean, we deliberated all the candidates, who are present here. We saw that vision, we saw that focusedness with you while you're achieving your goals step by step. All the best. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much, sir.
Dr. Batra?
Congratulations, Aditya.
Thank you, sir.
It is the start of a lot of good things coming to you, because I believe if God takes something from you, He compensates it. So I'm sure God will compensate you. It's never, there's no compensation for losing your father, but God can compensate you in other ways. So all the best, do well. And you're possibly the youngest on the list. And it was discussed in the jury meet about how you came across, very sincere and earnest. And congratulations to you.
Thank you, Dr. Batra.
Congratulations once again, Aditya. And moving towards a next winner for Legal 30 under 30. Akshat Singhal, founder and CEO, Logistify. Congratulations, Akshat. Are you traveling to get towards your award, is it?
I'm actually doing that. I'm actually on my way to grab my award and celebrate all night.
Lovely. Congratulations. How do you feel?
Thank you so much. I'm super excited. I'm super elated, and probably I might be one of the only winners, maybe not directly from the legal background, which is something that makes it all the more interesting. And we've always believed in the idea that we act as a torchbearer of bringing a lot of disruption in the space. So it's a great motivation for me, and I'm really excited.
Congratulations, Dr. Chaudhary.
Yes, congratulations, Akshat. Keep it up, and we meet again.
Absolutely.
Roopji.
Congratulations, Akshat. Keep it up and God bless you. Keep bringing in the disruption.
Zamir.
So Akshat, congratulations to you, and I think you're bringing simplicity, which is required at some point of time administratively and on the processes. I think it will make a lot of difference futuristically. Thank you.
Dr. Batra.
Congratulations, Akshat. Technology is changing every domain. It is making every domain efficient in ways that we didn't imagine earlier. I'm sure you'll bring more efficiency to the legal profession. And we wish you luck. And we at BW Legal World are happy to engage with you to see how can we make sure technology adoption in our industry can be better. So congratulations.
Congratulations, Akshat, once again, and all the very best.
Thank you so much.
For your future.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
And moving on with the next winner for Legal 30 Under 30. Can we have the AV, please? It's Akshata Namjoshi, lead fintech, blockchain, and emerging tech from Calm Legal Consultants. Congratulations, Akshata.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
How do you feel for being a part of this Legal Under 30 list?
Very honored, honestly. I feel great. To be honest, it sort of reinstills my faith that law can be done differently. There can be multiple ways of achieving the same target, and a bit of resilience, a bit of adamance goes a long way. So quick thank you to my family, my team, everyone who supported me. Koki, thank you for finding me when you did. I'm really honored. Thank you, BW Legal World.
Dr. Chaudhary?
Yes, congratulations, Akshata. Your performance in that 2 minutes or 3 minutes was wonderful. We were really, you left us impressed. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir.
Roop, ma'am.
Many congratulations, Akshata, and you are the future torchbearer of this profession. Keep going, keep bringing in disruption, and never give up. Heartiest congratulations.
Thank you.
Zamir ji.
Congratulations, Akshata, and I mean, we saw the mission and passion in you, which is required in the profession. Keep up that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Batra? You're on mute, sir.
Akshata, the jury has already acknowledged the fact that you stood out and that's why you're in the list. You're among the 12 women who are in the list. We would have liked to see at least 15 each or more women, but nevertheless, we have 12 women out of 30. I can only say you're working in the new areas of crypto, NFT, blockchain, and these are, blockchain as a technology is here to revolutionize every area of life and work. So I'm sure you'll be able to lead the discussions and conversations and advice around these very important emerging domains. And we recognize your good work and congratulations on winning in BW Legal World 30 Under 30.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Congratulations, Akshata, once again. And now moving towards a next winner for Legal 30 Under 30.
Aditya, before you call the next candidate, I just wanted to excuse myself. I have another professional appointment at 7 o'clock. So I may have to go off the line. And if the professional times leave me, maybe I'll join it later.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Chaudhary, for being with us. We truly hope that you're back with us very soon after your professional commitment.
Yes, as soon as I finish, if it is possible.
That was a jury chair, Dr. U.K. Chaudhary, ladies and gentlemen. And now moving towards our next winner for Legal 30 Under 30. Can you please have the AV? And the winner is Akshay Sharma, Independent Counsel from P. Nagesh. There he is. Congratulations, Akshay.
Thank you so much, Aditya.
How do you feel for being a part of this powerful list?
Well, to be honest, I am just overwhelmed at the moment. At the age of 25 to be a part of this list. I'm extremely grateful to the jury for selecting me. And at this moment, I would like to thank my parents, my boss, Mr. P. Nagesh, and my friend Lavanya, who always keep motivating and pushing me. And obviously, this award is a milestone in my career, but it's also casts a responsibility upon me to do justice to this recognition in my future engagements. I'm extremely grateful to the organization and to the esteemed jury.
Congratulations, Roopji.
Congratulations, Akshay, and keep doing well and keep keeping the profession, making the profession proud. I think it is just the tip of the iceberg, and I'm sure there'll be many more to follow. Keep doing well. All the best.
Thanks a lot, man. Thanks a lot.
Neerji.
Congratulations, Akshay. And, when we evaluated all the candidates, specifically, they were all better than the best. The point is that what we evaluated is what futuristically it looks like. So you have been an independent counsel, and there is some reflection of a senior counsel. God bless you. Congratulations again.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
You also have Siddharth Batraji with us, sir. Your words of encouragement.
Yeah, congratulations, Akshay. It's very well deserved. My best wishes for you.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Dr. Batra.
Thank you so much, Akshay. By recognizing a young professional like you, we recognize the talent that India has to offer to the world, and not just to the profession in India. I'm sure you'll go on to do even better. And I keep saying, hard work puts you where good luck can find you. You and a lot of the winners are testament to that. So thank you for being who you are, and congratulations. Mr. Pramod Dubey has also joined us. He was also our jury member, and among the senior most jury members after Shri U.K. Chaudhary. Mr. Dubey, your words of encouragement to the winner.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Batra.
Thank you, Mr. Batra.
All the best, Akshay.
Thanks a lot.
Congratulations and all the very best, Akshay. And ladies and gentlemen, moving towards our next winner for Legal 30 Under 30 Awards. Can you please have the AV? And the winner is Anshul Gupta, Managing Partner, ANG Partners, Advocates and Solicitors, Delhi. There he is. Anshul, congratulations.
Thank you, Aditya. Thanks a lot. I'm really grateful for this opportunity and to be recognized by BW Legal. I think that whatever work we do, we should be acknowledged for that. And, giving this platform to be acknowledged is really, really grateful and really kind of you. I also thank the jury members to, finding that potential in me to, be the torchbearer of the legal fraternity. And I think this award motivates us to do better in life and, better for the legal fraternity and my team as well. So thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations, Pramod, sir. Your words of encouragement.
Hi, Anshul. I liked your approach, the confidence you have. in your initial phase of your practice, which we were not having, and we are not having that of the kind of the confidence. You started your own practice with some young lawyers, and you're doing very well. Keep it up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Pramod ji. Siddharth, sir?
Yeah, Anshul, I think very well deserved. I like the number of cases that you're handling. That was what prevailed upon me to, as Mr. Dubey said, that to have so many cases at such a young age is a wonderful achievement. My best wishes for you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Roop ji?
Congratulations, Anshul, and keep up your confidence and your humility. You come across as being a very humble professional. So both these components are very important for success. Keep it up, and heartiest congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Dr. Batra, your words of encouragement?
Congratulations. I can only say that we look forward to collaborating with all of you. And I want to say to everyone present that today, while we are announcing the list and you're seeing the winners, accepting them on 6th February on Sunday, we have a conference where all the 30 are going to speak for 10-12 minutes and talk about, they've been given topics to speak, because really that will be their day. Today we announce, but throughout the day, not necessarily the winners spoke, So we have a celebration for 30 under 30 winners on 6th Feb. So just want to say that.
Thanks.
Congratulations, Anshul. See you on the 6th, as Dr. Batra says.
Of course. See you all.
Congratulations. And moving towards our next winner for Legal 30 under 30 awards. May we please have the AV? And the winner is Anusha Srivastava, Chief Legal Officer, Workahart Hospitals Limited. There she is. Congratulations, Anusha.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It feels really great, honestly, and I'm really thankful to the jury for considering me worthy enough for this honor. I'd also like to thank my mentors, my GC, Mrs. Devarina Pratap, and my parents and my family for basically being my support and my guidance throughout the journey. And I'm really looking forward to enrich my career further and to set, just to be a torchbearer for the legal community. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Pramod, sir.
Anusha, I would really appreciate the information you have, the kind of the information, and you are so updated with your subject. So I'm congratulating you for your best future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, Siddharth, sir.
Anusha, I can say this was well deserved. You were one of the obvious choices that we made, and my best wishes for you for your future.
Thank you so much, sir.
Roop ji.
Congratulations, Anusha. Keep doing well, and as I always say, never give up. So this profession may be a bit demanding in future, but never give up. Just keep going and keep winning more awards. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Dr. Batra.
Congratulations, Anusha.
Thank you so much, sir.
Congratulations, and thank you so much, Roop ji, for helping us and felicitating the winners. Thank you so much, and for all the help.
Thank you.
Also have a request, Bharat Shukji, Independent Counsel, former partner, LNL partners, to join us in helping us felicitating our winners. And moving towards a next winner, can you please have the AV? And the winner is Ashwij Suresh Ramaya, Senior Associate, Khetan & Co. There he is. Congratulations, Ashwij.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I think when we are in such a demanding profession, getting the right kind of encouragement at the early stages of our career can help us a long way in building our career. And for that, I'm extremely grateful for this platform and my firm, Khetan & Company.
Ashwin, I really feel that you were prepared with your speech bang on. As soon as we announced him, you're like, there you go.
Yes. I think preparation, one thing this profession has taught us is that preparation is more important than anything else.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. Bharat, sir, your words of encouragement.
Fantastic work. I mean, I still remember when you spoke way ahead of your years, and way to go. And this is just the beginning for you. Many, many more awards to come your way, and all the very best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Pramod, sir.
Ashish, thank you so much. And the kind of the preparation and the dedication I saw while judging you is really admirable, and keep it up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Siddharth, sir.
Ashwij, you started like you start a case in a court.
Thank you, sir.
My best wishes, and this is just the start. And I know this will be a good for you for your future. My best wishes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Ashwin. Congratulations. And moving towards a next winner for Legal 30 Under 30 Awards. May we please have Devi? And the winner is Chirag Dhananjay Nayak, Principal Associate, MZM Legal LLP.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you so much, firstly, to the esteemed jury for finding me deserving of this recognition. Mighty congratulations to all the other winners tonight. It's a very tough group to be in. And I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to my managing partner, Mr. Zulfikar Memon, and all my senior partners at MZM Legal for trusting me with some of the best opportunities out there. This would not have been possible without their mentorship and motivation. BW, as always, has organized an extraordinary event which truly captures the pulse of the legal industry. And last but not the least, I would like to thank my parents, family, and friends for their unwavering faith and support. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Chirag. I love the frame that you set up for yourselves to collect this award. Congratulations. Also, we are being joined by a jury member, Pankaj Vaswani and Sudhir Mishra ji. Siddharth, we'll begin with you, sir. Your words of encouragement.
Chirag, congratulations. In fact, you were a quite obvious choice, and I like the background as well. And your suit is looking very nice.
Thank you so much, sir. I have firm to thank for it. The background, the suit was my choice.
I love the feel of SCC right on the back, and my best wishes to you.
I'm sure Mr. Pankaj Vaswani and Mr. Sudhir Mishra will also. I just want to say that all 30 are equal. It's not a ranking, but there are some unanimous wins, and you were among those which were like, now overwhelming yes. I don't remember the number, but it was an overwhelming yes. And you were very confident. You could support because you came across very confident, and you shared a lot of achievements. The jury member in counter questioning asked support and counter questioning. You came across with flying colors, and you were an absolute unanimous easy choice.
Thank you so much, sir. That's very kind of you. And hopefully I get to work with the esteemed jury members in the future.
Yes. So, I must also say that while Mr. Sudhir Mishra was not part of this jury, he's been part of our 40 under 40 jury. He's also part of our GC 100 jury. Mr. Pankaj Vaswani has been part of our first 40 under 40 jury. What we also did was that in this jury of 30 under 30, we did involve 3 of our winners of our 40 under 40. So Mr. Bharat Chugh, who was again, outstanding in every way, is part of he was a winner of 40 under 40. So he's a part of the jury this year of the 30 under 30. Mr. Siddharth Batra, also winner of the 40 under 40. He completed 40 in the month we gave him 40 under 40. And Mr. Tarun Nangia, who you saw on the camera, who does a hostess show, in my view, the best legal show in town, after Ashiman and Mr. Sudhir Mishra's. Tarun, I can still handle. So next year you'll see some of our 30 under 30 winners to be on the jury of a 30 under 30. So it is also a conscious process that we follow.
Wonderful to know, sir.
Fantastic. Something for Chirag before you let him go. Chirag, great body of work. Very, very impressed by what you have done and the way you were able to substantiate it. And just one thing before I let you go, you're sitting in front of the SCCs. I'm sure in 5 or 10 years, your name would be there in many of these SCCs too as reportable judgments. And I have absolutely no doubt about that. Well done.
Not only that, Bharat, I would like to add the kind of the exposure and the work he has done national and international level. And all area of the field, especially in the criminal law, that's impressed us a lot. And his hard working and dedication towards this profession. He would be one day, the time will come, he will be the rock star. I hope so.
No doubts about that, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. And with your blessings, hopefully, fingers crossed, I will make it to the SSC volumes too.
Pankaj?
Lots of positivity and wisdom coming your way. All the way.
Aditya, let Pankaj make a comment on Mr. Nayak.
Pankaj, sir.
Chirag, many congratulations. And as Anurag rightly said, that when you were halfway through your pitch, most of us were very convinced that you are deserving of this award. I don't think I'll be saying stepping too much, but if you were as one of the nominees for 40 under 40, I think maybe you still would have got it. So we were very impressed. And I don't think there was anyone who had a second doubt that you should win this. So many congratulations. And I hope that, this is a stepping stone. One of the many is to come in the future. All the best.
Thank you so much. Very, very kind of all of you and for all your blessings. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Chirag, and all the very best. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also take this moment to welcome Akhil Prasad ji. Good evening, sir. And moving.
Good evening, everybody. Hi. Thank you so much.
And also to remind you once again that these winners are in order of their alphabetical. That's the name. Just that there's no other order for that. Unanimous decisions, lots of entries. Very tough for the jury members to choose, but they had to choose 30 under 30. And as a jury chair had mentioned, that everybody is a winner who had sent in their participation. And on that positive note, moving towards our next winner for Legal 30 under 30 award, and the winner is... Diksha Malik, Associate Employment, Labor and Benefits, Khetan and Co. Congratulations, Diksha.
Thank you so much, Aditya. I hope you're doing well.
Extremely well.
And for this wonderful opportunity and recognition, I wish to thank you all, the jury, my family, and Khetan and Co. Much of what I have learned as a professional is attributed to the Employment, Labor and Benefits Practice Group at Khetan and Co. Especially my seniors, Mr. Anshul Prakash, Mr. Deepak Kumar, and Mr. Abhinav Rastogi. So special thanks to them. Lastly, I wish to dedicate this recognition to every law student and practitioner who has worked very hard, especially during this difficult time of the pandemic. So it's dedicated to all of them, and congratulations to all the fellow winners as well. Thank you.
Congratulations to you, Bharat sir.
Very well done, Diksha. I mean, all of us were really impressed by your presentation, and very well deserved. And my advice to you would be, even if you go beyond employment law, labor law, you'll do just as well, if not better. And wish you the very best.
Thank you so much, sir.
Siddharth sir.
Diksha, congratulations. This is the stepping stone. My best wishes for you.
Thank you, sir.
Pramod sir.
Diksha, I can only say I'm seeing a very good future, and you have to travel a very long distance. Keep it up. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
And Diksha, I'm not an expert in legal, but I was listening to people in the morning and I moderated a session on careers. And one of the things I think Bharat said, I asked Bharat this question. He said one of the mistakes, I asked him, what are the mistakes young professionals who are at the early stage of their legal career do. And he said one of the mistakes they do is do super specialization right at the start. He says for many years you should do all kinds of cases, you should look at all kinds of work, and then after maybe 10, 15 years, look to specialize. That's what Bharat said. Bharat, correct me if that's what I got from what you said.
No, you're absolutely right. And that was my cue to Diksha that, you should also look at constitutional law and a number of other statutes, which would add a lot to your credibility as an employment lawyer, but also help you grow, in a more well-rounded sort of way.
Point taken, sir. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Mishra, do you have anything to add? You mentor so many young lawyers. Mr. Sudhir Mishra?
No, I unfortunately, my views are a little different, and she will say that two people are saying, Bharat, I started with a specialization. I had no choice because I wanted to create a new queue. So the only way it was possible was to do something which nobody else was doing. So I picked up environmental law right in the beginning. And then, of course, I came in a different way. I created a mainstream law firm. We are a large firm now. So it actually depends on which journey you start with. If you start with a law firm, naturally, it's a different kind of atmosphere you are in. If you are on your own, it's a daily survival. So go with the flow. That's what I'll say.
Thank you so much, sir.
Go with the flow, Diksha. Congratulations. Lots of wisdom and options and mentorship skills coming your way. Congratulations. We'll also be joined by Dr. Sanjeev Gemawat. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Back. And moving towards a next winner for Legal 30 Under 30. Can you please have the AV? And the winner is Devarshi Mukhopadhyay, Senior Associate, Capital Markets, Khaitan & Co. Devarshi, congratulations. Smiling you, happy you.
Thank you very much. I must say this is extremely overwhelming. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my family, especially my mother, my wife, my friends, and my fantastic colleagues at Khaitan & Company for all the support and guidance for these years. This is a fantastic initiative by BW, and to the august members of this jury for taking their time out to judge me. Thank you so much. This has been an extremely enriching experience. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Pramod, sir.
I would only say the way he answered the question put by the jury member, it was not so easy. A lot of tough questions were put to him, and I would really admire his confidence, the way he answered and satisfy the jury member to in this 30 out of 30. All the best. Congratulations, Devarshi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
It's okay. Go on, Aditya. Congratulations, Devrishi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Singhania, who's a managing partner at Singhania & Co. and was part of a jury, is also joined in. So congratulations, Devrishi. I just want to ask you, how will this award help you? Of course, any recognition is welcome. It is a good validation. We live in a world where external validation is also important. Otherwise, social media likes would have no meaning. And it doesn't matter what age you are, my age, your age, doesn't matter, Bharat's age, it doesn't matter. So what will this award do to you and your career?
Sir, I think that it's absolutely an impetus. I think, we obviously live in an extremely demanding age, and we're in a professional age where it's extremely difficult to get forward. I think that this sort of a recognition will serve as an extreme confidence booster. And I have no doubt that with the blessings of my superiors in the profession, like your good self, I think it's only going to help in going forward in the future. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. I would also take this moment to welcome our felicitator, Dr. Tamari Sen Gupta. She's also here with us. Congratulations. And now moving towards a next winner. Can we please have the winner's AV? And the winner is Devika Menon, Senior Associate, Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas and Co. There she is. Congratulations, Devika.
Thanks, Aditya. How are you?
I'm very good. How are you and how are you feeling?
All well. All well. Feeling elated. I'm thrilled, humbled, honored. It's a plethora of emotions, to be honest. And I'm really, really glad and extremely happy to be part of this 30 under 30 list. Having said that, I just want to take a couple of moments to thank BW for this amazing opportunity that you guys are giving young lawyers like us. This is really a confidence booster. A huge round of thank you to the esteemed jury who took time off from their busy schedules to judge all of us, and a huge shout out to my firm Shardul Amarchand for giving me these platforms and always pushing me forward. Huge thanks to my partners Iqbal Khan, Ambarish, Pooja, and last but not least, my family, my husband, everyone. I think this couldn't have been possible without anybody, all of us.
Congratulations, Dr. Tamili. Your views? Your words of encouragement.
Congratulations, Devika. Such a delight to find the young women who will take the profession forward. When I joined the profession, 34 years ago, it was relatively not so common. And I got all kinds of reactions from people who were like, you're switching from Delhi School of Economics to law. So I feel very happy when I see capable young women like you who are working so hard and taking forward, the profession in this manner. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Gimawat?
Well, Devika, I would simply say you were simply amazing. The conviction level was too high. Keep it up. Best wishes.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Devika. And with that, I would also take this moment to welcome Ms. Seema Jingan, other facilitator. There she is, ma'am. Something from you for Devika?
Well, she was an absolute delight. Devika, I was so spellbound by the way you delivered your speech. I was amazed by your clarity of thought. I was amazed by your self-belief. I think you absolutely deserve this, and all the way best for your future. A lot of success and future endeavors. I'm sure you will make a big impact to legal profession.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Really means a lot.
Congratulations, Devika, once again. And moving towards our next winner for Legal 30 Under 30. Can you please have Devi? And the winner is Dhruv Chawla, Managing Associate, Kuldeep Rai Chawla and Co. Congratulations, Dhruv.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you.
How are you feeling?
I'm honestly grateful for this recognition, as I'm sure each and every other winner is. Firstly, I would like to thank the esteemed members of the jury for always inspiring youngsters like me and all the other winners as well, and everyone who participated. I would like to dedicate this award to my role model, my grandfather, Mr. K.R. Chawla. I would like to thank my mentors, my father, mother, and my uncle. But lastly, but not the least, I would like to thank BW Legal for providing this platform for youngsters like us.
Congratulations, Mr. Singhania. Sir. You're on mute, sir.
Good evening. I also heartily congratulate you, Dhruv. I think you have done a remarkable thing to fulfill dreams of your elderly. I think that is a big achievement. And taking the interest of the client I think that is the primary duty of all lawyers. So I am very happy for you and wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir.
Congratulations, Dr. Gemawat.
Well, Dhruv, many congratulations. Keep it up. I observed you during that session as well. Keep it up. Best wishes. Long way to go. And many congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Dhruv, once again, and all the very best.
Thank you so much.
And moving towards our next winner for the same Legal 30 Under 30. And the winner is Gautam Susil, Principal Associate, Ketan and Co.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you so much for this recognition. I would also like to take a moment to thank the entire BW legal team. This is truly an amazing platform for young and upcoming lawyers. A special mention to Dr. Chaudhary, Dr. Batra, and the entire jury for picking me as one of the 30 out of the long list that they possibly had. And lastly, I'd like to thank my firm Ketan & Co, my partners, my team, and of course the entire support system for letting me do what I do, giving me the freedom to manage my transactions and to enjoy continuing to do what I do. They inspire me to go on and on. Thank you all.
Congratulations, Seema ji.
So many congrats, Gautam.
Thank you.
And follow your passion, be dedicated to your craft, and all the way best.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Dr. Gemawat.
Well, again, I would say that many congratulations, Gautam. Your smiling face and with that lot of confidence, and it will bring you laurels in the times to come. Keep it up.
Thank you for your kind words. Thank you.
Congratulations, Gautam. Congratulations. And moving towards our next winner. And the winner is Gibran Naushad, Independent Legal Practitioner, Commercial Disputes and Advisory. Congratulations, Gibran.
Akhil, thank you so much. First of all, I'd really like to thank BW World and the esteemed jury members for this recognition and this honor. It's especially encouraging for a young lawyer like me to get this sort of recognition and honor, because it really reaffirms my faith that the path that I've chosen is the right one, and hopefully it'll help me achieve laurels in the future as well and give me the right kind of confidence that I need in this profession. I lastly also want to thank my family members and especially my mother and father, because without their support and their help, I really don't think I would have pursued this line. So yeah, thank you so much for this recognition again.
Congratulations, Seema ji.
Many congrats once again. Continue with your absolute good work. We were impressed by what you had presented at the time of your speech at that point of time. All the way best.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Dr. Sanjeev.
Well, the moment you say independent lawyer, it gives me a lot of satisfaction that today's new lawyers, fresh lawyers, they are thinking about becoming independent from the very beginning. So that itself suggests that you are a very ambitious person. Keep it up. Best wishes. Your performance was amazing. Excellent. Thank you very much. Best wishes.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Gibran. Congratulations and all the very best. And moving towards our next winner for Legal 30 Under 30. The winner is Kanika Arora, partner, Advani Law.
Thank you so much. I'll be very quick with this. I just want to say a big thank you to the jury members. It was an extremely good experience to interact with all of you, and I hope to work with all of you in the coming future. I have to give a big shout out to my mom and dad who are sitting in Dubai, glued to the screen watching me right now. So hello to them. 5 years ago, it was a passing conversation between me and my father about getting the 30 under 30. Little did I know it'll actually happen 5 years down the line. So it's great. Thank you so much. And I cannot end this without thanking my mentor, my teacher, Mr. Hero Advani. I wouldn't be anything without him. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Singhania. You're on mute, sir.
Bharat, Pankaj, you were there,
Sure.
and you may want to say a few words. Tarun, you were there.
Kanika, you were fantastic, both in terms of the presentation and in terms of how you responded to the questions. In fact, there are some presentation where the conversation sort of escalates at the time of the question and answers, and but with you, I think there was no manner of doubt across jury that you're worthy of this, and very well done. The balance, whatever you said was so measured, so way ahead of your ears, and you're going to go a long way. And all the very best.
Thanks, Bharat. Thanks. See you soon.
See you.
Congratulations, Kanika.
Thank you so
One
much.
thing I would like to add is your energy level is infectious. I think that we all felt that. So all the very best and many congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations, Kanika. And moving towards our next winner for Legal 30 under 30. And the winner is Kanwardeep Singh, Principal Associate, Shardul Amarchand, Mangal Das, and Co. Congratulations, Kanwar. How are you feeling?
Thank you very much. Good evening. I'm very well. I'd first of all really like to thank each and every jury member, the BW legal team who've spent considerable time during the last couple of weeks to follow and execute this comprehensive process. And the execution has been very smooth and impeccable. So it's really great and sort of a privilege to be a part of this list. Of course, I have to thank my family, my wife, and of course, for all the professional opportunities and trust, I have to thank Shardul Amarchand, Mangal Das. So it's really great that you are identifying talent young, encouraging them, motivating them, and the whole legal ecosystem will reap great dividends because of this very initiative. So a very big thank you to all of you. And I hope everybody is safe.
Thank you. Yes, everybody is. Pankaj, sir.
Compliments to you and all the best for your success. You did great, and I'm sure that this is one of the many awards that's going to come your way. Good luck for the future as well.
Thank you very much for your kind words, sir.
Kanwardeep, I must say you're among the most, all of the winners are confident, and some who didn't make to the list were also very confident, but you're among the most confident people who was sure of what he was saying, but it was not cocky. It was like sure, but there is a thin line between being, arrogant and being sure. Sometimes you tend to cross that. I'm sure you know what I'm saying. That you again did very well, and congratulations to you.
I will.
Akhil, would you like to say a few words? Seema, Kamali?
Yes, I just wanted to say one thing. I was quite impressed by you. What I liked about you was that you had very detailing to the work that you had done. Most people don't remember, don't recall the aspects, the minute aspects of the work that they have delivered. And you were rock on absolutely on that. So many congratulations once again. I am sure you have a bright future ahead.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your kind words. And thank you, sir, also for your kind words before that.
I'll also jump in, Kavaldeep. Fantastic work here. I mean, it was almost like we were speaking to somebody who's put in 30 years, and in a good sort of way. You had that gravity, and as Seema rightly said, you had the details right, but at the same time, you were not sort of missing the woods for the trees. You had a big picture vision too of what you were doing and its impact on the legal system and so on. So very well done.
Thank you very much, sir. And it means a lot coming from you, a personal admirer, sir. Thank you.
Kavaldeep, congratulations from my side, and I'm sure you'll make a great arguing counsel, is what I can see. Nice, best wishes.
Thank you very much for your kind words, sir. Thank you very much. Means a lot.
Congratulations, Kavaldeep. Lots of blessings and love coming your way.
This was our number 17. We have 13 more people to go. So this is our number 17. And except for one candidate who's asked to join in the last, everything is alphabetical. So there's no reason somebody else. If the reason you're 29th is because your parents named you with a certain alphabet. There's no other reason.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations. Also, I would take this moment to welcome Sudhir Mishra ji. Good evening, sir. Congratulations, Kamar, once again. And now moving towards our next winner, gentlemen. And the winner is Mukta Pandey, Counsel, Chambers of Mahesh Jethmalani, Senior Advocate. Congratulations, Mukta.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you, BW Legal and the jury members for recognizing me as one of the top 30 under 30. I'm truly honored, and I hope to live up to the expectations. I share this award, with my senior, my teacher, Mr. Mahesh Jethmalani, without whose guidance I wouldn't be here today. And also, of course, I share this award with my family, my colleagues, my friends, without whose support, I wouldn't have achieved any of it. So yes, thank you. And I am truly honored for this.
Congratulations, Pankaj, sir. You're on mute, sir.
Many congratulations, Mukta. I think you are a worthy role model to be under 30 under 30. So best wishes for the future and keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Singhania.
Right. Good.
You're on mute, sir. So you just. It's still on mute.
Meanwhile, I'll say something, Mr. Singhania will join. Mukta, congratulations. And I think you can remove the junior counsel now. I think associate will look better. And my best wishes for you.
Thank you, sir.
And one
Can
thing
you hear
is
me now?
Yes, sir.
One thing is very important.
Congratulations, Mukta. I think you deserve it, and you were good in explaining what you do. So wish you again keep doing the same. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Bharat, sir, you were saying something?
Not really, but if you pull me in, great substance, not just the presentation. She could really, I remember in the answers, flesh out what she's done, be it those criminal law recommendations or the cases that she worked on. You could see that she knew her law, and that's always refreshing for somebody who's sound with their first principles and who can present it well. A long way to go for you. Many congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations once again, Mukta. Congratulations. And moving towards our next winner in order of alphabets. Can you please have the AV? And the winner is Nishant Kulhari, Senior Associate, Indian Law Partners, ILP.
Hi, Aditya. Thank you so much for that introduction. And I'll just want to say that I'm very much humbled by this recognition and to be included under the power list of 30 under 30 lawyers and legal influencers of 2021. It's a really big recognition, and for that I must thank Dr. UK Chaudhary, our jury chair, and all the eminent jury members, some of who I can see on the screen. Mr. Nathani sir, Mr. Pramod Dubey sir, Mr. Siddharth Batra sir, Bharat Chuk sir, Tarun Angya sir, Krishna Singhania sir, Dr. Gemawat sir, Dr. Prasad sir, Pankaj Vaswani sir, and thank you so much to all the jury members. I must also thank Dr. Anurag Batra, Ashima, Garima, and the entire BW legal team for giving this platform for all of us young lawyers and legal influencers, and this opportunity for the next generation of the face of the legal industry. And lastly, to sum up my address, but certainly not the least, I must thank my parents, Surendra and Vimal Kulhari, my wife, Isha Kulhari, my sisters, Juhi and Anmol, who is a budding lawyer. And I should certainly thank my seniors and mentors in profession, Ms. Gopika Pant, who is the managing partner of Indian Law Partners, our partners Kanika Prem Narayan, Vineet Gupta, and all my other colleagues who have always had the faith in me, and they have for years supported me and guided me throughout this journey. And I must also thank my alma mater, National University Bhopal, and Jindal Global Law School, Sonipat. I am very happy to see that two of the winners in the list are from my alma mater, Akshata Nam Joshi ma'am and Diksha Malik. So that's very encouraging. And I just want to congratulate everyone who's on the list. And I know for certainty that those who are not able to make on the list, they are equally wonderful lawyers, and will soon be engaging with them in the way ahead. And all of us have a very long way to go. So thank you so much, everyone, for this recognition.
Nishant, I really like the way in which you have explained everything. I really like this. You are a combination of confidence and humbleness, let me tell you. Also give some credit to yourself as well, because it's your hard work.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Very kind words.
Mr. Tarun Nangia, would you like to say a few words to Nishant?
See, this appreciation at this age shows not only why you stand out, but the hard work that you've put in. And I can see it in your demeanor and the way you presented before the jury. And that led to this award. I think let this be the start, or the first award in a series of many more to come. Looking forward to see you win BW 40 under 40 also in the coming few years. My best wishes to you.
Thank you, sir. Definitely.
Nishant, I really wish I could have learned the list as hardly as you have.
And
myself.
Nishant, I must tell you, I'm interrupting Aditya, but sometimes I have to thank my team of the initiative. I always forget one or two people. The next days I have to send them cakes, pastries, increase their salary. So, do all kinds of things. I'm exaggerating, of course.
I just want to add.
But you forgot one of my key. He is the pillar of our BW legal world. His name is Krishnendra Joshi.
No, definitely.
He really, while we can be, Ashima, Garima, of course, these three are the really pillars of BW legal world, but he does great editorial work for us, always smilingly. I mean, his photo is not just smiling, he's always smiling. You talk to him, there is always a lighter moment. So anyway, congratulations to you, Nishant.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Nishant, and all the very best. Hope
Thank
you
you,
all
Aditya.
get a memory as sharp as you. And of course, as well. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And the next
Good evening, everyone. Thank you.
for Legal 30 under 30, may we please have the AV. And the winner is Pallavi Kumar, Senior Associate, JSA. Congratulations, Pallavi.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you, BW Legal, for organizing this prestigious event, and the esteemed jury for giving me this recognition. It's so overwhelming to be called one of the 30 best lawyers in India under the age of 30. I'm honored to receive this award and very inspired to continue with the work that I'm presently doing, and in fact, to do much more than that. I'd like to take a moment to thank some of the people who have played an integral part of my professional journey so far. First and foremost, my mentor, Mr. Amarjeet Singh Chandiok, for inspiring me to be a good lawyer and for being my role model. my firm JSA for providing me a platform which allowed me to perform to the best of my abilities, my clients and partners at JSA, particularly Mr. Amal Gupta, for their trust and the opportunities they have given me. And most importantly, my family, my parents, and my brother, who have unconditionally supported and guided me at every stage of my professional life. Thank you once again for this award, and congratulations to the other 29 lawyers who have made it to the list as well.
Congratulations, Pallavi. Tarun, sir. You're on. Yes.
There are two things that I would like to point out. Sincerity of work and conviction is what we saw when I think we were analyzing. Of course, your presentation was good. And that's why you stood out in a sense. My best wishes to you for your career. You have indeed a long way to go. And I think BW Legal Words 30 under 30, I think, becomes that first stepping stone where your work is recognized. I think there's much more to come from you in the future. My best wishes to you and your family too.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations, Pankaj, sir.
Many congratulations, Pallavi. I'm sure that you would go onwards and upwards from here. So all the best for your future. And on a technical front, I think your technical knowledge and the way you countered the questions of the jury and the way you responded, I think all of us were very impressed and spellbound. So keep up the good work and best of luck for the future.
Thank you so much for your kind words. Thank you.
Congratulations, Pallavi, once again, and all the very best.
Thank you so much.
Moving towards our next winner in alphabetical order for Legal 30 under 30. And the winner is... Priyanka Murli, Senior Associate, JSA, once again.
Thanks, Aditya. Thank you so much.
How does it feel to be a part of this list?
Humbled, motivating, encouraging. It's just listening to everybody's journey who's on this list. Congratulations to my peers and my colleagues from JSA who are also on this list. Thank you very much to BW Legal World, the esteemed jury panel, and Dr. Batra for putting this together. 30 under 30 is not a common list in India, so this is really the most motivating platform for us to be inspired. For my peers on this list, the only thing I would say is, all our gratitude aside for our family, our mentors, and everyone else, it is such an encouraging streak to see everybody from such different backgrounds. There are litigators, there are influencers in different spaces, criminal lawyers, white crime. It's absolutely vast. And we have probably the most exciting responsibility ahead of us, and such an honor to be part of the list with you.
Congratulations. Tarun, sir.
Today is indeed a very good day. I go back to the jury meet when we got to see all of you speak so well, and I remember this was a very hotly contested win. You stood out that day in how you presented yourself and the work you do, and it only goes on to show that not only work but how you present itself is also very important in how you prove yourself in future. My best wishes to you for winning Business World, BW Legal World 30 under 30. And as I told to one of the other winners, looking forward for you to win BW Legal World 40 under 40 in the coming years. My best wishes to you and your family for winning this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nangia.
Priyanka, I may, as I said, all the 30 winners are equal. We are only going by alphabet. And there are all the jury members there. Mr. Pramod Dubey is there. Mr. Nathani is there. Mr. Akhilesh Prasad is there. Siddharth, Bharat, and Tarun are here. Seema Tamali were here. Mr. Singhania. There were 5-6 people, or maybe 7 people, maybe 5-6, I can't say, but who are unanimous. You're among them, and you would have, I think you got all the yeses among the 2-3 people who got all the yeses. So I want to mention on that, and so really yours was an emphatic win. Seema, would you like to say something on Priyanka's candidature?
Absolutely. Priyanka, we were absolutely unanimous with your choice. The clarity of thought that you show at your age and with your experience, that was absolutely spellbinding. Because at your age, a lot of people are not sure what they want to do with their careers. They're not sure they don't have the clarity. And I think we asked you something related to conflict of interest, if I'm not wrong.
That's right.
And you absolutely nailed the question with so much of crispness and clarity that we were absolutely unanimous that you deserve it, and it's our honor to select you for this award.
Can't agree more with everyone else. For me, I don't know if you're allowed to say this, but the absolute best for me at the top of the list. And you were doing really, absolutely, you're doing fantastic.
I would
in your
say everyone is
presentation.
equal. There may be personal favorite, but everyone on the list is a
Freedom
winner.
of
But
speech for me.
while I may echo the sentiment, I would not put it that.
Rather, Bharat, I would say she should increase her appetite, and she should
Absolutely.
go on.
Very well said. And
just to become the integral part of this judicial system for the development of law. We are looking forward.
Absolutely. With this great award comes great responsibility in that sense. And we have no doubt that you'd ace that as well. And your presentation was fantastic. The way you answered that tricky question was amazing. And that elevated the discourse. And very difficult questions to answer in the sense that it's not just a yes or no. It has nuance, ethical implications. And there you showed that you are way, way ahead of your years and long way to go. And we'll be witnessing your success in the next few years and wishing you the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is extremely encouraging to hear.
Congratulations, Priyanka. A big pat on your back. An evening to celebrate it being the weekend also. And all the very best.
Thanks so much, Aditya. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations. Moving towards the next winner for Legal 30 Under 30. And the winner is Rangam Sharma, Senior Associate, Tri-Legal. Congratulations, Rangam. And I believe
Rangam won't be joining. He just texted that his aunt has passed away. He's heading to the hospital.
We keep her in our prayers and congratulations once again to him. Moving towards a next winner for Legal 30 Under 30 in alphabetical order. And the winner is... And the winner is Ria Agicha, Senior Associate, Khetan & Co. Congratulations, Ria.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Aditya. I would also like to thank the entire BW Legal for giving young professionals and first-generation lawyers like me with this platform and recognition. I'm so grateful to the jury for having confidence in my capabilities. It was really intimidating to pitch before the jury as I was down with COVID that day. So this is really motivating and extra special for me. As a female lawyer, I would love to break many, many more glass ceilings in the restructuring and insolvency space, just like the female members on the jury have in their respective legal fields. This just wouldn't be possible without the continued support of my husband, my family, and of course, my mentors at Khetan, Vaish Associates, LKS, and Kanga. Thank you, everyone. I'm very honored to receive this award.
Congratulations, Pramod, sir. Something from you?
Congratulations, Ria. It was very nice. And it was basically, I experienced a lot while examining, putting the question, being in the jury, and the thought and the clarity was carrying. It was tremendous. Keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Siddharth, sir.
My best wishes for you, Ria. You were a lot of the jury members were for you. I mean, you were an obvious choice, and my best wishes for you for your future.
Thank you, sir.
Well, Akhil, sir, I know we've been keeping you waiting for long, sir. What you've been here? Something from you?
Riya, congratulations. All the best. This is our 23rd candidate, 7 more to go. All the best, Riya.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Riya, and all the very best.
Thank you so much.
Moving on to our next winner for Legal 30 Under 30, and the winner is... Rushabh Agarwal, partner, Chambers of Rushabh Agarwal. Congratulations, Rushabh.
Thank you so much. I'm unable to start my video for some reason.
Well, the team will just...
Sure, the team will help you get your video started. KJ and Garima.
Yes, the team is there. There you are. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. It's been an enriching experience in front of this eminent jury to win this prestigious award. I'd like to take this moment to thank my parents, my family, my friends, my colleagues, my peers, all the other winners, members of the jury. I'd also want to take this opportunity to thank my mentor, Mr. Amarjeet Singh Chandiok. And it's very reassuring that a first generation lawyer like me can be considered and can win such a prestigious award. So I'd just like to conclude by dedicating this award to my parents. So Mom and Dad, this one is for you.
Congratulations, Rushabh.
Mr. Nathani, would you like to say a few words? Mr. Akhilesh Prasad?
Rushabh, congratulations to you. I think we saw the detailing, we saw the focused approach which you're taking. I think you're now going to the next level at this young age. And I think I look forward to see you in courts.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words.
So Rushabh, you are a brave heart, I must say, because it's not easy, to set up your own practice when it is so competitive in the legal services. That really stands out for you. And my one word of counsel, I too am a first generation lawyer. Although it is wonderful that, business world is doing this, recognition, which is a fantastic effort. But I think it's your own work which should be the priority, not the awards. And if you continue to focus on your work, the awards will follow. So heartiest congratulations and keep working hard.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Congratulations, Rushabh. Congratulations and word of wisdom both coming your way, and all the very best.
Thanks, Aditya. Thanks so much. Good evening, everybody.
And moving on with the next award in alphabetical order for Legal 30 Under 30. And Samikrit Rao, Associate JSA. Congratulations, Samikrit.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you, everybody. I'd like to thank my friends and family first, obviously, and my mentors who believed in me so far, especially Mr. Amit Kapoor, Mr. Abhishek Manod, and Mr. Kunal Kaul, my mentors at the present firm. Actually, I'd like to end by saying that I merely stand on the shoulders of giants. So, thank you.
Congratulations, Akhilji.
No, heartiest congratulations, Samikrit. It's a wonderful achievement, and not very all lawyers are so fortunate to get good organizations. So JSA is one of the very good firms that I have experienced myself. So when you start well, at least your future is assured. So keep working hard, keep doing the good work, and my heartiest congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir. Absolutely. Thank you.
Dart, sir.
Thank you so much for your work. And I would say that clearly all of you have been recognized for the body of work. You were grilled on technical things and then the layers of your future growth and your community contributions and your pro bono work. But primarily you've been recognized for what you've impacted the legal profession, for your work in the legal domain. So congratulations. I think, as Akhilesh said, the right thing is to be able to hone your skill, and especially one thing pandemic has taught us is we have to possibly reskill every 3 months, 6 months. We have to add some new. I mean, life is a lifelong learning process, but I think we have to, the learning cycles have become shorter. And as throughout the day, legal stalwart said, the key is about a lawyer who is a problem solver, has a business acumen, has EQ, is a delta lawyer. These are the kind of terms I heard throughout the day. I think you have to be a lawyer plus if you want to solve issues. So all the best. Samikrit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, Samikrit. You deserve the award, and my best wishes for you.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, Samikrit, once again, and all the very best. Moving ahead with the next Legal 30 Under 30 award, and the winner is And the winner is Sarthak Maghu, Principal Advocate, Sarthak Maghu Law Offices. Congratulations.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you. And my deepest thanks to the entire jury and especially my co-awardees. I think BW Business World has helped us create such an incredible community, and let's all work together.
Congratulations, Mr. Singhani.
The one thing I'm very worried, Akhil and Mr. Nathani, कई बार लगता है 30 साल के से ज्यादा गेम, they're also wise. Only thing I was worried about when I was their age कि Friday को TGIF कब जाना है और जेब में कितने पैसे हैं. That was the only thing, and that I'm not exaggerating. I drank from the age of 24 till 30 so much that I stopped drinking. But I mean, I honestly feel that the age of achievement is becoming younger, and the sense of responsibility and also the ambition, I mean, let me also say that, is really there in these young people. So congratulations.
I must add here, Sarthak, that heartiest congratulations. And, you have started your own practice. I think one word of wisdom is keep the integrity and, values high on legal practice. You will often be troubled that to gain success, whether you should do a shortcut. But I think always remember there is no shortcut in life. There are only long roads. And if you tread the long road, you will definitely, achieve greater heights. So my heartiest congratulations to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prasad. That's very valuable advice.
Congratulations. So, Mr. Singhania, you were saying something, sir? You're on mute, Abhi. You're on mute, sir.
Yes. Now, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Loud.
Yes. Okay.
Singhania, we can hear
all
you.
the best to you. I think it's a really adventure story. Every lawyer has a dream to start his own practice. So I wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Singhania.
Congratulations, Sarthak, once again. And moving on with the next winner for Legal 30 Under 30 in alphabetical order. And the winner is... And the winner is Shashank Devan, founder and managing partner, Chamber of Shashank Devan. Shashank, congratulations.
Aditya, thank you. Thank you so much. This is such an overwhelming experience, and I'm truly grateful to the jury and recognizing the efforts. It's reassuring that I'm on the right track. I am truly grateful for this. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Siddharth, sir.
Congratulations.
So, Dubey, I know that you worked with Shashank. So, and just because you worked with him does not make him win. The whole jury had to like him. So, but I'd like you to say a few words about him. Mr. Dubey, Mr. Pramod Dubey.
This is very difficult, Anuragji, to say a few words about my ex-colleague, and I would only admire his dedication and devotion toward this profession and the way he assisted me. And it is a very, I would say, a lot of contribution he has given to me. So I'm seeing is a good future, and the God bless him.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. I know Mr. Dubey is not a very easy senior, and to be briefing him continuously must be a
I
tough.
must say he's very kind.
Then you must be doing a lot of hard work, I'm sure. My congratulations to you and my best wishes.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Tarun, tell me, Tarun and Siddharth, since you're my friends, I can take the little liberty, and you're younger to me, and you, Mr. Batra, tell me, if you had applied for 30 under 30, what do you think your chances would have been, considering this is jury? You won in 40 under 40, Mr. Batra, and so did you, Mr. Nangia. But the point I'm trying to is, at 30, they're so wise.
You're
That's the
absolutely
point
right.
I'm trying to make.
It's changing.
But at 25, 26, 27, 28, they're just so wise.
No, I think the difference in my and Tarun's time is that by now, whoever graduates, the new law graduates, they've already gained some experience by doing internships, trainings. So for all those 3-5 years, they've already been around. Whereas if you ask me, I first time went to the court when I'd finished my law. So I think that's the difference, which is now.
Yes, absolutely. And Tarun, you deal with the cross spectrum of people. When you meet these young people, what is the predominant feeling you get in terms of their expertise, in terms of their future, in terms of the profession?
When I deal and when I meet these youngsters who are about 25, 26, specifically speaking about the winners, one thing that I really appreciate and like is the clarity of thought. To get clarity of thought at a young age is, I know, a very difficult thing. And some of the winners who I saw speaking, some of them who had started their own law firms at such a young age, I could see a certain clarity of thought in the way that they were approaching commercial law as well as the business of law. That clarity at a young age is something that I not only appreciate but admire in these 30, younger than 30 kids who have actually gone on to prove that age is no bar. As Alexander conquered great heights when he was young, I mean, these are young Alexanders in their own sense who in their own field are making a mark. And a lot of successful people show great potential at a young age. Some of these guys may be one of the leading lights of the profession in the next 10 years, who will be going to become very big people in this very industry. I look forward some of the awardees of Business World, BW Legal World 30 under 30. I'm sure they'll go on to achieve great heights in the profession.
Absolutely. I hope you get some of them on your show.
Dr. Batra,
next time we'll throw that in, okay? If you win, you are on Mr. Tarun Nangia's show.
Dr. Batra, I would like to take your leave because I have to.
Thank you, Mr. Dubey. Anyway, we are at 27.
I have to come back and there is a night.
Congratulations, Srikanth.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dubey. Thank you. And with that, moving towards our next winner, ladies and gentlemen, for Legal 30 under 30. And the winner is Shreyans Mehta, founder Mehta and Mehta Law Firm. Congratulations, Shreyans.
Thank you so much. I am deeply honored by this recognition by Business World Legal and the panel of juries who are my seniors, who I look up to very much. I thank them for this wonderful opportunity and recognition. I would dedicate this award to my grandfather, who would have been extremely proud today. And I would thank my mom and dad, my brother, my wonderful wife for being the pillars of my strength, my amazing team, without whom this would not have been possible. And this is me taking it on behalf of all of them here and on behalf of everybody and myself. Thanks again. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Zamir sir.
Shreyans, we were really dynamic in the discussions we had. I think at this age, when you're leading something, we could really see the leadership in you. We could see the strategy. We could see that you are on the execution of that, completely focused on the subject matter of going at this particular age, planning things and executing that. So that was one of the best things what we saw, in addition to the research and the legal contribution what you showed to us. Yeah, absolutely. Keep it up.
Thank you so much, sir.
Akhil sir, your words of wisdom.
No, I agree with what Zamir just said. Keep up the good work, Shans, and keep learning, because it is very important for a legal professional to learn. It is harder also because law is so vast. So don't be confined to one area. I would not recommend you to specialize. At least as GCs, we don't specialize. We are general counsels. So that is what I would recommend to you, that keep your learning curve very, very high. And all the best.
And I remember that day your building was quarantined and you were operating, because one of the jury members asked you, why are you not formally dressed? I think Siddharth asked.
No, he's not the one.
He's not the one.
Somebody
Okay.
else. Yes.
Yes, sorry, I mixed you.
He's the youngest. He was dressed up very well that day also.
Yes.
And it's a great achievement to have partners or to have people working for you immediately just at the start of your career. So my best wishes for you.
All the best, Shreyans.
Thank you, sir.
Aditya, back to you.
For fashion awards now.
The best dressed lawyers. Okay. Clearly. Okay.
Congratulations.
Don't give us ideas, Aditya. Garima and Krishnendra and Ashima are listening. Okay.
Okay, and the next winner in alphabetical order for legal 30 under 30. And the winner is Tanya Nair, Regulatory Council Stripe. Congratulations, Tanya.
Thank you so much, Aditya, and thank you so much, everyone at Business World and the honorable jury, for just believing in me and giving me this recognition today. This acknowledgement definitely encourages young professionals like myself to continue excelling and working hard. So thank you so much. I'll just take a moment to thank my husband, my brother, and my entire family, and also my colleagues who have played an integral part and pushed me and have contributed to my win today. So thank you so much, everyone.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Tanya. I know you joined sharp at 6:20. I saw you joining and you've been here. So you're the second last one. And there's one more person who's alphabetically here, but possibly for scheduling reasons is last. So congratulations to you, Tanya.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra.
Arun, sir.
I want to wish you all the best, Tanya, for making it to the business BW Legal World 30 under 30. And as I have told to others also, I look forward to you winning BW Legal World 40 under 40. Keep up the hard work. And you are in a phase of legal profession today in India where legal profession is set to take off. Because as the GDP grows, we go into a 5 trillion economy. Legal business will go up 6 to 7 times in the next 10 years. That means lots of work for newer law firms, lots of work for partners, and lots of opportunities for you to shine. So all the best and many, many congratulations to you and your family for winning this.
So much, Mr. Mange. I absolutely agree with you there.
Mr. Nathani, would you like to say a few words?
I think, Tanya, you have been guiding your profession towards the regulatory compliance. We were morning discussing about regulatory and compliance, which is becoming so important, and directionally guiding it in a direction is a challenging part because it's a mixture between the business and the compliance. And this has to marry together and regard yourselves from the regulatory. I think directionally you're doing a great amount of work on the contribution on the legal research and futuristic value of that regulatory compliance. I think that was the tremendous contribution you're doing, and we were quite impressed with that.
Akhil, your feedback and words of encouragement.
Oh, heartiest congratulations, Tanya. Wonderful job done. And, it's great to see somebody from, the corporate also, coming forward and getting an award. So I'm 100% sure that your entire team and your organization is so proud of you, and keep expanding your area to newer things. Try and solve more things for your business, which is so very, very important. Heartiest congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Prashad.
Congratulations, Tanya, and all the very best. And a last award for today, though his name begins with A, but yet requested to be in the last.
She's the lady.
I'm sorry, sir. She. I have lots of screens around me. I'm very sorry.
Nope.
Her name starts with A, but then of course we had to put on the end because she had requested for it. So the last winner for Legal 30 Under 30 Awards is Apurva Bose, communications expert, United Nations Environment Program. Congratulations, Apurva.
Thank you, Aditya. I am truly humbled and honored that the panel found me worthy of this honor. Thank you, Business World. Thank you, Mr. Anurag Batra, for creating this space and platform for us young lawyers and legal influencers. It's truly inspiring. But again, this recognition is, of course, not the effort of one single person. It is a cumulative effort of so many people in my life, my family, my parents, my grandmother, who has been my biggest cheerleader, a few of my really close friends, and some of my mentors who were instrumental in helping me get here, Mr. Sudhir Mishra, who's taught me everything to do with environmental law and policy. And this recognition is definitely a reminder of what's important. And there's so much more to do, and there's a long way to go from here and so much more to learn, especially after listening to such an amazing cohort of winners today. And I'm sure the list of shortlisted candidates were just as inspiring. So congratulations to everyone. Thank you, Business World, and thank you, panel members.
Congratulations. Dr. Batra, will begin with you.
All the best. And I'm sure environment is an area that we all can contribute both in a personal way and in being part of initiatives that in some way make us more environment friendly and make our organizations adopt sustainability practices. So all the best, and I'm sure you'll continue to do well. All the best.
Thank you.
Sameer, sir.
I think, Apurva, you are at the right place at the right time, because ESG is the word, environment, social, and governance. And I think from a business perspective, the investment bankers are saying we are looking forward to those companies. Legal requirements are increasing. Compliance and regulatory is looking in that direction. I think from a communication standpoint, you're conveying the same at the right time. So I think that's your focus area, and I think your contribution to that was really applauded. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Nath, sir.
Apurva, congratulations. I think your international experience with the United Nations really impressed us. I remember a specific question asking you about CEA, and I like the reply that you have made as well. My best wishes for you.
Akhil, sir.
Agree, Apurva, what we are doing today, perhaps you have started your career with that, trying to blend and do many things. But you have done the right thing by doing it at the very, in the very early stage of your career, because I definitely believe that there is so much lawyers can do, and you have been very, very, you demonstrated so effectively that communication and advocacy and legal should all go together. And heartiest congratulations for doing this.
Thank you. I'm truly humbled. Thank you, sir.
Arun.
When we saw your presentation, Apurva, an element of being a social influencer came to be discussed. Then your work in environment was discussed. See, we in our work meet a lot of lawyers, and a lot of lawyers take up a path in which they succeed. But it's a path which many others also take, some succeed. So they are running a race where few will win, most will be at the middle level, because that's how the world is. Some lawyers choose a different path, and these are few people who love the work they do passionately. They do, and it's not about the general race. I think you are one of those people who have chosen, in a sense, their own path. And my best wishes to you for winning, and your family too. And may you achieve what you set out to do.
All the best. And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate all the winners, some who didn't win. I know 2-3 of them who really, I mean, I'd say at least 5 who were very, very close and 1 vote away possibly. So congratulations to all of you. The reason we are able to do this well is my team, my colleagues in BW Legal World and Business World. So Garima, who's really backbone and pivot around which this event is done. Garima, if you can come onto the camera, I want to congratulate you. Ashima, who's been out whole day moderating sessions and doing things, and in spite of all of us have medical challenges at home with older members of the family. In spite of that, and Krishnendra Joshi, who's holidaying in Sri Lanka.
Thank you so much.
These are the three, and then there are lots of colleagues at Business World. Tanvi, who's our head of marketing, alliances, and events, who really is make sure that everything is aligned. She runs a website called lastminute.com. She does everything last minute, but perfectly. Garima's older sister, Garima, you might not get dinner today, okay? So, and Prerna, and all the colleagues. Garima, you may want to thank Ashima. I forget, and while I try to remember everyone, I forget it. Garima, I may be forgetting many people who worked on the back end and in nominations, and if you may remember, you may want to acknowledge them. That's the least we can do.
Sure. So I'll start with editorial colleagues who helped us moderating today: Vasudha, Anisha, Ruhail. Then the backend team: Salman, Prashant, Prerna, Moksha. Then in nominations, Tarun was there. There was a lot of more people who helped us in making this event a success, and especially all our jury members. Thank
Absolutely.
you for
Taking out, the event becomes special because of your involvement and the level of your involvement, your time. So we can't thank you enough. So my gratitude to all of you.
No, Dr. Batra, your team really engages, and really that as a jury member keeps going. Amazing, great effort by Garima, by Ashima and Krishnendu. And whenever you mention about Krishnendu, you mention about Sri Lanka. So I get a feeling.
He is in Sri Lanka. I'm not kidding, man.
No, I know, but the feeling comes that as if that I'm in Delhi.
No, he's working very hard from there. That's just a joke. In fact, he wanted to take a holiday on 6th, which is a Sunday, but we are doing an event. Ashima is on leave that day. So he now will go on leave from 8th. So that's the level of commitment they have. So thank you so much. So there, Ashima again makes it look simple on screen, but just to put this together takes a lot of effort. It was an idea of 10 days back to put together all these speakers, all the jury members, and it's, you made it possible. So thank you so much. And we will hopefully, when things are better, do a physical get together and do a physical felicitation. But for now, I think it's a wrap. Ashima, you want to say something?
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for your kind words, and also for steering this in us wherever we've slackened off sometimes.
No,
Thank
I
you
think
so
there
much
was no slacking. You did well. I think in this event there is no slacking. And KJ, I praise you. One of he forgot to thank you. One of the winners thanked everyone. So I reminded him that he hadn't thanked KJ, who coverage nahi karega. So उसने फिर thank कर दिया.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Thank
So
you so much to the
Ashima, me and Garima are very upset. One of KJ's closest friend from his hometown hasn't won. But
next time.
Okay.
It's important, I think, to participate. If you ask me my experience under 40, I was completely glued to the screen. The moment screen opened up, and it was a great experience your team made us go through. So amazing. Thank you, Garima, Ashima.
With that note, congratulations and thank you so much, Zamir sir, Siddharth sir, for being here, Tarun ji, and of course the team, to everybody who's back home watching, and of course sharing all our posts using the hashtag that we've been mentioning. So thank you so much. We'll see you on the other side in the physical space.
We forgot to thank you, Aditya. The whole day you made the program possible. All your energy kept us going. Thank you so much.
There were lots of water with me now. Thank you.
Congratulations to everyone, and thank you. Our team looks like a family now.
Yes.
It's so lovely to see you all, to have you with us today. Thank you so much to everyone.
Bye, Tarun.
And a safe tour.
Thank you, everyone.